Open your minds.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion. Three PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up the paper until you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops? God, my loved one 42 times in the back of the head. Why do you think black cops are that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license, just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it start on Thanksgiving, well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Flagstaff Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear a suspect down 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your minds. And we are back, Negroes. Bespoke. Welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Got a good show for y'all tonight. Got an interesting email from a good brother, and he said he wanted to come on up here and lay out how racism is our biggest problem. He was watching, I guess, last week, when all the brothers was on here saying racism is not our biggest problem. So as y'all can see scrolling down there, brother JR is here, and we're gonna lay it out. And I believe he's taking on challenges, so be prepared for that as well. But before we get started, I always start the show off with thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to show up to these goddamn streams. You don't have to sub to this channel. You don't have to share it. You don't have to like it. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard earned coins on this platform. But you good folks choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here when you can be anywhere. And I want you to know, man, I don't take you good folk lightly. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative. And most importantly, I am thankful to you good folk. All right? All right. So let's get at it. But y'all know, as always, we always start the show off with a section that I think y'all actually like. And here we call it the old mama of the day. Yeah, it's time for the old mama of the day. And this week's, or should I say this night's old mama of the day is a little different, folk. Usually I bring y'all, an old mama who done killed the kid or stabbed the kid, poisoned the kid, left the kid in a hot car, drowned the kid. I've even brought y'all an old mama that allowed the kid to murder someone. But tonight, we're doing it a little different. We're doing it a little different, and this old mama hails from Detroit. So let's take a listen. Fair use.
When you're hurt in an auto accident, don't let the insurance company.
God damn it, always a goddamn commercial. Jesus. Hold on, y'all. I don't know if they copyright you for commercials. I don't think they do, but here we go.
She stabbed me right in my heart, and it was like, she said the B word, it was like, you could die. And I was still in shock.
Sitting in a hospital bed with a 12-inch scar down the middle of her chest, Ashley Williams in here because she says her mom stabbed her.
Only thing I recall is her coming at me like with the knife. Like, I didn't even see my mom. I seen a demon, like a real demon. Like, she had veins in her head. Her eyeballs was popping out.
It happened on Ashley's 34th birthday earlier this month at her mom's home off Myers Road on Detroit's west side. They were celebrating at first. Then at the end of the night, Ashley says her mom just snapped, coming at her with a kitchen knife.
I love my mom, and the whole thing is, I really, like I've been saying, like, I don't want her to go to prison for a long time, but I want her to know that she can't keep getting away with stuff.
Hard to believe she can say that just 2 weeks after being stabbed in the heart. Ashley says her mom battles with alcoholism, but Ashley, the oldest sibling, still looks after her. Even the day this happened, Ashley picked her mom up after she'd wrecked another car.
I don't know when I'm going to be able to go back to work. Like, they don't know when I'm gonna be in the clear. They said I probably will never breathe the same again.
2 open heart surgeries and more complications means hospital bills are piling up. And Ashley, of course, cannot return to work as a housekeeper at a local hotel, sharing her story and a GoFundMe page for some help.
I would greatly appreciate it. Like, I really don't like asking people for help. Like, I've been independent. I like to do stuff on my own.
Detroit police tell Fox 2 they're seeking charges against Ashley's mom. It's now in the hands of the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
I would tell her that I love her and I really want her to get help. I forgive her. I hope that she forgive herself, and I hope that she finds it in herself to really do get help this time.
Like we said, it's expensive to be in the hospital like this, and it sounds like Ashley will need aftercare once she's released.
Now, this here, I don't know what y'all think of this, but
When you're hurt in an auto accident, don't let the insurance.
I'm always bringing y'all one of these old mamas. And this one was different because usually it's a child. But it doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter how old your old mama is. It's just when you have an old mama, you're never safe. If she doesn't try to kill you when you're a child, she'll try to kill you when you're an adult. And y'all wonder why. Y'all wonder why I talk about these old mamas the way I do. Because I have story after story after story after story. And it's a goddamn shame. The one person who's supposed to be responsible for you, love you, do things, to show that they love you and to be respected as your mother, this one person tries to kill you. And then you have all these other people talking about, oh, your mama black, she had you, and all this kind of foolishness. Well, tell this girl that. Tell her her mama's black. Tell her her mama had her. And even after all of this, even after 2 open heart surgeries she's had to have because of her mother, you know what she says? I forgive her. And I think she's sincere. But it says more about old mom than it says about her. How are you supposed to think about your mother when she tries to kill you, man? What are you supposed to think of her after that? Do you still say, that's my mama? I love my mama. The question is, after she done tried to kill your black ass, don't you gotta wonder if she loves you? But that is our old mama of the day. I tell you. But anyway, I see that my guest of honor has arrived. So without further delay, Brother JR is here. Peace, Brother JR. What's good with it, man?
How's it going?
What's going on, brother?
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, you good. You got a little bit of an echo, though. Got a little bit of an echo.
Okay.
Just a little. Might have to hit that echo cancellation on stream.
Where's that on the settings?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
I mean, we'll work around it if we have to, but if you can kill it, that would be nice.
What about now?
It's a little better. Don't worry about it. Well, fuck it. We'll work around it. No biggie. But you did hit me up and you said you wanted to come up here and explain how racism is our major problem. And before we get started, all right, let me say this before the brother gets started, because I need to make this clear, man. There will be no disrespect of this brother. All right. I know people have strong feelings about this racism stuff. I get it. But there will be no disrespect to this brother, man. You will not disrespect him while he's in my house. All right? Because number one, my moderators will put you up out of here. And then there's this T.P.O.T. respectable, making sure my chat room stays respectable. Oh yeah, he's watching you Negroes. He's going up and down. He'll be checking that chat room all night. So be careful what you write, because the old T.P.O.T. respectable will be watching. So mind your manners. Y'all know what it is here, right? All right. So, anyway, Brother JR, go ahead, lay out your case, man. And I'm assuming that anybody who wants to come and challenge you on this, you're willing to challenge them, correct?
That's correct.
All right, you got the floor, brother. Pull the trigger.
Okay. All right. Well, let me start off with this. I think one of the main things that's never talked about when it comes to this issue is there seems to be this idea out there that whites just winningly decided to wake up one day and to not be racist. I think there had to be a bunch of things that came together during the 1960s for us to get where we are. And there was a bunch of different groups. In other words, one of my core arguments when it comes to this is, in many ways, and I hate to say it this way, but it's just the truth. In many ways, whites, the ones that are racist, I would say in modern times, I would say maybe around about 30 to 40% of whites have serious racist type views and they act upon them. But what I'm saying is during that time period, the ones that were racist, whatever percentage that was, they were forced to get to where we are today. So we all know about the basics. We know about Malcolm X and MLK getting killed. Let me focus on some other stuff. So when it comes to the Vietnam War, we were over there for 20 years. Over there, and I know that's a strong feeling for a lot of people. I respect our veterans. They have worked very hard to protect our country. They follow the orders of the commander in chief. So they're not necessarily going over there to do what they want. They're following the orders of the president. So they went over there. We went over there as a country. And at the end of that war, we ended up killing millions of people. Now, the common thing that a lot of people talk about in history class, if we were to go back to our history class in junior high and all that, what they would say is that we're over there because of we're trying to fight communism. There's a bunch of scholars, and I agree with them, that it was more so about trying to fight against the consolidation of the Asian race. So, from the perspective of whites in the White House during different administrations, their goal was not so much the communism part, but it was more so the race part. So, from their logic, they're like, well, if we prevent them from consolidating, we can maintain our part of the totem pole, right? It was the top. So, at the end of the day, we need because approximately how long we were over there. At the end of the
You're
day,
breaking up a little bit, brother.
for
You're
20
breaking up,
years.
brother JR. You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, what about now?
Yeah, you're still a little broken. You're still a little breaking up a little bit. Are you using like a headset or something?
Okay, I am. I always thought the headsets made it better. I can take them
Okay, you
out. Let's see
sound
what
good
happens if I
now.
take them out. Okay. Well, this is what I'm saying. So it's kind of hard to convince yourself that you're superior when you are getting beat in a war for 20 years. So, more or less, the war ended in 1975. We all know the basics of the civil rights movement, which was in the middle of the 1960s, and obviously it started before then, a little bit of the 1950s as well. And it can be debated, the different parts of it. But what I'm saying is, not only was us losing the Vietnam War, not only was it Malcolm X, MLK, and these other people getting assassinated, because a lot of people we know that we started rioting. There was a bunch of leaders, a bunch of major leaders on the white side, one of them being Miss Jane Elliott. I'm sure you're familiar with the experiment, right? The blue eyed, brown eyed experiment.
Oh yeah, I had Jane Elliott on my show in 2016.
Oh yeah, I mean it's she's just I mean to me it'd be an honor to meet her. I mean she's just someone that put her life on the line to fight against this stuff. So there was a bunch of activists that went out of their way to get us to where we are. But the thing about it is a lot of people, especially in this space, they want to try to reduce this stuff to the micro aspect of it. So when it comes to gender, because obviously the manosphere is more so focused on the gender side of it, they want to talk about it from a macro standpoint. So they want to talk about, okay, tens of millions of black women do this or this or this, whether it's positive or negative. Obviously, it's more critiquing side. But when it comes to race, they want to put it on the micro side. Because what a common argument with a lot of gentlemen in the space is, well, you complain about such and such racism because, well, you're not rich enough. You're not rich enough. You don't own a plane. You don't own a boat. You don't make $150,000. And they always try to take it to the micro side. And the reason they try to do that to the micro side because they can't debate the points on the macro end of it. Because once you have to start trying to explain away why a black man or Hispanic man is getting shot 29 times in the back, it starts getting a little bit more complicated. So rather than try to argue that point, which there's nothing to argue about, I mean, a lot of it is just flat out racism, they deflect and they move down to the micro side of it. Well, you're not rich, that's why you complain about racism. But you see, when you're a liberal, I don't think about it from the micro side of it. I think about it from the collective, right? So we're all affected in one way or other. Me taking the thing about here's a good example when it comes to like the gun rights, a lot of people talk about, well, you're going to take my guns away. Well, here's the other way to look about it. If we're allowing anyone and everyone to have any kind of gun, what that really means is they're violating my rights. And they're violating my rights because they're putting my family at risk. And there was actually a mass shooting in a city near me, right? So they're putting my family at risk and they want to sit there and bring it down to the micro side, the macro. I'm sorry, the MICRO. They're trying to minimize it to something small, to the individual side, and that's not the case. It goes back to what I was saying. It's society wide. Everything we're all affected by gender. We're all affected by race, and there's no way to bring it down to the individual level. And that's kind of always been my thing when it comes to these conversations. I get it. I understand. Everyone has to take accountability for their life. Everyone has to try to be as successful as possible. But at the end of the day, when you have certain incidents going on, like with Mr. Floyd, it's kind of hard to just sit there and ignore that stuff and try to act like there's no racism going on.
Well, I'll say this. I don't think there's anybody who can honestly say that there is no racism. I mean, for people to say there's no racism, I mean, not only is that disingenuous, you're being somewhat dishonest if you say, "Oh, there's no racism in America." I mean, America is a racist place. There's plenty instances of racism all throughout the years, the history of this country. But I think what the problem is when a lot of black people have a tendency to jump to racism for everything. When they jump to racism because they don't have a good enough job, or they don't live in a particular area, or they're not in a particular socioeconomic class. Now, we as black people, we've probably endured a lot more racism than anyone else. I mean, that's kind of, a thing, right?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. You got a little static though. Got some static back there. Some feedback. Got some static. You good? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Brother JR, can you hear me? I think we might have lost him, y'all. Now just some clicking. Now we just got some clicking, y'all. All right. He got a phone call, y'all. Yeah, but like I was gonna say, to Brother JR, is that I think oftentimes, and I'm not saying every single time, I think that, we put racism in front of a lot of things. And with some people, they do allow, the threat of racism to hold them back. Um, I'm not going to apply for this job because the white boy gonna get it. I'm not going to bid on this contract because they're going to give it to the white person. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that because of white people, because of Asians, because of Latinos. I think that if you allow racism to be your primary obstacle, it will become your primary obstacle. All right. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I've said this before. I treat racism like the rain. I know one day it's going to rain. And when it rains, I will get my boots, I will get my umbrella, I will get my rain jacket, I will get my rain hat. But I'm not going to be walking around with an umbrella, rain jacket, rain hat when it's 90 degrees outside and sunny in the middle of July. So I kind of treat racism like that. I know it's coming. All right. I know it's coming, but I'm not going to be too concerned with it on days that it's not raining. And I think what happens with a lot of us is that we walk around with the racism umbrella, the racism hat, the racism jacket on days where it's not raining racism on us. That's kind of how I look at the whole racism thing. I kind of treat it like the rain, man. When it comes, I'll get my umbrella. I'll get my hat. I'll get my boots. But I'm not going to walk around with the umbrella on days that the sun is high in the sky and it's 90 degrees outside. That's kind of how I look at the whole racism thing. But go ahead, brother. You got it.
I apologize for that. Someone was giving me a call, and even though I have the calls muted, it still went through for some reason. But this is what I would say. Can you hear me well right now?
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I guess let's escalate this to the part that you're saying, because in terms of the severity of it, because yeah, you're right. I mean, there are some people, if they want to act like there's no racism, I mean, there's just nothing to talk about. They're just being disingenuous, and it's just you can't have that debate with someone. It's just it's a form of gaslighting. It's really what it is, because they're trying to isn't so.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up again. You're breaking up again. And now he's gone. Yeah, you breaking up, brother. Now he's gone. He must have got another phone call, y'all. He must have got another call. Oh, damn. And now we lost him. Yeah, he must have got another phone call, y'all. Are you back?
Can you hear me well right now?
Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, this time I went outside to the porch, so might be these microphones, or not the microphones. It might be these headphones that I'm using. It's causing the issue,
Mm.
because I lost some other ones, so I need to go buy some new ones. But And let me get back to what I was saying when it comes to this. This is what I have to say, and I don't know how many people are in the chat because I don't have a laptop in front of me. What I would say is, and I know what they're going to do. They're going to Google it, which kind of defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do. But if they were to sit there and they only can type one number, okay, follow me on this. I would like them to estimate the number of American soldiers that got killed during the Iraq War. Okay, so not Afghanistan, nowhere else, just the Iraq War. So once we get to that point of logic, I'm going to take it from there. And I know it sounds like I'm going off track, but I mean there's a point to it. So, those guys in the chat, however many there's in there, I know what those guys are about to type. They're going to type 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, some big number. But you know what the number is? And there's pretty much, and I know these numbers, when it comes to civilians and all the different numbers, they're really hard to measure. But when it comes to this particular number, there's a bunch of agreement amongst a bunch of different sources as to this number. The number is roundabouts of about 7,000 American soldiers. I remember when I was 17, 18, there would be this ticker on CNN that would be keeping track of the number of American soldiers that were getting killed. But you know what's really interesting about this? Never ever would the media talk about how many people in Iraq got killed. The answer, and that's where the numbers get more complicated, is roundabouts of 500,000 casualties in Iraq, 500,000. So the reason these conversations are important, because when it comes to racism, the reason that's racist is because there was a reckless disregard for life, to the point where we couldn't even feel a little bit of remorse for having killed 500,000 people over there. So when you have dozens of officials from the Bush administration that would get in front of Congress and they couldn't explain why we were over there, and most people would agree that we weren't over there for just reasons, then you have to start asking the following questions. Who are the people that were making these decisions? Why did they make these decisions? Why did they have just like, oh, well, we'll go over there and who cares? Who are we going to kill? Doesn't matter. That type of attitude in itself is racist. So when Obama became president, he changed his policy and he got a lot of flack for it, but he started using drones a lot more. So rather than put our soldiers at risk and rather than having all these different factors that would make it more unpredictable, if you were to put soldiers on the ground, okay, now you have 10,000 or 20,000 American soldiers. Now they're faced with the decision. Are you going to take out these civilians? What are you going to do with it? Whereas with Obama, he would get the drones and target it more so to the different things that would reduce their chances of beating the United States in war. So that's number one. That, in my opinion, that's a major form of racism. Number two, Obama, I met him in 2007 before he won a primary against Hillary Clinton the first time around. When I met him, before there was a primary, he was surrounded by Secret Service. Later on, I found out that of all the major presidential candidates, all the major ones in terms of black candidates in this case that have ever ran for president, and there's not been that many that had a legitimate chance to do well, he got really anyone. What I read is that out of any presidential candidate, out of the major ones, regardless of race, he got the earliest Secret Service protection. So when I met him, it was roundabouts of September, October 2007. And obviously we know that the primaries went from there. So when you have something of that factor, because you got to remember, I love politics. You got to remember when this was going on, he wasn't anywhere close to number one in the polls. Hillary Clinton was roundabouts of 60, 70%, no less than 55%. John Edwards, he was probably about 25, 30%. And then we know how the other ones go. There's other 5, 7, 10 candidates. A lot of people are indecisive on who they're going to vote for. But in terms of him, he was probably around 5, 10%. But there was enough people out there that were doing death threats that they had to give him Secret Service protection. Because here's the thing, when I shook his hand, when I met him at the rally that I went to, there was only about 500 people. So what I did is I started off at the back and I worked my way to the front to shake his hand. So there's what I'm trying to say is racism manifests itself in a lot of ways that gets way more complicated than what we generally understand. If you were to ask a bunch of people what race the Russians are, a lot of people would say that they're white. That's not true. They're mixed race. For the most part, they're mixed race. They're white and Asian. So there's always been a bunch of high level officials in our government in the United States. They would look around, talk to each other, and then they would be like, you know what? You know what? We should go over there and battle with them and continue this conflict or try to overthrow their government, however you want to put it. It goes back down to race. It goes back down to race because the logic is pretty sound. If you're the best country of the world, if you're over here and you're taking care of business, why would you go out of your way to create all these conflicts around the world? And when it comes to that type of logic, that's where I agree with Donald Trump. He did very well in keeping us out of trouble in all these different countries in the world. And for whatever reason, for political gain, doesn't really matter, because he understood that once you start going all around the world and all these different adventures, you get to the point where you can't really handle all these different conflicts as one country. So that's kind of the logic that I started coming from. So you see how all those arguments I made, they weren't from a micro level. They had nothing to do with me, because a lot of people want to move it back to, well, how has it affected you? It has affected me in a major way, but my arguments that I just made now, they have nothing to do with JR. They have to do with what's going on in society as a whole.
Well, that being said, brother, do you think there's ever going to be a time in the United States of America where there is no racism? Do you think that that's a reality?
Well, um, most scholars would agree that racism has been around for about 500 years. I think it will get to the point where it'll get a little bit better. But I would argue that gender, they're both pretty big problems. I mean, race is a really big problem. But I would say gender isn't too far behind. And especially us guys that's in the manosphere, we know that those two things are closely aligned. So what you're saying, I agree with that. I agree with that. At some point, you just kind of got to cut the line off. There's not much to talk about. You can't continue talking about it. It has to be seen as, okay, it's a fly that's hitting me, but okay, I'll swat them away, but I'm not going to sit here and be dwelling upon it every single day. And I don't dwell upon race every single day, but we do have to get to a point when it comes to that. And actually, now that you brought that up, it's interesting that you brought that up, because one of the major, well, she's retired. She's not on the Supreme Court anymore, but I remember what she wrote in a affirmative action case. She said, hopefully we get to the point where we don't have to do this any longer. She put a time limit. I mean, she didn't put a time limit because obviously she's off the Supreme Court and she can't do anything about it once she's off the court, and she is off the court. But she was just kind of writing in her opinion that it would be more so 25 to 30 years after her opinion, right? So the thing about, here's the problem I have with these conversations. The thing about it is a lot of people, when they talk about affirmative action, there's a bunch of misconceptions around it, because a lot of whites have been so, and it's exceptional. I mean, they've been so exceptional at doing it that they've kind of made it seem like it just has to do with race. And that's not true, because under LBJ, it started off with race. Yes, that's true. Obviously, we know affirmative action covers race, but it wasn't just race. It was religion and it was national origin. So that was more or less about 1965. Later on, 4 or 5 years later, gender was added to it under Nixon. That was roundabouts of 1969. So what's also important to remember during this time period is roundabouts about 80% of the population during that time period was white. So 20% was minorities, all minorities, not blacks, all minorities. Not only just females or males, both genders. So 20% of the population during the 1960s, roundabouts, were minorities. Black, Asian, Hispanic, all that, right? Male and female. So here's the point. Here's the point. I'm landing the plane. Here's the point. In terms of sheer numbers, not on the individual level, but in terms of sheer numbers, white women, not minorities, have benefited, quote unquote, benefited the most from affirmative action. So when you have a lot of whites, the ones that are racist, that start changing up the history of this policy, it starts becoming a problem because it starts floating throughout society that, well, that Hispanic or that black person, he only got there because of affirmative action. And it's a comical thing when the last three presidents on the Republican side, well, let's focus on George W. Bush and Trump. So Trump, what he did, let me tell you what he did. Let me kind of briefly talk about what he did. When he ran for president, what he did is he got a half dozen set of lawyers, and he had his lawyers send all these different letters to Fordham University and University of Pennsylvania so they couldn't leak his academic records. And obviously we know those, they're not leakable. They're not supposed to leak it. It's a felony. If they leak the records, it's a felony. But to ensure that they wouldn't do it, he hired the lawyers to threaten them. I mean, that's what they did. They threatened the different universities. Like, if you release these records, we're coming after you. So here's a guy that's using all this racist rhetoric against Obama, and yet he's the one that's trying to hide his academic records. When it comes to George W. Bush, the guy was a C student at Yale, and yet his dad, because that's what happened, his dad got him into Harvard Business School. John Kerry, because I'm equal opportunity, I'll call out Democrats as well. He was a C student at Yale, and he got into law school himself. And so you got, a pair of, really three people, but a pair of presidents that became president in Trump and Bush. You have whites that never talk about how a lot of white men are mediocre. The thing about it is, if Obama would have acted the way Trump did in office, they would be saying, well, that's how blacks act. That's how minorities act. They don't have any class. They don't have any manners. And he's over here saying all this stuff, all the stuff that Trump said. I don't want to ding your platform, but we know the type of stuff he would say.
Well, well, it's pretty obvious. I mean, of course, there's going to be, some racism in politics and shit like that. I mean, that's just, but that being said, do you think that the racism that exists in politics, do you think that's ever going to get to a point where, we don't notice it, or uh we don't feel it per se? I mean, because when people talk about racism, right? This is my thing when it comes to this whole racism thing, because I'm a true believer that racism isn't going anywhere. All right, racism's going nowhere. I don't think I'm going to wake up one day and it's going to be breaking news: racism has been defeated. I just don't see that. So, at what point? At what point in Black people's lives do we go ahead and say, well, racism is here to stay? Let's just go ahead and use it as a motivator to do what we need to do, because guess what? It's not going anywhere. Sort of like the rain, all right? Sort of like the wind, sort of like, the changing of seasons. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's something that's here, all right? So I guess my question is, what should Black people be doing? If you say that racism is our main concern, what should we be doing with said concern?
What I would say is, some of the problem is going to fix itself. And the reason it's going to fix itself is because how powerful the internet has become. So, right now in my hand, I have $1,000 smartphone, right? An Apple iPhone. So there's a bunch of gentlemen, a bunch of you guys here on YouTube that have built businesses on YouTube. So there's nothing that anyone can really do about it, because from the standpoint, and this is why our buddies over there in Miami can get away with a bunch of stuff, because there is a bunch of ridiculous stuff that has happened on their platform. The reason they can get away with it because Google doesn't really care, and they don't care because they're like, well, these guys are making us a bunch of money. They're taking their cut from super chats, AdSense, and all that stuff. So they're gonna let them do pretty much whatever they want, and the money talks, right? Because we all know there's a bunch of executives over there at the top that allow a bunch of stuff to happen, even though they don't agree with it because they're making money off it. They're like, well, nah, we're not gonna ding those guys. I mean, I don't like what they have to say. They're saying anti-feminist stuff, but we're making a bunch of money. I'm making my $5 million salary, so I'm gonna let it slide. So there's just, we're getting to the point where there's more so the gig economy. There's a lot of people that they're not wanting to work for corporations. There's a bunch of jobs that they can't fill. There's a bunch of corporations that can't fill jobs because a lot of people don't want to work for them. And actually, my thing is, I do e-commerce, so I have YouTube Premium, and I listen to you guys in the background while I do work. So, for the guys that don't have YouTube Premium, you guys get it, and y'all can listen to Prophet of Thought and all these guys. What makes it amazing is you can do two things at the same time. So you can be on YouTube playing the streams, and then you can be on another part of the phone, and it'll continue playing. So I'm listening to the quote unquote radio in the background. Now I'm on Amazon or I'm on Yahoo doing research, and both are doing at the same time. So there's a bunch of things where I just think it's blacks and other minorities, they can shield themselves from that type of stuff. There's been a bunch of programs that have helped get us closer, and that's my thing. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the point of why I kind of have these discussions, because I have them all the time with my friends. If you have the knowledge, if you have the power, you can shield yourself from the different problems of racism. It's complicated because it's a double-edged sword. What I just said, let me say this: it's a double-edged sword because yeah, sure, the internet's helping us get to a point where we have more control over our finances as minorities. But then the other problem is it's also causes more issues in terms of dating and relationships. And we all know that. I mean, there's a lot of women every single day and night, taking selfies, being on Instagram, being on TikTok, and it's never ending. And with the breakdown of families, okay, we might make more money as minorities, we might have more businesses, that's all good and fine. But if we don't have the stability in terms of the families and all that, it's like, okay, well, who are we making all this money for? We're making it for ourselves to travel, which is what I do, quite honestly. And it's just that goes back to the argument of what I was saying earlier. As much as we would try, as much as it'd be amazing for us just to be individuals and not have to worry about anyone, we're tied as a collective, and it's either a sinking ship or the boat rises. So a lot of people, when they try to make it to the micro level, it's like it'd be nice, but there's no way around it. So I think if I had to put a time limit on it, I would say, in terms of the race, I would say maybe 20, 30 years. But the gender thing, in my opinion, is not fixable. So it's okay. I mean, we can fix the race thing, or it'll fix itself, like I was saying. But then the gender thing is just going to become more problematic. It's already at a real crucial negative level. And at the end of the day, what can we do about it? So I agree. I agree with what conservatives say, up to a point. Up to a point. This isn't like, okay, we're not going to wake up every day and whine. I get it. I get it. We can't do that. But at the same time, I mean, if you can make a little bit of adjustments here and there, and you can spread the knowledge and have these conversations like I am having now, despite any blowback I might get here in a little bit if you open the panel, we accomplished something today. I didn't come up here to whine. I just came up here to have a conversation, and maybe we can have a conversation that's beneficial for everyone.
Well, all right. Y'all see the email. It's proper to thought at yahoo.com. That's proper to thought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. If you wish to come up here and counter what Brother JR is saying, you know what to do. Hit me on the email and I will send you the link. And because I'm pretty sure there's a few people in my audience who disagree with you, brother. Um, so come on up and lay down your disagreements, and we'll see what happens. If we want to do some clock discussion, we can do that too. I do have the big clock ready and waiting if you want to throw down and put a clock on it. So go ahead and hit me up. You see the email. Go ahead and drop me a line and come on up here and state your case. Well, let me ask you this. You don't have to tell me your age, but what generation are you?
I'm 35. Yeah, I don't have an
Okay.
issue with age. Yeah, I'm 35.
Okay, so you're a millennial. Um, uh, I think. Well, let me ask you because you're the same age as my sons. All right, my sons are like your age, and they don't see racism the same way I would say the Gen Xers do. They just don't see it the same way we do. And I think that's going to be a trend, with generations to come. They're just not going to look at race and racism the same way we do. Uh, because the younger people, and both of my sons, full disclosure, everybody knows this about me. Both of my sons are married to Latino women, both of them, right? And I saw when they were younger, when they were teenagers, I saw that they just weren't as concerned with race the way I was when I was their age. Because when I was a younger guy, I think I was a lot more concerned, with race than I am now that I'm older. But when they were younger, they just weren't as concerned. They had, a whole, collage of friends. They had Latino friends. They had, white friends. They had one or two Asian, buddies. So they they kind of had, the whole rainbow of people that they kind of, were around and hung out with. They dated different races of girls. It just, they dated black girls, but they also dated white girls and Latino girls. And, they had black friends, but they also had white friends. They also had Latino friends. So, it was a little different with their generation. So I ask you, do you do you think you kind of, I know you say, race is our major problem and things like that, but do you think you really see race the way the generations before you did, whether it be the Gen Xers or the boomers? Don't you think you young folks have a different kind of slant, a different world view on race and racism?
I think this is where it gets complicated because let's say people under the age of 30. I think that's a good, nice round number. I would say a lot of guys and women, but more so on the guy side. I think a lot of guys, they're just disconnected from society. They don't really have any real plans to participate. I mean, we can call them whatever we want to call them, MGTOW or any of these different phrases, acronyms, but a lot of people, they're just disconnected from society. They don't really care to partake in what's going on. So I think it could be misleading. And then I think it comes down to in terms of the knowledge base. Unless they start experiencing it. See, the thing is, my knowledge of race, I really started developing it because I went to what's considered one of the most conservative universities in the entire country. So I had that stuff in my face all the time. And here's the catch. When I went, I didn't even really realize that was true because I was just ignorant. I was 17. I was like, well, this seems like a good place to go. So I started coming across it a bunch on a daily basis. The different stuff that we understand to be racist, microaggressions, that type of stuff. So that's where I started delving into the knowledge. For example, the affirmative action stuff. A lot of people, what I just said, what I just broke down on in terms of the affirmative action, that's in order for someone to put that together, they have to really dig deep into a bunch of different stuff in order for that stuff to start making sense and to really tie it together. So, in other words, if I hadn't been at that university, if I didn't have the knowledge that I do on race, I mean, it would just, I wouldn't see it as much and I wouldn't be as concerned with it. But, I didn't really want to take it too much to the micro level. There's other stuff that's pretty serious stuff because then, anyone that jumps on the panel, they're going to try to make it a one-on-one micro conversation. Well, such and such, and that's not what I came to do. I came to talk about the macro and what's been going on as a whole in society. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree. A bunch of younger people, they're seeing race not as big of an issue because we're more diverse as a country. There's a bunch more mixing of races in terms of relationships, like you were saying. And my thing is the interesting part of what you just said. The most serious girlfriend I've ever had was a black woman of mixed race. So she was, well, she is. She's three quarters black and she's a quarter Japanese. So I mean, I get it, I understand it, and her and I, we'd have some discussions on race as well, and she saw it from the standpoint of it's not as big of an issue anymore. And her and I, we would discuss it, and we had a very good relationship. I had to let her go because I didn't fall in love with her, and that was just the right decision, you know. And you know what's interesting is I actually let her go right around the time period that the time frame that Kevin would talk about. See, a lot of people would mess that part up. Kevin didn't tell people to get married within 6 months. What he told men to do is you should know if she's quote unquote wife material within 6 months. In other words, what he was telling men to do, and he was spot on when it comes to this. Basically, what he was telling men to do: don't be wasting women's youth and her beauty and her prime, and just be stringing her along as a placeholder if you're not going to make her your wife. And he was completely spot on with that, and that's what I did a very long time ago. So yeah, I agree. I agree with what a lot of you're saying.
Well, do you find that because you said you dated a woman of mixed race, do it would seem almost natural that someone who is of mixed race, whatever those two races or whatever is, they would have a different worldview on race because they have one parent who's one race and another parent who's another. So you would think that those people would be the I don't want to say less race uh conscious, but I guess less race probably less race anal because they're dealing with two parents who are of a different race. So I mean, of course, people of mixed race, you would think that they would be a little less racist. At least you would think in a perfect world. I mean, that's not always the case, but you would think that I mean, if you got a black mom and a white dad, or a black dad and a white mom, whatever the case may be, that you would kind of be, you're the product of race mixing. So to be a person with a lot of prejudice and bigotry views kind of counters your very existence. If you know what I'm saying, that's kind of counter to your whole existence. If you
Right,
hate
right,
either side, you know?
right. Well, and what I would say is I think it gets really, really complicated because, you know, kind of to shift it a little bit to the gender side, in my opinion, it's kind of got to the point where, and no one really says it from my perspective, it's kind of got to the point where there's some reverse sexism because historically, what some whites have said from the far right, they're like, well, it's got to the point where there's reverse racism, where minorities are being racist towards us. They have all this power. They can discriminate us. I mean, it was just pure deflection. It doesn't have any basis in reality. They're being disingenuous. But in terms of the gender side, I would argue it's just clear as day that it's got to the point where women can act however they want towards men and there's no repercussions, right? And this is where I kind of start working my way towards the middle in terms of the political aisle. When you have all these different women that can delete fetuses and we have to pay for it as a society, they're violating my rights because they're getting to decide unilaterally if there's going to be another human being that gets put on this earth. Right. So the thing is, like I was saying, I think this is what I would say, and then I'll pass the mic back to you. I think over a long period of time, whites have gaslighted minorities like, well, the racism's just in your head, it doesn't really exist, it's just in your head. That's what they would do. I mean, a lot of them would do that as in a broad-based way. And now a lot of women do the same thing. What whites would do to minorities, racial minorities, now women of all races are doing it to men. They're doing it to males. Like, oh no, that's in your head. That's not true. I mean, the single motherhood rate. No, we're not acting ratchet on social media. That's in your head. And they try to make it seem like it's not really going on in our society. So it's just like, even if the race issue gets better, from my standpoint, I think it's pretty much a done deal over here in the West because of gender and because of dating relationships, the state of it.
Well, let me ask you this: as far as black folk are concerned, um, do you think that everything concerning black people is there's there's racism woven into every aspect of black folks' lives?
I think for someone, in terms of blacks, for them to really get away from anything that has to do with race, I mean, there has to be a bunch of luck involved. There has to be a bunch of different things that falls in line in order for them, for blacks, to get away from anything that could affect them racially. And I highly respect Obsidian. I think he's one of the most top tier intellectuals in the entire space. I have a lot of respect for him. Him and Kevin agreed upon one thing. Obsidian would say that, in his opinion, the biggest problem between black men and black women is that they don't get along. But then here's a problem. Here's a problem with that logic, because then the following question you have to ask is, well, why don't they get along? Well, the first thing conservatives would say, they'd be like, well, it's because of welfare and all these different government policies passed by Democrats during the 1960s. That sounds good if you just end it right there, because the thing about it is, now you got to ask the following question. Okay, well, why those policies? Why do we have to pass them? Why do we have to put them in society, put them in place to address racism? Well, there's answer. There's a final answer to the quiz. So first came the racism, then came the policies, the liberal policies to address it. Some of those policies failed. Some of them have been revised, like welfare during the 1990s under the Clinton administration. And then you get to the final end of the logical chain, which is, by their logic, or by his quote, that black women and black men don't get along. So, I mean, it's all tied in together. And I think one solution maybe would be, and a lot of black men are doing it. They're like, well, I'm just not going to partake in the society, and I'm going to go to Mexico, Brazil, wherever, and I'm not going to deal with this. But you know what's interesting? Let me say this real quick, and I'll pass the mic back to you. I'm sorry for being wordy,
Yeah.
but
No, 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 no. You got it. This is your challenge. You say whatever you want. You got challenges coming through too. Just to let you know, I'm sending out the link now.
Yeah, because here's the thing. According to scholars, this isn't my opinion. This repeating what they believe to be true, what they think, and what they, if we were to line them up, if we were to put a bunch of sociologists on this panel, they would generally agree that Brazil is the most racially, ethnically diverse country in the world. So let's say there was a black man that was really worried about racism. He would be like, okay, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get away from it. Okay, well, here's a good idea. I'll go to Brazil. Here's a problem with that. What these sociologists also say is that race is still a big problem over there. So if you sit there and you go over there to their society, you go to their country, in general, the people at the top tend to have a skin tone that is less dark than the other people, no matter what they try to do, right? So there's no way to really get around it all the way through. And it's just, all we can do is have the knowledge and try our best to swerve around it. When it comes to what I do personally, I'll get into my personal a little bit. Since I do e-commerce, I have clients that buy my inventory of all races. A lot of times, most of the time, 99% of the time, they don't know anything about me. They don't know my race. A lot of times, they don't even know my gender. The only thing they really know is what part of the country that I live in. So I shield myself from that racism in many ways. The only people that I really have to deal with in a real level that it could affect me is the people I buy the inventory from. But in the years I've been doing this, they can't. They don't care. They just don't care. Hey, here's the money. Here's the $200, $400. Here's the inventory, and bam, we exchange the money in the inventory, and they don't think twice about my racial makeup.
Well, let me ask you about that. Do you think that the amount of racism that a black person deals with has to do with their station in life, whether it be someone way on the lower end of the socioeconomic scale or the higher end? And does it juxtapose? Like, do you deal with less racism if you're poor? Do you deal with more if you're rich, and vice versa? Do you deal with more if you're rich, or less if you're poor?
I think it's different types of racism, because once you start getting upper middle class, and you're starting to work your way up the ladder, you have to really start navigating a bunch of different problems when it comes to that. One time I was at a corporation, and you guys know, everyone in the chat knows I'm not black. So, I mean, I'll just flat out say that. There might be some people that don't know that, whatever. But, one time I was at a company and I was submitting a bid for a project. So basically, I was an intern at this company, and the vice president said, "Hey, you know what? I trust you to do this. Take care of it. I got a real important meeting. I know you're not going to mess it up. Submit the bid here at 3 p.m." Right? The bid for that project, I mean, it was a pretty big deal, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but it was a big deal because here I am. I'm an intern, and I'm submitting a bid for a $500,000 project. But this is what happened. I was walking up to the fax machine because that's just how they did it at that corporation, and I was getting ready to fax it. But while I had the document in my hand, this guy snatches a document out of my hand, and the guy was a white male. So, the thing about it, from my perspective, looking back on that, because I've thought about it a bunch, he might have had an issue. He's like, well, why is this intern getting to submit this $500,000 project, and I'm over here running this project or whatever? Because the thing about being an intern, the idea is that if they like you as your work product, and as a person, because that's part of it as well, they're going to bring you back. So he's like, oh, well, I'm going to have to compete with this guy for projects, right? Because, this guy, whether it's him or some other guy, depending on the side of the project, the size of the project, it could be one person managing the project or a bunch of people. Now here, let me add this point, and then I'll pass the mic back to you. See, the thing is, that's where we start getting in the discussion of the concept of white privilege. A lot of people hear that phrase and they equate the word privilege and white privilege to the common definition of financial privilege. So the first thing, when a lot of whites hear that phrase, they're like, well, I'm not worth $300,000. I don't have a plane. So that doesn't apply to me. How am I privileged in any kind of way? And that's not what the phrase means. That's not what it means. It means a benefit that you get that other people normally don't get. So the benefit of the doubt. See, the thing is, when I'm over here submitting this bid and I'm faxing it, I have to think as a minority, was that due to race? Whereas if there was a white male submitting it and he was in the same situation, he doesn't have to wonder if it was due to race. Now, one day, could it become, because it gets to the point where minorities are really and truly racist towards whites on a real level? Yeah, that could happen. That could realistically happen. But right now, at this moment, that's not the case. And people that if they want to claim that whites are getting discriminated against on a wide scale, they're being disingenuous. I can't even respond to that because it's just not true. I don't know where they could debate that and back up that argument in a real way where it would make any kind of logical sense.
So you're saying that when it comes to the quote unquote minorities, because I'm a contractor. Everybody knows that I'm a contractor here in North Carolina, and I do a lot of bid submitting too. I probably submit a good 5 bids per season, and if I don't land the bid, if I don't land a contract, I should wonder whether or not it was racism that stopped me from getting it, as opposed to a white person submitting the bid. They don't have to wonder if it's racism if they don't get it. So that there lies the racism, is what you're saying.
I would say it's tilted about maybe 80-20, 90-10. Are there situations where a white person can think, yeah, I really and truly didn't get such and such job or project because I'm white? Yeah, that happens. That does happen, but not to the extent where some whites put it. Some whites would say it's like 50-50 or 70-30, and that's just not true. I would say 90-10. And let me address what you just said, because that's really, really important. So during the 1960s, during the 1970s, when the programs were getting rolled out, there were MBEs, and I know you're familiar with it, but for our audience, I'm sure they would like to hear this. So the MBEs and the WBEs. So the two acronyms, they stand for Minority Business Enterprises and Women Business Enterprises. So basically what the government decided to do, okay, we're going to quote unquote set aside a percentage of contracts or a certain amount for minorities and women. So the first thing a lot of people, let's focus on that part. The first thing a lot of whites would say, well, there you go. You were going to give handouts to minorities. Whoa, wait a minute. What percentage of the population are white women versus minorities. And then we start getting to the statistics I was saying earlier, right? So 80% of the population, men and women, were white during the 60s. So there was, during that time period, there was much more of the population, the percentage that were white. So it was the white women that were getting the benefits of these programs. And this type of information is important because a lot of whites would just say, well, as minorities, they're getting stuff that we deserve. But here's the logic. Here's where the logic starts really getting applied. If minorities are getting discriminated because of their skin color, what that really means is, on the flip side of that coin, is whites are getting stuff because of their skin color. So if you sit there and you start looking at the racial makeup of all these corporations, of Congress, anything that has to do with power, it's just so heavily tilted towards whites, even today, that any person can't realistically say that there's a bunch of reverse discrimination, reverse racism towards whites. And you know, the thing is, I hope it gets better. I hope really and truly it gets to the point where it's just basically non-existent. Based on what I've seen in my life, based on the knowledge I've obtained, I don't really see it getting too close to nothing. Maybe it can just be to the point where there'll be a little blip on the radar. But like I said, even if it gets better on the race side, our society still has a dating, relationship, gender side of it, and I don't see that. I think that's going to become a much bigger issue, and we're all over here in the manosphere. We know what it is. We know all the issues that's going on in the dating relationship marketplace, and it's interesting. And then I'll pass the mic. You know, it's interesting you were talking about in terms of the generations. I mean, like the younger generation, the statistic I've seen is roundabouts 30%, maybe even 40%, but let's go with the 30%. 30% of men, young men, not older men, but young men from age about 18 to 30, in the entire year, they're not going to have sex not one time. So, you know, there's a lot of these guys, they're just like, well, I'm not going to deal with this. How do I win the game? I do nothing. That's how a lot of guys are seeing it. So, and you know, the thing is, if they're doing nothing, what that really means is, because they don't have a family and they don't have these other things they have to deal with, well, if you're a black man or Hispanic man, you're not. A lot of guys, they're just like, well, I don't have to climb the corporate ladder. I'll just do enough to get by, the gig economy, whatever. And you don't even subject yourself to that type of environment to even get discriminated in the first place, whether they do it intentionally, unintentionally. So it's just like, you know, the race problem. I think a little bit, like I said, it'll start getting fixed just naturally by itself. Not so much that, I mean, I'll just say, like I said before, I think roundabouts 30-40% of whites are pretty racist even today. But I think it'll get to the point where it's like we got bigger problems to handle, and that's the gender dating relationship side. I think in terms of it being something that's understood and talked about in the broader society, and including politicians, in terms of dating relationships and gender, I think we're probably about 20 years from that. Because, you know, the U.S. Senate, they released a report probably roundabouts of 4 or 5 years ago, and they did a mass study, and they were like wondering, well, why are the marriage rates crashing and all these different things. And we all know what a lot of women on their side say. Well, men aren't economically viable and all these different things, and they never would take accountability for their side at all. So yeah, I think that's where we're going. I think that's the problem we have nowadays.
Well, we've been joined by Brother Trey, and I'm assuming you're coming up here to disagree with Brother JR.
Yeah, vehemently. Brother JR, man. It's been a minute, bro. I just see you in the comments lately.
That's what I do. We all do a little bit. Well, I write more than other people, so I guess that applies more to me. But I can't stay in the clouds as much as I would like to stay in the clouds like you guys. I mean, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's just I truly see it, JR, as a different worldview based on, where we grew up at, who we grew up around, and where we currently live at now. Because my worldview, and I'm a Gen Xer, my worldview is, as melanated brother. I mean, I'm half Jamaican, half American. Um, I don't see everything you said. I've never seen it in my life, never. And I can go point by point with you, but it's weird. I don't know. I know you're Hispanic. I mean, got a little familiar. I lived in Latin America. My wife's Dominican, so I'm kind of familiar with how the Latinos get down.
Well, like we were saying, there's some luck factor to it. So I understand that, and I understand everyone has their own reality, and it's not for me to question someone else's reality because I don't know where they've been. I don't know how they grew up. But I think as long as people want to have genuine discussions and they don't have disingenuous discussions when it comes to this stuff, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But you know what? Here's the interesting part. Me having said that, most women, I would say 90% of women on the other side over here opposing the manosphere, they don't want to have genuine arguments. They want to have disingenuous discussions, all the gaslighting, the personal attacks, all the sign language, and it's like it's exhausting to even really respond to it. So I might as well just it sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but that's just the reality behind it. So yeah, I respect your personal experiences. If you've never seen the stuff.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to the women, like I ignore them. I don't get up here and debate with women. I might joke around and flirt a little bit with women if they disagree, and I'll just respectfully, nah. There's been a couple I've let have the heat, but they earn that. But for the most part, I'd be like, nah, do you, sis? I prefer intellectual debate with the fellas because women operate through emotions, regardless. I don't care whether they're far right, or lefty or moderate. A woman at the end of the day is going to revert back to feminism. So yeah, they're not even on the radar when it comes to this. But as far as luck goes, bro, um, if you want to call it luck, having a father that passed down a legacy of working hard and building, I mean, it's luck I had the father I did. Call it that. But here's the thing: my father gave me and my brothers the keystone foundation. Hey, there's your boots over there. You can leave them there or you can pull yourself up by them straps. All me and my brothers, okay, our dad did it. All right, let's go do what he did. And he wasn't even a real dad. And they still went out and did it. So if you want to call us lucky for having a dad we did, yeah, sure, so be it.
This is what I would say. So here's the thing. From my perspective in my personal life, from my beliefs in terms of politics and that type of realm, I'm macro all the way through. I see society from a collective. I see, okay, racism affects society as a whole. Sexism affects society as a whole. Dating and relationships, it's across the board, society as a whole. So it affects everyone. So if my kids, let's say I have kids and I have a family, and they're going up through the ranks of K through 12, they're going to have to share the classrooms maybe with kids who do not have parents in the home. So as much as I would like to live in this little island by myself, it just doesn't work that way. And here's the big issue when I have to what you just said. So when it comes to the manosphere, you guys, because you are here, a lot of guys in the black manosphere, when it comes to women, y'all want to talk about the macro society wide, which is liberal type thinking. But when it comes to race, y'all want to reduce it to the micro. So which one is it? Because across the board, I'm macro all the way. I'm society wide. You guys, a lot of guys in the manosphere, y'all are like, okay, micro when it comes to race and macro when it comes to gender. I don't get it. If you just care about your own life and you care about what's going on, forget about what's going on with the women across the way, black women, Hispanic women, and just worry about yourself, delete your channel, and not deal with the manosphere. But I don't think like that. I think about the collective. That's from my perspective. I don't understand that. Maybe you can explain that to me.
Okay, my collective starts at a collective of American men. Therefore, to even further it out, Western men. If you believe in Western values which evolved from Europe, guess what? You can be in my collective. That's the men I'm focused on. I'm not no black manosphere. I follow some guys in the manosphere at large, but the black manosphere for the most part to me. There's only, a few people that I'll listen to. One's brother Xavier. Other than that, Bernard Riley. And besides that, no, not really. Ramil ain't on much anymore, so it really ain't no fun. The guys I rock with, we're not part of the atmosphere, man. And one of the reasons I come around here because Brother Xavier allows for open debate. So, we could go up here and have these conversations. But as far as all this women stuff is concerned, man, you come over to the gulag, we like this. If they ain't rocking with your program, fuck them. Like, they ain't for you, bro. Guess what? Grow up. Bro, man up. Nut up. Stop bitching and complaining. Make your move. If a woman ain't on your program, oh, well, homie, you want this pimp game? Pay me. I'll teach it to you. That's it. That's as far as it goes with these women. Now, as far as men, I'm telling dudes, hey, you come over here, I'll show you how to make money. I'll show you. You come to me with that racism stuff. First thing I'm gonna do, just freeze on lose video. You got to get jumped in the game. You got to get that racism nonsense beat out your head, regardless of what your complexion is. And then I'll show you the jewels. I'll freaking lead you down the right path. If you got racism on your brain, if you got women on your brain, nah, I can't help you.
So you know better than a lot of people, having said what you just said, is there's different elements to the manosphere. There's the shame, blame, and explain. And I know a lot of people don't like the phrase, but I mean, it's a good phrase. It's a good acronym. There's a difference between talking to women and about women. I'm not too much of a big fan of continually trying to beat the head of women and trying to change them and all that type of stuff that Kevin did for a long period of time and was successful with it versus talking about women. I'm more so on the talking about women because I know a lot about women. So I float the information out there and whoever wants to use it, use it. Because to me, it's just comical. A lot of people, they can't even really understand the 80-20 rule in any real way. The rule gets butchered so much that it just kind of gives me, I almost want to sit there and just drink all the different things that murk you, because I just sit there and I listen to that junk. I'm like, how do they mess this rule up so much? I don't get it. So, I understand. The thing is, like, when I was up here by myself, I broke down my arguments, how racism does affect society as a wide. I wasn't up here talking about it from woe is me, and because I don't really see it from that perspective. I'm a liberal. That's just how my brain works. I care about the collective. I think about the collective, and it isn't all about me. I don't look up at, when I wake up, I don't look in the mirror and say, yeah, it's all about me. You know what? F the world. Who cares? Who cares if this guy's over there, pulling out a gun and shooting all these kids in little elementary school? Because I know it affects me. So yeah, I do care. If you want to call that being whiny liberal, I mean, call it a whiny liberal, but I do care. So yeah.
How does that so that affects you with all these, what took place in Chicago the last, I don't know, 105 plus weekends? That doesn't affect you? What
Yeah,
took
it
place in
does.
Philadelphia doesn't affect you? That little pregnant lady in New York City, on the Upper East Side, 20 years old, walking her baby, got popped in the head by her, effeminate baby daddy. That don't affect you. But as the liberal, what you'll do is, and you already stated that you're not black. Well, I'm not black either, so we can start there. I just, I got darker skin. But we look at there. The points that you made earlier, all this, well, I know it affects this. I had a girl who was three-quarters black, this, that, and the other. We looked at the world. I'm this, that, and the other. I look at the world. All right, cool. So you're looking at the world from the outside in, looking at black folks.
Uh-huh.
The communitized SKC, shout outs up here, we'll call them. So you're projecting victimhood that you don't experience, that you don't live through, onto black people. That is what we call the white savior complex, bro. You would fit into that category that Malcolm X described. You know, watch out for them white liberals because they're going to come in and try to, oh, yeah, the world is out to get you. When you got brothers like me and SKC up here straight chilling, like, what the hell's this dude talking about?
Okay, so let me respond to that. See, here's the problem. If your argument, if it was actually based on having a bunch of knowledge and knowing what you're talking about, it would be a good argument. But since you don't, and I'm about to prove it in 2 minutes, that's where it starts falling apart. See, the problem is a lot of history teachers, I mean, they just aren't good at doing it. It's real simple to just sit there and meld it in and repeat the same thing year after year after year. Okay, we get taught this, we get taught that. Okay, yeah, the settlers, they beat up the Native Americans, took their land. But you know what you never got taught in elementary school and junior high? You never got taught about the Chicano movement. That started in the mid-'60s and worked its way to the 1970s. The sister arm of the NAACP is MALDEF. So they filed a bunch of lawsuits that worked their way up the courts and got us to where we are today. Now, basically what Chicanos are, they're militant Mexicans. I'm not militant. I don't refer myself as a Chicano. I refer to myself as a Latino. Hispanics, that's a similar term, and that's more so people that see themselves more so into assimilated white culture. I don't think that way. I don't live my life that way. So I don't refer to myself as Hispanic. So the problem with what you're saying is, by your logic, the only people that deserve any credit in terms of getting us to where we are today is black folks. And it's just not true. It's not historically true. It's not my fault that history teachers and people didn't look up the knowledge to get to where I am in terms of my knowledge. Look it up. That's just the truth. MALDEF is a big, heavy-hitting organization. They might even be more influential nowadays than the NAACP. They have a bunch of influence. So it is what it is. I don't know what to tell you if you just think that black folks are the only ones that help get us to where we are. It's just not true.
No, I'm not a pro black, bro. I
Well,
don't care
well, hold
about.
on before
Oh,
you
my bad. Go ahead.
hold on before you respond, brother Trey. Three things. Shout out to brother Cool Kamasi with the $5 super chat. He says, "How did he close a financial value deal as an intern and didn't get paid? How can he talk about white supremacy when that happened?" I appreciate that $5 super chat, brother Cool Kamasi. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, you Negroes, hit that goddamn like button. Y'all know I like the likes and the views to match. Hit the like button. It's only 1 second out of your damn life, you lazy black Negroes. And third, my boy has just joined us. You know him by this name. Okay, those three things I had to say. But like I said, we've been joined by my man, brother Supreme, brother SKC. What's good with it? Go ahead, respond to brother JR, brother Trey, and then I want to get my brother in here. You got it.
Sounds good. One thing you mentioned, Jr., is about the blacks. Like I said, bro, I don't identify with black folks in the U.S. I'm American, bro. I don't. To me, Americans built this country, bro, regardless of whatever hue they come from. And I'm quite familiar with the history of Chicanos, the real history of Chicanos. And it matters nothing on my life in 2022. Cool. Like if the Chicano, NAACP, Latinos, Hispanic, Latinx, whatever y'all want to call yourselves at the moment, cool. Like I said, my wife's Dominican. The good thing about her is she identifies as American, naturalized now, and other than that, she was born in DR. That's it. If any kind of racism or any of this affecting colorism, I'd probably be out the door, like the minute she said it, because it's no effect on your life. Now, I'll hit one point you made, and Kamasi brought it up about the internship, bro. Things, man. You had an internship at a company where you're doing $1 million deals. You're already in the door. Throw the racism card out right there. And as far as a man checking you with a copying machine, bro, if you let another man check you with a copying machine, you got bigger issues than racism. That dude check you, that dude checked me. That would have been the last time he checked anybody in that company. If you getting checked by another dude at a copying machine, you're mighty soft on the inside. No disrespect towards you, bro, but I'm just saying, ain't no man gonna check me.
All right, so let me respond to that. I mean, I find it amusing that after all this stuff that I talk about the macro side of it, the Iraq War, Vietnam, Chicano movement, y'all bring it down to the micro level. Like I said, okay, I get it. When it comes to the manosphere and gender and all the different problems on the dating side, y'all want to talk about the macro side of it. Y'all want to talk about the 20 million, 30 million black women, however many million there is. But when it comes to race, y'all want to reduce it down to the micro side. Since y'all want to talk about that story, let me finish the story because there's more to it. So basically, this is what happened. When I was interviewing at that company, what happened is I was interviewed 6 months prior to the beginning of the internship. During that time period, I was interviewed by a senior project manager. He said, "Hey, you know what? We want to bring you on here in the beginning of January, here in a couple months. You want to come along?" I'm like, "Okay, cool." This is what happened. Remember what I said? I said his title was senior project manager. What I didn't just tell you is that guy was Hispanic. At that company, there was 2 other senior project managers. Those guys were white guys. This is what happened. The vice president, who at that time, I didn't know anything about him. I didn't know his race. I'd never met him because quite honestly, that was above his pay grade. He wasn't going to be dealing with an intern at that particular point in time. Between the time that I signed on to start the internship and the time that I actually showed up, that vice president, the white guy, he didn't exist anymore. And the reason he didn't exist anymore is because he got killed in a motorcycle accident. So I show up, and now, obviously, the three highest guys, you got two white guys, senior project managers, and then you got the other one, the Hispanic guy. Someone has to get promoted to the vice president role. Well, I show up. I'm going to tell you who it was. I don't want to sit there and drag it out. It was a Hispanic guy. So now you got the Hispanic guy as a vice president. Now you got the two white guys as a senior PMs. One of those senior PMs, and remember, it's an internship. I'm not going to be there for years. Not during the internship. I was there for 5 months. During my internship, one of the senior PMs, the white guy, oh, it's pretty convenient that the guy decides to quit. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, I get it. You're salty because the VP spot was given to the Hispanic guy and it wasn't given to you. Beyond that, the other senior PM, another white dude, he's over here being passive aggressive towards me as well. Now, the thing about it is I'm 21 years old. I'm 22. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to stab him? Am I supposed to say, hey, man, what's your problem? What's your deal? And it's just like at some point, it's like you're not to be taken seriously with that argument, because a lot of women, they're all passive aggressive. They get crunk with all these dudes. Like, what am I supposed to do? Every time a female does that, I'm supposed to lay them out. So you're not wanting to have a genuine argument, a genuine conversation. I don't even know how to respond to it because what you're saying is disingenuous.
That was a cool story, JR. But the point is, you got checked by another dude, man. Not a female, not a L Gibbets. You got checked by another dude. It is what it is, man. I mean, shit happens, bro. We live and we learn. If it wasn't the right environment for you, you go into another spot. You know, it is what it is, man. Not everybody's gonna like you out here. It ain't got to do whether you're brown, yellow, pink, Martian, or whatever, bro. People just ain't gonna like you for some particular reason. Now, if you a man and you stand on your square, you know what? You do your business every day and you leave home with a smile on your face, you know, with that invisible paycheck as an intern and take those life lessons. Now, then you come back and say you build your own company. Okay, the values you want to institute in your own company, you take the lessons you learned from that internship and put them to work, bro. And versus sitting up here talking about, you know, spilled milk. Oh, some guy hurt my feelings. Oh, well, man, niggas get their feelings hurt every day, B. So what?
Well, no, I mean, I'm more concerned with the feelings of all the people whose love lives and all those people that got killed in Vietnam and Iraq. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about the millions of people. I'm worried about the millions of people over there in Vietnam that got their life ruined.
Vietnam ended in 75, April of 75, bro. I was 2 months old when it ended.
Yeah, and they got sons and daughters and have granddaughters.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, because I want to get Brother Supreme in here. Brother Supreme, what's good with it, man? What you got on it, brother?
Hey, what's going on? No, I'm just listening. You know, I was listening to what JR was stating, and just trying to understand where he's coming from. I think he does make a good point in stating the micro, so far as the gender thing on the micro level, and then the racial thing on the micro level, or vice versa. And you know, I think that's a pretty good argument. Nevertheless, there are people who do look at the racial thing from a macro level as well. And I'm just wondering if he has ever came across any of those, or is he aware of any of those arguments?
Are you talking about in modern society or in the past?
Both, and right here in the sphere.
In terms of race, I mean, honestly, from what I've seen, I don't think the space really wants to talk about it. They don't really want to address it too much. Politics is closely tied to race, and there's a big opening for someone in the space to really blow up and make a lot of money leading the forefront from the political side. There's a bunch of intellectuals in the space, and they just don't choose to do it for whatever reason. They have the brand, they have the name, they have the history, they have the understanding of politics, they have the understanding of how it relates to gender, and they choose not to do it. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. They just don't want to do it.
Okay, when you say that there aren't any people in the space that would go that route, like, I'm kind of wondering, like, were you aware of some of the people who started from this space and then went that route and are pretty large right now? And I'll give you
Angry Man. Angry Man.
No, ABL.
I mean, he's not influential now because he's not here. If you were to ask a bunch of guys, they wouldn't know who he is. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. No disrespect to the guy. He might be in the audience, but I mean, a lot of people haven't heard of the dude.
and there's a reason for that, because um, take for instance what happened. Take for instance what happened in Texas. I know you're probably aware of the, I guess, the event that took place with I believe her name is Myra Flores.
Shout
Yeah.
out, shout out.
All right, so a huge turn of events. Latin community went in a different direction in, in a large way. And I was just showing this the other day that even with all of the things that are happening in society right now, if you were to look at the politics from just a racial aspect, what race do you think supports Biden the most?
Black women do. Blacks.
Right,
Black women more so than black men. It's more heavily tilted.
right. So the thought pattern is that even with everything that's going on right now, I mean, from, you can think of Hunter, the Afghanistan debacle, um, immigration, inflation, gas prices. I mean, the list just goes on and on. Not to mention all of the gaffes that people laugh at and different things, and non-answers to various questions. Why would the group still be backing such an individual?
He hasn't been doing a good job, but I'll tell you, in response to what you just said on the economic side, most economics, they think, economists, they think that most presidents don't have much of a say so over the economy and inflation. So they say it's a
I'm not
lagging
talking
thing.
about. With all due respect, JR, I'm not talking about the economist. I'm talking about, if you look at the rest of the nation, most people, for whether they're right or wrong, they assign some culpability to the president, with the
He hasn't been
exception
doing good on that. Yeah, he hasn't been
with
doing good on the economy side, but he did good with COVID. So
with with
Trump,
with the exception of African Americans. And my question to you is why?
rephrase that last part. So rephrase it. You're saying that African Americans are doing
If
better
you
under
if you
Biden, or what are you
if you
saying?
if you if you look at his approval ratings,
Hmm.
the group of people that hold him in highest regard are blacks. And my question to you is why?
They've been dominating for a real long period of time. Democrats have been dominating the black vote, and
Okay,
I
so
think.
so
Go
my
ahead.
question to you then, just to follow that up just a little bit, and we're just slowing it down. I'm not trying to put you in like some type of box or something. We're just having a conversation. What what reason or reasons would Black America have to continue to support Biden at this point?
I would say blacks didn't really vote for Biden. Let me say that. Let me explain that logic. They didn't really
It
vote for Biden. No, follow me on this. They didn't really vote for Biden. They voted against Trump. Those two things aren't the same thing.
So you
When
saying
I
black people are stupid?
no, no, they
hold
didn't.
on, hold
The
on.
Trump was such a bad option. They such a racist. They didn't want to vote for him.
Oh,
No,
racist.
no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no.
Okay,
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they
Oh.
voted against
so
Trump. I voted against Trump. The logic is real simple.
Hey,
I didn't
save
sit
that
there.
point. Save that point.
I didn't vote
so
for a
it,
guy that's 80 years old. I voted against Trump. I
right,
voted against a clown that's racist, which is Trump.
right,
That's what I
Jr.
did.
And I'll try to accept that, but you still haven't answered my question. I'm saying, as of right now, because we're not talking about what they did in the past during the 2020 election and all that. I'm saying right now, why would they still poll in support of the guy?
The
What
polls don't mean
reasons
anything.
do they have for that?
The polls don't mean anything. What matters is who they're going to actually vote for here in November. You assume that they're going to sit there and in the U.S. House races and the Senate and all those midterms that blacks are going to go out of their way to vote for Democrats. You assume that. That's not
No,
always true.
I'm not. I'm not saying.
SKC, can I ask a question real quick, SKC?
Hold
Well,
on, hold
well,
on,
just
hold on, hold
Oh,
on, brother Trey. Hold on. Let me go ahead and recognize these super chats before we get too far into the water. And we've been joined by my brother BMT. Shout out to brother Cool Kamasi with the $5 super chat. He says project managers are not CEOs. Respectfully, You moving the goalposts again. Say it. White supremacy is in your head, my guy. I appreciate that. $5 super chat, brother Cool Kamasi. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out to Brother Laughing Dog. He said nobody ever hates green, and green don't hate nobody either. So here you go, Mr. X. I appreciate that, Brother Laughing Dog. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. All right, brothers, continue. And like I said, we've been joined by my brother DMT.
What's going
All
on,
right.
DMT?
What's up, DMT?
There's
So,
something really quickly. There was something really quickly that you said, Jr. And again, I'm not trying to pick, man, but it just doesn't make sense to me. You were bringing up earlier the thoughts about what economists state, and you accepted that, based upon the things that they have researched and whatnot. But then you backdoored that and said that polls don't matter, and yet we know that both parties, even all parties, spend millions upon millions of dollars on polls because they do matter.
Okay, they're both educated guesses. I agree with that. But the thing is, the polls aren't final results. The final
No,
results is who they vote
but
for
they're
here in
close.
November.
But they do give snapshots into the reality of the ground. That they wouldn't pay for them if they didn't.
I'm moderately liberal. I'm not liking how Biden is handling the country right now.
Okay, but not that. Now you're going into the micro. We're
Yeah.
staying on the macro.
oh, okay.
Okay, we'll stay on the
Can I?
macro.
Can I?
These aren't
Okay,
these
stay on
aren't
the
our
macro.
individual. Just
Hold on.
One
Let
moment, Trey.
him and Brother Supreme go. Hold on, Brother Trey. Let him and Brother Supreme go. Go ahead, Brother Supreme.
Because we're not talking about the micro or ourselves. I haven't mentioned anything about myself. I'm not worried about whatever's going on with you and your personal stuff. We're talking about the macro, right?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, so when we look at the macro, polls state what the macro is moving towards. So I go back to the question and ask you, why does the macro of African Americans still support Biden? What are the reasons?
I think throughout a long period of time, which is, you got to remember, here's the thing. You got to remember, the guy had no chance. It was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. When he was going into South Carolina, he had no chance. It seemed like no chance to become president. He was getting, there was people running laps around him, a bunch of people in Iowa
Black
and
people,
New Hampshire.
Jr. Black people, Jr. The
Yeah, black
question was
people.
black
Yeah,
people.
no, yeah, black people put him over the top. So that's what I'm saying. Let me get there. Black people put him over the top in South Carolina, and that's the thing. Should they support Biden? I mean, the thing is, I think the midterms is going to be some historic losses for Dems. It's going to be really, really ugly, and quite honestly, they deserve it. They really do deserve it, in my opinion. So, I mean, should the question, the real question is, should they continue? See, here's the thing: you're trying to pin it down on a real short period of time. This poll of this time period of these 2 years, and it just doesn't work that way. You got to look at it from the long-term perspective. Should the real question you should be asking, should blacks support Democrats for the future? That's
Okay,
the real question.
let me get that, SKC. Can I get that?
But that's not my question at all. My question is you
I'll
were
answer your
talking
question,
to
SKC.
you were talking to Trey earlier, and then Trey replied to you and said, "Hey man, I think it's kind of odd that you state these things about the quote unquote black community, which you are not a part of, as if you know." And I was listening, and I'm trying to see if you know some of these things. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe he does have some intimate knowledge on these things. Maybe he has polled a lot of people or talked to a lot of people. So, but it seems like you still can't give me an answer as to why this group of people still hold the highest regard for President Biden in 2022, of July. Why? I'm just what are some of the reasons?
I mean, I already know. Let me ask you a question real quick, because I already know where you're going with it. Oh, the government programs, welfare, all these different handouts. That's why
No,
they keep supporting
that's not. Those are none of my answers.
Yeah,
SKC,
those are none of my answers.
let me answer it for you.
What are yours, JR?
Here's the problem with your question. You don't even have an answer for your own question.
I do have an answer for it.
How many miles is Ukraine away? I don't know. I don't have the answer to my own question. I mean, it's easy. Okay. Here's the problem with you're doing. It's easy to ask a bunch of questions without actually having any answers to it. I mean, anyone can sit here and ask a bunch of questions. You don't have the answer for your own question.
But I do have an answer to it. My answer to it is because you're talking about a group of people who are politically unsavvy.
Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree.
Okay. JR, let me. This is what I wanted to ask you before, and then I'm gonna dip out of here. And a little bit after that, JR, you stated that Trump is obviously racist, but JR, you're 35 years old and you're a little disingenuous, bro. I'm 47, bro. My entire life, I've watched Donald Trump do things for mainly just black folks. I saw Donald Trump start up the Rainbow Coalition, hand in hand with Jim Jackson, get Mike Tyson out of jail, help a bunch of black chicks out that went through hardship in New York City. I've watched all these things all my life, bro. I watched Donald Trump go on The View before he was running, and them women, including and Whoopi, went crazy, bro. And then the minute he aligned himself with Republicans, black folks went nuts. Because I hate to say it, but black folks as a collective have a low emotional IQ when it comes to politics. It is what it is. Trump stated, hey, this is what's going to happen. They will cheat in the elections, which they did. It was a big old, 81 million, my ass. This will happen to the economy. You'll be paying $7 in gas. California, $7. This is what will happen to your fuel. This is what will happen to your food. All of that happened. Everybody in this entire country sees it. However, when you go to liberal panels that consist of mainly black folks who, it's an 80% clip, bro, they're still like, oh, hold up. Biden's going to save us. He's not doing that bad of a job. Let's see what happens with the midterms with Biden. JR, that you can't explain that, bro. If you can, please help me out.
All right, that's a two-part question. Let me focus on the first one, Trump, and then I'll move back to that one. So the thing is, and you can look it up. I mean, I'm not over here making stuff up.
No, I'm grown, bro.
Hey, all right, well, Trump said if I'm going to ever run for office, he's going to run as a Republican, because he basically said that Republicans are closer to useful idiots. That's basically what he said. Now, he didn't use those words, but he just straight up said that if I'm ever going to run for office, I'm going to run as a Republican because it's easier and they're more ignorant. That's
not what I said, JR. I said black people have a low emotional political IQ. That's what I said. Nothing about Republicans. That part.
Okay,
black people, Republicans. They're scared. As soon as you say Republicans, oh my God, white supremacy. That's what I said, JR.
I'm going to focus on that part. This is part two. That other one was part one, and that's the truth. I mean, anyone in the chat can Google that, and they could get the pure quote, word for word. The second part, let me respond to that part. See, here's the thing. What you just said is probably, if someone were to listen to this playback right now, we're at 1 hour and 48 minutes. What you just said is probably one of the most ridiculous things in the entire.
No grandstanding, JR. No grandstanding. Just answer the question, bro. No liberal grandstanding. Just give your answer, bro.
You said that black folks are ignorant when it comes to politics.
I said they have low political IQ, bro. They're emotionally low in the IQ sense when it comes to politics.
I would say.
Trey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Asking the question.
I did.
What racial law is stopping you today?
No, not even that one. I'm just my question is about low emotional IQ of black folks.
If this is so much about race, we need to ask the question.
No. We're not even there, BMT.
We're all black. You can say.
Hold on. Can we get there first? Hold on. Can we stay right there? I'm not letting you off this one.
It's gonna take forever, man. It's gonna take forever. Let's just get to the point.
Hold on, brother BMT. We've been joined by brother BMT and brother TBA. Let him in, because I know Trey gotta go. So let him and Trey go at it, and then y'all can, can have at it, and then we'll go to brother TBA.
I'll answer direct question. JR. In your opinion, do black people, the group that calls themselves a collective, FBA, ADOS, do they have low emotional or low intelligence IQ quotient when it comes to politics in the United States?
No, I don't agree with that. Completely disagree, because
Why not?
black folks, they paid a very steep price to get the right to vote. So to me, that's really offensive, quite honestly. I mean, I just can't believe I'm hearing that, after the Civil War and fighting off the
No, it's
KKK.
2020.
So
It's
yeah,
2022,
so
bro. There's no KKK. Stay
yeah,
right
I
here
mean,
in 2022, bro.
yeah,
No, those emotional liberal tricks don't work. When you try to go, oh, emotionally, oh, I feel like I'm so disrespected about. No, bro. Stay right here. The
it's offensive. I
economy,
mean, I don't know what
yeah,
to tell you.
no,
It's
bro. The
offensive to me,
economy
bro.
is trash, and there's one group still supporting Brandon at a clip of like 70%, bro, and that's the community. Now you can't run from that. You can't run to slavery. You can't run to KKK. You can't run to the moon landing. It's 2022, bro.
It's not
We're
factual. Their
it's
opinions.
not.
No, it isn't. The polls are not factual. Until we get to the November election, they mean nothing. Come on, man. You
Okay.
know that one of these polls, it's one of the most infamous things in politics. They polled a different presidential candidates. They called in to these different lines, house phones, and they thought a certain presidential candidate was going to win, and he lost. The other guy
So
lost.
okay. So right now today, who you voting for, bro?
You just
You
had
voting?
two situations. You just
Hold
had
on, real
two
quick,
different
TVA.
situations.
Hold
No,
on,
no,
real
no,
quick,
no,
TVA.
no, no.
Let
You've
me
been
ask the
talking.
question.
You've
No,
been
no, hold
talking.
on.
No, 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 no,
Hold on,
no, no. You've
TVA.
been
I'm about to
talking.
take off,
You
Hold
bro.
just had
on,
two
hold on,
different
TVA.
hold,
polls.
hold
You just had.
on. We ain't doing this tonight. We doing 1-on-1, not 2-on-1, 3-on-1, 5-on-1. Let Trey and this man
I
go
see
at
what
it,
it is.
and
Okay,
then,
go ahead. Go
and
ahead.
then, brother BMT, and then you, brother TVA. That's how we doing it. Let him and brother Trey finish. Everybody will get their chance. Go ahead, brother
All
Trey.
right, last question. And this is it, man. And last subject today. Right now, the economy and the way things are looking and all that. Trump or Brandon? Who you voting for today?
Trump or who? Or
Yeah,
Biden?
yeah.
Neither one. I would sit out the election if it was Trump versus
Oh,
Biden.
okay.
They're both
Okay.
go
So
back person.
you've seen that that Biden has screwed up this country, and I just gave you a little history lesson that you can Google as far as 45 President Trump being down for black folks his whole life. So and now I will state this, bro. I believe you have low emotional IQ when it comes to politics. That's just based on everything you've said today. Instead of talking about the present, instead of worrying about the economy, instead of worrying about all these STEMI checks and all these handouts going about the same women that you came up here complaining about, you're saying I'd sit this one out versus 4 years of prosperity we had in this country, 4 years of everybody's pockets looking nice, 4 years of low prices on everything, 4 years of America first.
That came from
Now,
Obama. You know that. That
no,
came
bro,
from
no,
Obama. Yeah,
bro,
it
that
came
was
from. That's who it
4 years.
came from.
No, bro, no,
That's
none
who
of
it
that
came from. Yeah,
excuses. No,
yeah,
bro, none of that emotional stuff, bro. Fuck him.
yeah.
I don't care if he's half Kenyan, half freaking Becky. No, he ain't American. Those policies came from America First Trump. On day one, Brandon wrote executive orders getting rid of almost everything Trump put in place, bro. And I'll say it straight up. You can't be that stupid. What it is you're putting on this lefty, liberal, emotional act, bro. It don't work over here, man.
You didn't ask the right
Go back
question. You
go
didn't
back
ask
to the
the right question.
Latinx folks, bro. Go back to the Latinx folks.
You didn't ask the right question. If it was
Go back to
Trump
the
versus
Latinx
Harris,
folks.
if it was Trump versus Harris, I would strongly consider voting for Trump because I don't have any respect for Harris. So I
Go
mean, it
back to
is
the
what it is.
Latinx folks, bro.
Hey
You're
man,
Latinx today, man.
I don't wake up every day. I don't wake up every day looking for every little discretion, every little bad thing happening to every race and every LGBT and all the different stuff. I mean, that's just, I'm not that far left. I'm
All
moderately
right.
liberal.
Until you prove me wrong, you're Latinx, bro. Next time I
Yeah.
see you, maybe I'll get some Latino or Hispanic, but you're Latinx today. Y'all take it easy.
Peace, brother Trey. Brother BMT,
Yeah.
you got it.
So let's just ask for a question. What law racially is inhibiting you? Let's ask that question first.
What particular law is racist? Is that what you're saying?
No, what law is inhibiting you?
Me particular, I would say, I mean, I don't really want to get into the micro game because the thing is, I mean, it doesn't seem like you guys can hold y'all's own on the macro, so it's easy to bring it down to the micro. So it goes best. See, that's the thing. That's why I said that in the very beginning of the debate, because I already knew what y'all were going to do, because y'all can't debate the macro. So when it comes to race, y'all want to focus on the 1 and 1 and 1. It's like a sign language type stuff. But when it comes to gender and it comes to manosphere and it comes to black women and black men versus each other, you want to talk about the macro. So, I mean, it's just like, I mean, in terms of answering your particular question, in terms of asking your particular question, immigration policy. I mean, the thing about it is, once that comes up again, that could realistically affect my family. A lot of people operate from racism when it comes to immigration. I'm not even Central American. I'm Mexican, but everyone gets grouped together. So when immigration starts becoming a hot topic, and it always seems to pop up every couple of years, after the economy gets better, it'll pop up in 3-4 years. I could realistically be the person that gets targeted for fucking racist attacked. So there you go. There's the answer to your question.
Okay, so where does it say in immigration policy we are specifically going after Mexicans?
It isn't about specifically going after Mexicans, because actually during the 1980s,
No. Where does it say that?
Well, and that gets back.
Answer that specific question.
There's not. See, that's the thing. The different policies that address racism, that's where they talk about, okay, this is who it's targeted for. I'm trying to answer your question, man. If you let me answer the question. There's none of these things.
No, but you're not answering the question.
Because your question is ridiculous. No one's waking up, okay, I'm going to target that particular.
It's not ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
No,
I mean, like I said.
Okay, so hold on, wait.
I said immigration policy can impact Hispanics, and I told you how it did.
How does it impact Hispanics? And you yourself are in America. You just literally went out for an intern job. You literally just said you've been here for how many years now?
I was born in the United States. My parents, to give y'all.
Wait. You were born here. So how can they send you back?
They can't. Yeah, they can't. But my parents, it's just like more information for you guys to weaponize it, because you can't hold your own.
I'm not
macro
weaponizing
side of it. I'm trying to answer the question. I was born in the United States. I was born in the United States, but my parents were born in Mexico. So I'm first generation American.
Okay, so again, I asked the first thing, what law is racially hindering you? You haven't told me a law that was racially hindering you. Then when I asked you what law, where in the immigration policy is it targeting you specifically?
Okay, it's answered.
But you haven't answered any of them.
Okay, well, here's the answer to your question. Voting rights. I'm in Texas. So here's the thing. I clearly remember, whether it was 10 years ago, 8 years ago, during the Obama administration, doesn't really matter what year it was. I remember that I could more easily go find a place to vote in my city. This is what happened, whether it was under the Trump administration. Quite honestly, I don't remember when it was. I had to drive all around town, and it was really difficult. It took me a real long period of time to go find a place to vote. I'm like, I don't really get this. I voted at this elementary school. I've been voting here for 10, 12 years, and then now I'm having a difficult time. That's how a lot of Republicans do it. They make it difficult for minorities to vote. They make it difficult. And they do that for blacks, specifically for blacks, but they do that to Hispanics as well, because I'm in Texas. There's a big Hispanic population over here. So there's an answer to your question. Do I know if that was racially? How do they do that?
Let him finish. Just let him talk.
No, we're just listening because you have two other people here that are in Texas as well. JR.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was born and raised in Texas.
Yeah, we've been joined by Brother Clue and my brother Nick Taylor. So I guess.
I forgot, Clue. You're in Texas too. So 3.
We're going Brother TBA, then we going to Brother Clue, then we're going to my brother Nick Taylor. Go ahead.
For sure.
Okay, well, let me finish answering that part. Yeah, it's been all over the news. It's been all over Politico.com. That's not a liberal website. They're middle of the road as much as they can. I mean, you can only take it so far, but as much as they can, as much as they try to stay middle of the road, and they're a successful website. That's common knowledge that in Texas, they've been trying to restrict the voting rights. They're not restricting the voting rights of rich whites. I mean, come on, that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to do it for poor people, and more specifically, minorities, because minorities are disproportionately poor. There's just nothing to talk about. Why are you removing voting booths? It's just, does it really cost that much money to set up a bunch of voting booths? How much could it cost for one day?
Are you aware that there are lots of there's a large chunk of the Hispanic population in America that actually claims white as their ethnicity?
TVA. Let me just ask him the question, and then
no. Hey, no. He was finishing up answering your question.
Hold on.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Hold on, because we're doing this, 1-on-1. So just hold on. You up next, Brother TVA.
Okay, my
Okay,
bad.
so you're saying that somehow they the polls are racist, and also they maneuvered it on your economy, so you couldn't find the polls to vote. You couldn't find the polls to vote, which is interesting because you can do mail in. I didn't know unless the mail postal service is racist now, which that's new. X, make sure you write that down. The postal service has gone racist. So I want to understand, how did racism stop you, a first generation? Why? How did it stop you? How did it stop you? How did any racism, since you're saying it's affecting black folks so badly, how did it stop you? You yet told me anything.
Well, hey Xavier, do I get some time to rock, or are these guys gonna cut me off when I'm trying to answer their micro questions?
Nobody's going. No, you good. You good. You good. It's
No,
just
no,
you.
no, no. It's you and BMT. I told you it's not gonna be it's 1-on-1. You said you want to challenge people. I'm not gonna let a bunch of motherfuckers jump on you. No, that ain't happening here. All right. It's you and him, then it's you and whoever else want to go, whoever next, and whoever next. That's how we doing it. So it's you and him right now.
Would you
So
like
go
me to
right
ask a
ahead.
different question?
No, let me
If
answer
you
the
want me to ask a
questions.
different question,
See, here's the problem. Here's
go
the
ahead.
problem with what you're saying. This is where one of the most elite, if not the most elite concept when it comes to race really comes into play. You just answered the questions for me. Every single question you guys asked me for the past 30 minutes, you answered your own question. You know what all that is called? That's called white privilege. It's the idea that you don't have to wonder as a white person if it's racial. As a minority, you have to wonder if something is racial. When I get pulled over by a cop, when a black man gets pulled over by a cop, he has to sit there and think to himself, am I getting pulled over because I'm black? Whereas if it's a white man getting pulled over, he doesn't have to think about that. And that type of stress accumulates over a long period of time. A lot of people have done a bunch of studies, not me, I'm not the one that's making this stuff up, that the lifespan of blacks goes down, has gone down because of the stress of racism. Is that something that you can quantify? Of course not. Of course not.
Hush,
But
hush.
see, and that's the thing about Mr. George Floyd. His whole family, Mr. Floyd's family, for the next 20, 30, 40 years, they're going to have to wonder, was he killed because of his race? Or, and I'll make the counter argument to you guys, did that guy not have the psychological makeup to be a cop? Because you know what? Some cops, they just simply don't have the psychological makeup to be handling a gun and to make a split-second decision. They just don't. So in fairness to you guys, sometimes it isn't racial. I give you guys that. Sometimes it isn't racial. I don't wake up every day, oh, well, it's time to go look for the race boogeyman. Let me walk around the corner. Let me walk around the bricks. Let me
Be
pick up a
quiet,
rock.
Megatron.
Let me pick up a boulder. Let me pick up the golf cart. Let me sit there and get my goggles. Let me get the magnifying glass to look for the boogeyman. I mean, come on, man.
Now,
I
okay,
don't
so
do that.
your first
Well, hold on.
generation, as you
Well, hold on. Well, hold on, brother BMT, because we got like 3 more brothers up here and other people trying to come on.
Yep,
Brother
yep, yep.
TVA,
I do apologize. And
um, brother TVA, you got it. You next, man. Go ahead, man. You got it. Pull the trigger.
No, you good? You good, BMG? I'm just sitting there
I
soaking
learned
up
some
this
new stuff today, man. I learned some new
Hey
stuff.
man,
Yeah,
I'm learning too.
I want to get everybody in here. I want to get everybody in
Yes,
here.
sir.
So go
Yes,
ahead,
sir.
brother TVA.
I'm gonna be quick, man. And hey, man, like I said, I'm just, hey, I'm just sitting back trying to figure out what all is going on. So I got my questions together. I asked my first one. So if you don't remember it, the first one was I got 2 questions. First one was, do you acknowledge that? Well, let me phrase it better. What is your response to, or what is your perspective on the large number of people within the so-called Latino, Latinx, Hispanic, whatever community that actually claim to be quote unquote white? That's my first question. Yeah. So go ahead and answer that question if you could. I appreciate it.
I would say 20 to 30%. Oftentimes, Cubans, they see themselves more so as white. But the thing about it is, if they see themselves more so as white, you got to ask the following question. Well, why do they do that? They do that because they want to shield themselves from white racism. And, honestly, the thing is, Ted Cruz, he's half Cuban, half white. And then you got Marco Rubio, the senator of Florida. He's full Cuban. Most other Latinos don't like him. See, the thing about Hispanic, that's more of an assimilated brown person that see themselves more into American culture. They see themselves more as American. They don't see race as much. Chicano, which isn't used that much anymore, more militant, more super race focused. And then myself, the middle term, which is what I see myself as Latino. Now, let me take that a step further. I'm going to pass the mic to you. See, the thing is, whites don't get to tell me or any other Hispanics or any minority what we get to identify as. They see, that's the thing. That in itself is a racist concept. How are you going to tell me what I get to call myself? If a black person wants to call themselves African American, they get to call themselves African American. It isn't up for a white person to tell blacks what they get to identify as. If Obama,
but you just told an entire panel of black men how they feel when they get pulled over by the
No,
police or what they
hang on,
think.
hang on, hang on.
What you don't
Hold on, let him go.
Hang
Hold up,
hang
dip
on.
up, Big J. Don't even. No.
Hell no.
God
His ass
damn
is
it.
out of here.
Hold up. God damn it. Hold up. We doing this in order tonight. And anyone who feels like anyone that feels like they don't want to be in order, the same door that brought you in, just walk on out of it. Especially you, Big J. All right, go ahead.
my second question is, and my bad, SKC, but let me just, because I'm going to be quick. My second question is this. And if you want to jump in after I ask my question or take the rest of my time, I don't care. My second question is very fast, very simple. What are you doing to speak on the rampant anti-blackness, aka racism, within the so-called Hispanic Latino community? For instance, you have Hispanics that are joining these pro white nationalists, violent white nationalist militias. You have anti-blackness within places like the Dominican Republic, places like Mexico, all over South America. You have white supremacy in all of these places as well. What I mean by that is basically the belief that identifying with so-called whiteness is quote unquote better than identifying with even if you have blackness within you, it would be better to identify with the so-called white people. Okay, and that's just a basic, basic rundown of it. It's deeper than that. But first off, do you even acknowledge it? And secondly, if you're not going to be disingenuous and you're going to acknowledge it, what are you doing to speak on it? The obvious racism and anti-blackness within the Hispanic community, not the white community. I'm not talking about white people right now. I'm talking about your people, Hispanic people. You have people that claim your ethnicity that are also anti-black. They are racist and they are white supremacists. For instance, you have gangs. Even your gangs come over here. Hang on. Your gangs come over here. The Serranos, or don't the Serranos come over here and link up with the Aryans and the Aryan Brotherhood and the skinheads in prisons? I mean, that's just a small example. Do you speak on stuff like that?
okay, well let's talk about it. You asked a good question. Like I said, I would estimate. There's no way to really quantify this. Just like there's no way to quantify what percentage of whites are real racist. I would about estimate maybe about 10, 15, not anywhere close to 20%, but I would say 10 to 15% of Hispanics are racist towards blacks. Yeah,
Well,
I
how
would
are
see that.
you coming to that? How are you coming to that number, sir?
Well, there's no way to quantify that just on my lived
Then how are you
experiences.
quantifying it, sir?
Okay, well, let me answer the question. See, the thing is, once you have a sample size of about 100 people, you can draw a conclusion. So if you got this guy wearing this little suit and he has these little lights and he's interviewed thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of women, you can use those results in actual studies because he interviewed so many people. In other words, if I've dealt with so many blacks and have been around so many Hispanics in my life, some of my best friends are black men, then I can sit there and give you a reasonable estimate of what the percentage is. But if
How
you
are
want to
you
sit there,
coming to the conclusion that only 15% of Hispanics are so-called anti-black?
I spend a bunch of time with black men. They have a bunch of Hispanic friends. I don't see it over here in Texas. Now, the thing is, other parts of the country are going to be a little bit more complicated. See, this is where the knowledge part stuff really is important. If you were to ask most people, specifically, okay, let's specify black people who founded hip hop, you would all say 90%, 80%, well, black people founded it. Nope, that's not true. If you sit there and you study it, you know who helped found it? And it's not just blacks, it was Dominican Republicans and Puerto Ricans. So Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, and they're not black, they're Latinos. Now, do a lot of them have a bunch of black blood? Do a lot of them have black blood? Yeah.
So Dominicans and Puerto Ricans are not black people because a lot
They're
of people
mixed.
claim that they're black people. They're mixed.
Some of them are mixed, but
So
some of
they
them
are
identify
black.
as Latino. Now, I mean, the thing is, they get to self-identify. If you were to talk to a sociologist, they would say, for the most part, most of them
Also,
are
you
Latino.
have a whole race problem within the Hispanic community that has nothing to do with white people at all.
There is some issues, just like every community. There's issues between ethnic
Do you
communities, but
speak on it? Do you speak on it?
Do I speak on it? I don't live over there in New York. I don't live in Florida. I
Okay,
only deal
you
with
don't give a
Mexicans.
fuck about the racism within your own fucking community, but you're going to talk to us about white people. Y'all have a good night. I'm done. Appreciate it. As a fucking clown.
Peace. All right, Brother Clue, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger.
JR. Is that your name? Can I?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Heard?
I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't understand this. I hear this a lot. It's harder for black people to vote. What does that mean?
Okay, let's talk about it. Let me ask you this. When the amendment was passed to the Constitution in the 1930s and it gave women the right to vote, why is that wrong? If I were to go to your house, someone's house in the chat who has a son, and I were to go over there and pick up their history book, you know what it would say? It said women got the right to vote during the 1930s. Why is that statement wrong? Because it is wrong. Why is it wrong?
That's not what I was asking. I'm asking about 2022.
No, I'm going to give you the answer to the question. Okay, so I'll answer my own question because it's not a loaded question. See, some of these guys earlier, they want to say, well, how far is the stadium over there in the Dallas Stadium, Arlington Stadium? They ask a question that doesn't have a real answer that they can't even answer themselves. But I'm going to answer my own question because it's common. It's not common knowledge, but it's important knowledge. During the 1930s, you know who got the right to vote? White women. It wasn't minority women. It was white women. So until we got to the civil rights movement of the 1960s, 1970s, all that pretty time, only then did minority women, and in this case, we're talking about black women, only then could they more safely vote. So you sit there, see, that's a big problem in the United States. It's always been this issue where who's going to get rights?
You still haven't addressed the angle I present to you, which was 2022 today. Why is it hard for black people to vote today, not the 30s? The 2022s. Go ahead.
Well, I would say in some bigger cities and some bigger places, it's harder to find a voting booth. I don't have that issue because I'm not in a super big city.
It's harder to find a voting booth?
Yeah. They reduced the number of places where you can go vote. I mean, that's common knowledge. When they try to restrict people from voting,
it's only harder for black people to find these voting booths.
Okay, well, let me answer that as well. I do agree. I know this didn't come up in the debate. It hasn't come up yet, but I'll concede the point that I would say, I wouldn't say it's guaranteed ironclad, but in general, let me say this carefully. In general, one more time. In general,
shut up.
When whites tend to be more racist towards blacks, so they target more so blacks for this stuff. But the thing is, the racism manifests itself in different ways.
But you still haven't addressed my question. How is it harder for blacks to vote in 2022?
They reduce the number of voting booths. That's number one.
So only non-blacks can find these said voting booths.
No, everyone should. Hey, I'm here's the thing. I understand a lot of you guys are conservative. I'm all about personal responsibility. I literally drove around for an hour until I found my voting booth. And okay, I get you. I can see the point. Yeah, I mean, blacks, if they really, really care about voting, and if they have to stand in line for 2 hours, they'll drive around an hour.
But
hold up, Big J. I answered your question. I don't know how else to answer it. That's your answer.
But here's what I'm confused about. Why is it only harder for blacks to find these elusive voting booths? That's what I'm asking.
Because whites are more racist towards blacks. That's the answer to the question.
Whites are more racist. So that's why they can't find it. So they're invisible depending on the brightness of your skin. I'm not making fun. I just want to find out why only blacks are having trouble finding these booths. That's all.
Here's another answer to the question. I'll keep answering your question in different perspectives because I know you're really serious about the question. It seems like you're. No. Follow me on this. Follow me on this. Okay, no. I'm trying to answer your question. Liberals, okay, I would say liberals, they do focus more so a little bit more on the black community. But I mean, we all know what community has been taking over the Democrat Party. You can't assume that I support all that stuff because I know a lot of you guys. I'm surprised you haven't brought it up. It doesn't mean I support that stuff. Like, why should I have to sit there and defend all these Skittles stuff and Skittles that? That's not really my thing to defend.
I agree with that. Now that I agree with.
So there you go. There's the answer to your question. Liberals for a long period of time.
Though.
Yeah. Liberals and Democrats see black community as a reliable vote.
Big J, hold up. I'm almost done.
You're allowed to laugh. You're just not allowed to interrupt. You're allowed to laugh.
Well, I see that interrupting though, T.P.O.T.
Well, it's not what you see. It's what I see. All right.
Give me about 5 more minutes, Big J.
Don't laugh, goddamn it. You can laugh, just don't interrupt the damn conversation. Carry on, brothers.
So the thing I'm not understanding is I understand the racism of the past, but why is these hardships of finding these booths only affecting black people and not the other races or the nationalities of other people?
Because different communities can be targeted in different ways in terms of racism. For Hispanics, it was putting kids in cages. They would cross from Central America into the United States, and they put them in cages. So there you go.
But let me ask you this. I don't want your honest opinion. I know you don't have the numbers. Nobody has the numbers. But let me ask you this: are there any whites having problems finding these booths? In your opinion, just your opinion.
I think so. Yeah, I agree with that.
What kind of whites are these?
Lower middle class.
Lower middle class whites. Okay, that makes sense. So wouldn't you say that's more of a class issue than a skin color issue?
It's all interrelated. And, a famous scholar from Harvard, he's always talked about it. He's always argued, a black scholar, that it's more so a class issue. Now it's become a class issue. Do I agree with him? I mean, not really, but I mean, that's his argument. I read all his works.
If it's a class issue, then why are we talking about race being the issue? If it's a class issue.
Well, I mean, I understand that people see it from that perspective. Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that argument. The thing is, if all the races had started at the very beginning of the same starting point, then yeah, you could. In other words, if there's no racism and which means there's no real concept of race, then it would be a class issue because you eliminated the variable of it possibly being race. It would be class. But, now we have to add the gender component and everything else. Everyone didn't start at the same point. So how can you sit there and say one variable over the other one is a bigger problem? To the extent you want to make it.
To answer your question, Clue, they put the booths, the voting booths in places that black people can't find them. Because black people can't use maps.
Well, we're gonna go to my brother.
So that's what it is.
The one and only Nick Taylor is here. Brother Nick, what's good with it, man? Brother Taylor. Hey, Gene, Brother Taylor, you're muted.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I wasn't here from the beginning. I'm sorry. So that's why I'm just treading lightly and I'm listening. I'm just going to go off what I've heard since you sent me the link here. And I'm also in Texas, as y'all know. SKC know that. Clue already know that. They know where I'm at. And
for sure.
I mean, as long as I've been here now, I'm a newcomer to Texas. I don't know how old he is. I didn't come to Texas until 1977, so he might have me beat, but I doubt it. But it's possible. It's possible. Now, I've never had an issue. X, I put a link in the private chat, and it's a guy, he goes around and he's asking, of course, the what wannabe upper crust white liberals, why do they think black people don't have problem vote? Well, they don't have ID and they don't know where to go and they don't have unlimited plans on their phone so they can serve. And he just asked them. Then he went and asked black people, and they was like, "Who the hell is telling you this dumb shit?" Liberals are, but
they don't have feet, so they can't walk.
Yeah, and I'm from the dirty days. You know how old I am, X. Used to go down in Alabama in the summertime for West Blockton, Alabama, and I've never had an issue voting. Because see, here's the thing: a lot of people don't know this. Now I can do now, and the people here know me. I can play the micro game, and I can play the macro game. Okay, now. Just for those that don't know, the voting locations are picked by each respective party. That list.
Slow down. Don't hurt them. Don't hurt them.
But I'm telling the truth. This is easily verifiable. I mean, this is everybody knows this. Both parties turn their list in to the mayor, and the mayor agrees in the cities and outside the cities in the county, the sheriff decides on where those voting locations will be in the county outside of the city, and the mayor has it inside the city. So Houston has had Democrat mayors forever and a day. So are we trying to, I'm supposed to believe that a Democrat mayor is intentionally hiding voting booths from blacks that vote plus 90% Democrat? That's political suicide.
Okay, wait. Let me respond to that.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. I've been sitting here all this time, dude. I didn't let you sit here and talk.
It's a ridiculous argument, but go ahead.
I don't give a fuck what you think is ridiculous. I didn't. Okay, I think your argument was ridiculous, but did I interrupt you? Yes or no? I'm asking simple questions. No, answer the question. Yes or no?
No, you did. No, you
did. Okay,
but I don't make disingenuous arguments. Okay, I don't make disingenuous arguments.
No, you're disingenuous from start to finish. See, look. You can't snowball me, dude. You ain't got enough fucking snow. So just sit back and relax. You might learn something. All you got to do is pay attention.
I'm stealing that line. By the way, the snowball.
Yeah, feel free to use that. I've been using that one for a long time. The thing is, it's this thing called facts. Your emotions don't mean shit. Okay, I got a question for you. If a person says, "Is 2 + 2? What is 2 + 2?" and then one person says, "I think it's 4." and another person just says 4. See, one of them was guessing and one of them is sure. Now, was the one guessing, did they guess right? Yes. But they said, "I think it's 4." See, that's the difference. Now, and you want to talk about, okay, I don't care about where your parents came from. That don't mean, I ain't here to dish your parents. I don't care. That's good. That's great. If they legal, that's fine. I don't care. There is no problem with, they put out a list of where the voting is. In Texas, they use the public schools in each district as voting booths. It may go from this elementary school this year to that middle school on 5 blocks down the street the next year, but the list is always posted. It's not hidden. Now it's up to that person to go there and vote, and even knowing the vote, I'll save you the search time of looking. The midterm election average in the state of Texas is 32%. The presidential election vote in the state of Texas is 75%. So these are people that still know they just don't vote.
They don't care about the locals.
Yeah, so it don't. So that means just because they didn't vote don't mean that they ain't know where to go vote. I don't know anybody that don't know where and when and how to vote. The problem came up in Texas is when they made it a requirement for you to show ID that you're a legal fucking citizen to the United States. That if you are here illegally, y'all know Clue and SKC, we can't go an election cycle without liberals being busted for illegal voting. And most of the time they're black females or Hispanics. They ain't stuffing for the Republican Party. They're stuffing for the Democrat Party. So so it just saying that you got to show an ID to vote, that's not racism. I want to know who the fuck you are. I'm an officer of the law. I want to see your driver's license. Why? Because you're driving a fucking car. I pulled you over. You're driving a car. So in the state of Texas, in every state, actually, you need to have a state issued driver's license to operate a motor vehicle on a public right of way, not private, public. Do you have a driver's license or not? Yes or no? That's all this is. You want to vote. Do you have a state issued ID? Yes or no? And I've been black and they know what I look like. You probably could care less. Everybody here knows me. Ain't nobody gonna mistake me for nothing but a black man. Yep, that's it. I have never been in fear of my life from being pulled over by Texas Highway Patrol, San Antonio Police Department, Houston PD, Cuero PD.
Same here.
None of them.
I didn't get pulled over till I got to Georgia. I'm not running, dude. I've been pulled over in Michigan. I've been pulled over in Kentucky. I've been pulled over in Oklahoma. Everywhere I've been, dude. I ain't never said, "Oh shit, I wonder if he gonna come up here to the car and just start blamming me." That's never been the first thing on my mind. Know why? Because I ain't riding around doing dumb shit. If I don't have the right. No, I ain't there. Well, my pickup is dirty, but I'll wash it when I get home. But you know what I'm saying. I ain't worrying about that shit. You can't George Floyd me because I'm not George Floyd. This political arena, this is new to a whole bunch of motherfuckers here. That they ain't start paying attention until Obama came in. You talking to a guy that was on the campaign for fucking Ronaldus Magnus, a volunteer for his campaign. So this ain't new to me. So I'm a shut up and sit back, dude. Ain't nobody got a problem with knowing where to vote. Ain't nobody got a problem with knowing how to when and where and how to vote. It's on every TV station. It's posted on the radio. It's stuck on the stores and the windows of the goddamn grocery store. Vote aquí. And they even have it in Spanish here in Texas. They got it in English and in Spanish. And it's stuck on the damn signs. They blasted out of every fucking radio station. The sign, them billboard, cardboard thing is stuck on every goddamn fence when it's election time. Pick signs stuck in people's grass. Damn, I wonder what that sign says. It says, "Go vote, fool." Mm-hmm. And speaking for black people, that's all right. We got enough non-black people and dumb black people trying to speak for black people. We don't need no more. I back up. There you go.
So I get to respond. Right. I get to respond, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You do. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, here's the thing. We all know. It sounds like we all like politics a little bit. We all know that it's gone up through the court systems, and that happens all the time. When it's Republicans or Democrats, when they sit there and try to draw the lines in their favor so it can increase the chances of their party winning, eventually it gets challenged in the courts, and sometimes it gets overturned. They both do it. If I were to sit
that has what to do with black people not knowing where to go to vote.
They reduce the number of voting booths in itself. Bullshit. It's racist. It's racist.
Bullshit.
It's not racist to reduce the number of booths?
No, what I'm saying is bullshit is you're fucking lying. There is no reduction of vote. You're lying. I'm going to say it.
And
you
are not
fucking lying. You're lying. I've never had a voting booth hidden from me in 56 years on this planet, and I've never had a voting booth hidden from me. You are freaking lying. At best, they've changed it. It's not going to be at W.W. White Elementary School this year. It's going to be at St. Mark's Catholic School, 3 blocks down. That's not deception. That's not obfuscation. That's a change of location. It's on the fucking sign. All you got to do is read. All you got to do is fucking
what city?
Read.
What city is JR? What city in
I
Texas
have
are you from,
no
JR?
fucking idea.
JR,
I have
what
no
city?
idea.
He said he's inviter.
He's what?
Oh, he's in.
I'm just playing.
Viter is
Hold
next
on,
to orange.
Hold on,
Viter is next
let him
to
and Nick
orange.
go at it. Let him and Nick go at it. Hold on.
No, I'm saying it. I mean,
I want to know
ignored
what
what I
city
said.
he's from. What
I'm not
city?
going to talk about where I live. You ignored what I said. You know as
No,
well.
what city are you advocating
I'm not
for?
gonna talk about what
Hold
city
on,
I
hold
live
on,
in.
hold on.
I did not ignore what you said. I addressed everything you said. Don't say I fucking ignored what you said.
Do I get to respond to T.P.O.T? He's been
You sure the
monologuing for
fuck
like 10
do.
minutes.
Yeah. And you've been
Go
on
ahead.
for an hour. And you've
I'm
been
the
on
guest.
for an hour.
I'm the guest. I get to talk more. That's the way it goes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it goes.
Go ahead, brother JR.
Hey, I run panels too. You preaching to the choir.
What county?
All right, look, here's the thing. When you sit there and you tell me about Houston and a liberal mayor in a liberal city, of course he's not trying to disenfranchise liberal voters. But if we go to a conservative town, a rural
Oh, you
town,
mean that like the county I'm in? Like DeWitt County where I live and I've been living for years on end?
I don't know. It might be conservative.
Let him finish, Battle. Let him finish.
I used to live in Houston, so I'm familiar a little bit with Houston, but I'm not familiar with the suburbs or any of the rural towns outside of that area.
No, well, you brought
you
up
in Harris
conservative.
County?
You brought up conservative county. That's why I told you, like DeWitt County, which is where I live.
Of course. Okay, so those guys are going to naturally more want to disenfranchise liberal voters.
No.
Okay, let me answer my question. Can I say that? And I'll pass the mic back to you. See, here's the thing. It goes back to that beautiful elite concept when it comes to race. Those voters that are black, they have to wonder if they're getting disenfranchised because of their race. You know what that's called? That's called white privilege. That's what it's called. Because they have to wonder. That's the whole concept of white privilege.
What do you mean by disenfranchised? What do you mean by disenfranchised?
I'm gonna say it, X. This
What
dude
does he
is full of
mean?
shit. This dude full of shit. And you know,
It's gotta be a troll, man.
X, as many times I've been on your platform, when you ever heard me say something like I just said now to anybody? Never. I've never.
You know,
said
we've been
that
having
to
a good
anybody.
conversation, Mr. Xavier.
No, you're full of shit. You're full of shit, dude.
No, I'm
you're
not.
a liar
No.
and you're full of shit. Obfuscation.
But JR, what county are you representing?
Look,
though, JR?
yeah, I lived in Bear County, which is deep blue.
I'm talking
I
about
never
JR.
had a problem voting. I know. And then I live in DeWitt County now, which is deep red. I still don't have a problem voting, and I'm still black. There is no fuck. Look, dude, don't try to bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, focus on the truth. Hey, SKC, what truth is it? You goddamn right. There is no spoon.
Yeah, the truth is the court cases. The truth is the court cases.
There is no spoon.
JR.
The truth is the court cases when they get
what county are you speaking from?
I'm not going to talk.
Hold on, brother Clue. Because
Yes,
we
sir.
got my man, brother Perfect Black. that
I'm
just
muted.
jumped up
I'm
here.
muting.
What's good with it, brother Perfect Black, and brother BMT is back as well. And also, let me go ahead and shout brother BMT out for the $4.99 super chat. He said, anyone find it interesting? His non-American parents brought him into an environment where he can get a free education, internship, and vote freely. I appreciate that.
Can I respond to that since it was addressed to me?
Hold on. I appreciate that, brother BMT. You know you drop coins on this
You're
platform
welcome.
to get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. I appreciate that, brother BMT. Go ahead, brother JR, because I wanna get the other brothers in here as well. Go ahead.
All right, so let me respond quickly to the super chat. So it says free education, internship, and vote. No, actually, my taxes pay for that. Everyone's taxes pay for that, and I don't have a problem with that. So you see, as a liberal, I understand that stuff costs money, and we got to pay into the system so we can get good results. So yeah, everyone paid the taxes into the education systems, and then on the outside of it, on the back end, is you get productive people that put the money back into the system. So I mean, I wasn't too impressed with that. Let me say one thing, and I'm gonna pass the mic, and y'all guys can take it where you want to take it. I'm still trying to understand why these guys that care so much about the macro, which is black women as a manosphere person, why they want to sit there and focus on the micro when it comes to race. I don't get it. Help me understand that, because I'm macro on both sides. I'm macro on race. I'm macro on gender. So I don't understand that. Can one of y'all help me out with that and explain that to me?
I'm not in that one. I've been married to the same woman for 34 years, so I don't know nothing about that.
Okay,
so
but you've had
I'm
10 people.
married.
Okay, well, what about
I'm
That's a bunch of
say that.
bullshit.
I
That's a
didn't
bunch of
say
bullshit.
anything.
You guys are in the manosphere.
what
You guys in
JR
the
was
y'all been
saying,
in the manosphere for years. That's a bunch of garbage. You're just
Wait a minute.
in
deflecting.
addition
That's a
what
bunch of
JR
garbage.
was saying, in addition to what he was saying at the
Hey,
very beginning of this
dude, you don't
conversation,
fucking know me. You really don't fucking know me. You don't know
in
what the fuck I'm in, and you don't know anywhere I stand. So you can go somewhere with that y'all shit, because I can get to the y'all shit on the shit where you come from, motherfucker.
T.P.O.T, I've been having a respectful debate with all these guys.
Yeah,
I don't know what y'all do.
until you pull out
Come
that
on,
big
calm
ass.
down, battle. Calm down,
Man,
battle.
who the fuck is this guy?
I know, Nick, let him rock battle. Come on,
brother JR,
Can
brother
he?
JR, brother JR. Now you up here?
Every black man is manosphere with this
talking?
motherfucker, huh?
Yeah, because a lot of the brothers that you're claiming that is manosphere are really not, brother JR.
You're not.
That's
I'm
number.
He
not.
don't
That's
even know
number
who the
one.
fuck I am. If he
That's
watched my channel, he
number
know
one.
I ain't manosphere. Get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here.
That's number one.
Did he know the majority of the men on this panel are married, successful men? Does he know that?
Yeah, and there is that. Most of
But
the men on
what I
this
want to
panel
know,
have wives.
what I want to know,
brother.
Jr. What I want to
T.P.O.T,
know,
just because they're
Jr. is
married,
what.
it doesn't mean they can't be in the manosphere. I mean, come
No,
on.
no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're
T-Pot,
making the
he's saying he
assumption.
Hispanic, so he get to tell us where the fuck we at. That's what the fuck he's
Black
saying.
people
That's
don't
what
know
the
better.
fuck
We
he's
don't know
saying.
better. We
Yeah,
don't know
what
better.
I'm saying is.
Yeah.
Hey, well, according to you, there's no. Hey, listen to me. If there's no racism, then that means there's no race.
I
Hey,
ain't gotta
wait a
listen to
minute.
you.
Hey,
No,
man, if
wait a
there's
minute.
race doesn't exist.
No
Race
one
doesn't
said.
exist.
Hold up,
No, hey,
hold up.
wait a minute.
No
Race
one
doesn't
said
exist.
that.
JR,
Hold
hold up. There is
JR
no
all
racism.
over the place. He all over the place. He moving.
JR.
Stop moving the goalposts, motherfucker. Stand still.
No one
racism.
said that, to be honest. But like
There's
I'm
no
saying,
racism.
not everybody up here is quote unquote claiming manosphere. Again, most of the men on this panel have wives and they've been married at quite some time. But we're gonna go. We're gonna go to my brother, my Chi-Town brother, brother Perfect Black. What's good with it, brother Perfect Black? What you got on it, man?
It was good, brother X, man. Thanks for having me. It's been a while, man.
Oh yeah, my
Yeah,
brother. It has.
it's been a while, man. You know, as you know, my wife is a few weeks away. So
Oh
and
yeah. You
man,
know,
she feels her.
you keeping her barefoot and pregnant round there, man. I keep
Oh,
Damn,
absolutely.
Perfect, you having another one?
Barefoot and pregnant.
God
barefoot and
damn, boy.
pregnant round there, boy.
Damn.
What you
God
got
damn,
on it, my
Perfect. You trying to beat
Chi-Town
back the
brother?
quota, bro. You trying to beat back the quota. God damn.
Oh,
There you go.
absolutely, man. And we just moved into a new place, so it's
Uh-oh.
pretty tiresome, man. So, but I will say this, I kind of fall down on both sides of the spectrum. I will say this, brother X. I am a staunch supporter and unapologetic member of the Black Manosphere, even
There you
though I'm
go.
married,
There you go,
even
brother JR. Somebody who's claiming it for you. Go
even
ahead,
though
brother.
I am, even though proud, happily married and all that. But I have my conservative leanings and I have my liberal leanings. I will say this, brother Jr. When it comes to black issues or anything speaking to black, what's going on within the black community, I kind of keep that within the black community. I don't. Even though I do believe that there's some voter suppression and all that type of stuff, and I try not to argue that point because I think that point has already been proven. If anyone want to argue that, then they just want to argue whether the sky's blue or not, and I just don't get off into that. But when it comes to issues within the black community, I think there's, especially when it comes to the black community itself, I think that should just stay just within the black community. I try not to argue with too many people that are foreigners or uh, you know what's the word that I'm looking for? First generation, second generation, or whatnot. I try not to, even though you may be making some good points. but those are points that should be kept in house. That's just my opinion about it. And that may just be the pro-blackness of me coming out, but that's where I'm at when it comes to that. So, but I've listening to this conversation here. It's been quite entertaining. I can tell you that. So, but that's where I am with that. When it comes to voter suppression, anybody that don't believe that there's voter suppression, or that there are laws, maybe Alabama and other Mississippi and all these other states that have passed laws that they're closing DMV, they're passing these voter ID laws, which I don't really have a problem with on the face of it.
No such thing as voter suppression, brother.
Okay, I'm not finna
no
go into that. I'm okay. I'm
There's
not
no
gonna
such
go
thing as that.
Okay, fine.
What's being suppressed?
Okay, if you don't believe that, that's fine.
Okay, what's being suppressed? What can I get because of my skin color?
Let me tell you what is being suppressed. God
hold up,
it.
Big J. I'm talking to perfect blackness.
Hold on.
What
you
can
up next, brother Big J. You up next.
Sorry about that, bro.
Okay. Anytime, look, I don't have a problem with voter ID laws in and of itself, but that's not how it's used. They use it on the one hand, they pass those laws, and then on the other hand, they close DMVs, they close post offices, they make it very hard for people in those communities to actually get those IDs. Okay, and even conservatives even admitted this behind closed doors. So I really don't want to. I don't like arguing that bullshit. I don't. I have my conservative leanings, but when you argue though, when the minute that you begin to argue that stuff, you are being intellectually dishonest. And that's my personal belief. You're being intellectually dishonest when you have people on the right that are saying,
say that again. Say that again. That last part again, brother.
You're being intellectually
dishonest. Go back a little more. Go back a little more to the ID vote, the post office part.
I can't see it.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Right I want to make sure I heard you right. I don't want to.
Brothers,
I want to make sure I heard you. I want to make sure I heard you right.
Brothers, can I talk?
Go ahead, brother. Perfect Black, you got it. Go ahead.
See, this is what I'm talking about, because I do have my conservative leanings, but you do have some on the right. When they hear buzzwords, they get all effervescent about stuff. They start getting foaming at the mouth about stuff, guns and that type of stuff. They start doing that. They start getting all intellectually dishonest when they know good and goddamn well that they have passed a lot of these laws, these voter ID laws, which on the surface they
explain the voter ID law, sir. Come on now.
I don't think
explain it.
At this point, I don't think I have to.
Okay, so
explain it to the retarded people right here on the panel, like me in the red shirt. Please explain that to me.
Hold on. Go ahead, brother Perfect Black. Then we're gonna go to brother Big J, because I know he been waiting. He probably exploding over there. So go ahead, brother Perfect Black. You got it.
Well, I mean, I know, Big J, he's probably going to go to. These are arguments I really don't like to go into, because it's all what is evident don't need to be explained. If you need to explain the evident, then you're retarded yourself, because you are being dishonest and intellectually dishonest in and of itself. We all see what's going on here. And if you need to explain
voter suppression.
See, what is voter suppression? If you ask that question, if you ask that question, then you have disqualified yourself.
Okay, just answer it. Okay, yeah, I'm all of that. Just answer the question.
I'm not going to answer.
Please, I'm begging you. Just answer the question. What is voter suppression? I'm just asking.
Then don't beg. Don't beg the obvious. And if you're begging the obvious,
it's not obvious to me, because I'm asking. What is voter suppression?
Then ask somebody else, because I'm not going to get into a stupid conversation.
Perfect Blackness. Just answer the question, please.
I'm not. So I'm not going to answer the question. So
how do you suppress voters for a race of people?
Go ahead. Did you hear me say anything about?
That's all I'm asking.
That's all I'm asking.
How? How is that possible?
I'm not going to answer you.
I'll tell you. How about you?
Go ahead, Big J.
First of all, I'm getting me tired of these cookie cutter arguments. First, the thing is this. It's not funny, SKC. The problem is this. If y'all want to talk about racism, and when it comes to in government policy, you have to look at the spending level between criminal justice and that, or the penal code and the educational code. Like in Texas, you like in Texas, $4,000 between $4,000 to $6,000 is spent on one K-12 pupil student.
Shut up, SKC.
Well, hold on, brother Big J. Hold the hell on. Hold on. Are you here to address brother JR, or are you up here to try to challenge somebody else?
Yeah, what's going on?
No.
Yeah.
I'm here to back up what JR said because he's not.
Oh, you're here
backing up JR.
You're
we
here
on
to
Super Smash
defend
Bros?
brother
Like,
JR.
he's not,
Bros?
hold on,
Oh,
JR is not
this
even
shit,
articulate. Right? He ain't
Really?
articulate right. Here's the point. You spent $4,000 to $6,000 on a public school student, while at the same time you spending $45,000 to $60,000 per prison inmate. And if you look at the funding of schools versus prisons, you will see who make up the most of the prison population. Poor people, poor whites, blacks, and Latinos. That's who make up the majority of the prison of the penal code. None of y'all ain't trying.
And why do you think that is, Big J?
See,
why do you think that is?
There's a whole lot of factors.
No, okay. What factor do you think that is? Why do they make up the majority of the penal code? Just off the top of your head.
Why is it every time I'm about to say something, you want to come in with a question?
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking.
Because,
why do you think? Why this particular people?
Well, go ahead. Well, being that you are here, I guess, to defend brother JR's point, go ahead, man, because there's like 5 other people up here. I want to get back to the rotation. So go ahead.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just listening.
because though you have a financial. There's so many. It's not just one little thing. Q. There's multiple things going on at once, and nobody want to address the 800-pound gorilla in the room. It will have to do with a certain government policy or a certain mindset in politics, especially in the South, when it comes to the fairly. It's a Latin word, I mean a fairly fair way of looking at and addressing society. It's more half-stepping when it comes to paying for stuff, but not really caring about the taxpayers and the tax base, and not producing the jobs necessary for that community to grow upon. Okay, like Texas, you have the high property tax. You push people out with high property tax, but yet y'all are conservative, but yet y'all don't want to talk about that because
you from Texas, Big J? Are you from Texas?
Look, my accent would tell you I'm from Texas.
Yeah,
I'm from Texas. I'm just asking a question. Are you from Texas?
And Big J is right about the property tax. And I will say this, Big J. I love it that way. I wouldn't want it any other way. I love it that way.
At the same time, though, y'all's conservatives are trying to get rid of property tax and replace it with something else. I hope you know about that, right? But anyway, the property taxes has come to a point that is pushing certain people out of certain areas.
Yes, that's good.
Could you tell us the secret law or bill? Could y'all two tell us the secret law or bill by the Illuminati conservatives that they're using? Could you please tell us?
Well, I can tell you why Texas property tax is so high. It's because we don't have a state income tax.
That's right. I never worked a job in Texas where they took that shit out of my check. Never. And I love it.
Okay, Nick Taylor.
But I'm telling the truth.
Then why was Ron Paul? Why was people like Ron Paul?
I don't speak for Ron Paul. What I spoke was the truth.
Let me finish my question.
Hey, man.
Hold up. Nick Taylor, what'd you do?
I told the
Oh, my exes live in Texas.
Hold the hell
Nick
on.
Taylor, what the hell did
We
you
have
say to
been-
him to make him do that?
We
for
have
the record,
had
white
a
women.
cordial conversation up here
Yes,
all
sir.
night.
Yes, sir.
Big
Everybody
J.
calm down.
You ain't gonna come up here
Brother
with that
X.
yelling and screaming.
Brother
shit.
X. Hey, see, now Brother X don't live in Texas. He may not know.
Right.
Brother X, we don't have a state income tax in Texas.
We don't.
Yeah.
No, they
I
don't.
never
Sorta
worked a
like-
job in Texas where they took
Sorta
taxes
like New
out my
Jersey.
check, and I
New
love
Jersey
it.
doesn't have a state income tax.
And notice
So,
the states that don't have state income taxes typically have higher property tax to get money back, because state income
Yeah.
tax comes from everybody. Property
Right.
tax only come from
They're trying to
property
recoup their
owners.
losses.
Can I
They're
respond
trying
to
to
this,
recoup their
T.P.O.T?
losses. Yeah, there you go.
People that live in an apartment complex or live in Section 8 housing don't pay property tax.
There you go.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely
but,
not.
but now he said, why is that? But that's why I'm saying, you said, why is that? That's a question. And
Can I respond to that,
answered it.
T-Pot?
It's because we
But
don't have
JR,
state
well, hold
income
up.
tax.
Wait a minute.
I'm done.
Hold
I'm done.
up. Nick Taylor, hold up. JR, you never told me what county you represent.
I'm not going to tell you what county I live in, man.
What? Okay. What county is like the county, so we can have this conversation?
Well, Clue. This may be a better question.
Okay, yes, sir.
Could we just put it in direction? Because Texas is huge. Do you live in North
Fucking
Texas,
big.
South Texas, East Texas, or West Texas?
Texas
Doesn't matter.
is like a country.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
a country.
I'm trying to answer the
El
property.
Paso's in a whole nother time zone.
Okay,
Property taxes.
go ahead, brother JR. You got it.
Yeah,
Then we're
please.
gonna go back round robin. We're going back to brother SKC, then back to brother Clue, then back to brother Nick. Then I guess
All
we're
right,
gonna
yes,
get
sir.
brother BMT in here. Then go back to my man, brother Perfect Black. Go ahead, brother JR, and brother Big J. Let me tell you something, man. I bring you back up here. One more outburst. That's it. We didn't have any of that with all these brothers on here. We didn't have any of that shit. And we're not going to have any more of it, brother. We're not. Go ahead, brother JR.
So here's the thing about the property tax. That's true. Over here in Texas, we don't have sales tax. The property tax has some racial elements to it because after World War II, the GI Bill, blacks and minorities, by and large, were not allowed to get it. So a lot of whites built a lot of wealth through property during that time period. So the thing about it is a lot of whites, racist whites, they love the property tax. And the reason they love it, and that sounds really stupid, but I'm going to tell you why they love it. They love it because I know you love it. It's the primary way to fund K through 12 education. So these whites are like, yeah, we'll pay these taxes because it's going to come right back to our kids anyways and our school districts and our white neighborhood. That's why they like it. So it has some racial elements to it. And the thing about it is it goes back to the whole central focus of this debate of what we're talking about. There's a bunch of different things, a bunch of different policies that have racial elements to it, but it's really difficult to really understand it unless you really delve deep into it. And my thing is, you can call it the racial boogeyman, call it whatever you call it. I mean, I know a bunch about women, female nature, call it whatever you want to call it. I know a bunch about race. That's just how my life is developed. Call it whatever you want to call it. I don't see it as being looking for the racial boogeyman, but call it what it is. But what I just said about the property taxes, that's factually accurate. That's not my
Well, there's something that blows that argument completely out the picture that I live. A lot of the people that you're talking about, they send their children to private or various schools that they pay for out of pocket.
Oh, there you go.
One of them.
And I still pay school tax. And I still pay school taxes.
So that whole argument goes completely out of the. It just decimated because it's like, no, you got to pay the property taxes, the school taxes as well, and then also fund your own kids going to private institutions.
But that was
what a lot of which a lot of the quote unquote well off people that you're talking about. That's what they do.
Which are disproportionately white, which they're disproportionately white. We're not talking about HKC. We're not talking about JR. We're talking about the broad macro of what's true macro. through wide society wide. That's what's true.
Right. So paying the property taxes so far and the school taxes in their area doesn't help them if they're paying for their kids to go to private institutions anyway.
But that money goes in other places. That money from the property taxes doesn't just go for the school districts. The point is they do it for racist reasons. That's the reason why they do it.
Okay, so why do I do it then?
I don't know. You tell me.
Why does he do it?
Because you live in that area?
As a black person, why would I do it?
Why would you do what?
For racist reasons?
You know as well as I do that whites are disproportionately rich. So the thing is, they're going to naturally seek policies that benefit them. That's just the way it works. And you know what?
Yeah, and those policies benefit me too.
See, the thing about it is, let's talk about that because this hasn't come up in this debate. See, the thing about it is, whites have always kind of had this idea in their heads. Well, if these minorities get in power, they're gonna do to us what we used to do to them, and that's kind of.
How did you know? Have you asked them? And I actually wanted to.
And most white people aren't rich.
It's a micro and a macro question because
true.
you stated that you know how these white people think. Now, earlier in this conversation, you brought up the whole idea about your internship. I'm not going into all of the minutia on that, but you stated that you had this issue with these people there, and you knew what they were thinking. How?
I assumed it was race. Me having to wonder. No. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
An ass out of you and me.
T.P.O.T, can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
All right. This is what we're gonna do now. Brother JR. See, the clock is up. All right. You got 5 minutes.
Clock up in here.
And then we go on to the next person. They got 5 minutes. We're gonna do this in 5 increments, 5-minute increments. That means everybody get their 5 minutes to say whatever the fuck they want. So that means there's no reason there for anybody to interrupt. All right. So I'm gonna start the clock now. Go ahead, brother JR. Go ahead and respond.
All right. So like I was saying, I keep focusing on this macro, micro type argument because it's just factual truth. If you're a conservative black person, how are you going to sit there and worry about the macro, which is more so a liberal type idea? You care about society. You care about everything that's going on around you, not just the individual. So how can you do that in terms of dating relationships with black women? But then when it comes to race, you want to be all individual about it. It makes no sense to me. And the reason is, the thing about it is, I gave y'all ammunition just so y'all could focus on some little thing that really doesn't mean much, the internship type stuff. Y'all know that there's no logical, strong argument to counter what I'm saying about the macro. See, well, y'all would be better off to just say, you know what? I don't think there's racism. That's number one. Number two, I don't care. There might be racism. I just don't care. You focus on your own life, do what you're going to do. And that's just a better response. But that's not what y'all do. What y'all do is y'all want to sit there and gaslight. Y'all want to sit there and act like, well, it's in your head, even though I gave you prime examples of legitimate, real racism. And I talked about it in terms of the Iraq war. You never, ever, no one on this panel, no one in the audience, no one on this panel ever would sit there and watch CNN where they talk about how 500,000 civilians were killed over there. So the thing about it is this lack of regard for human life that has some racial elements to it. And the thing about it is the United States has always been insulated from the rest of the world because it has an ocean on the left side, it has an ocean on the right side. Because European racism is not the same thing as American style racism. The thing about over there, European racism, it's less than here because of the big wars that have started over there on their continent. They can't sit there and look in the mirror like, oh yeah, we're superior. Well, if you're so superior, why have you guys been blowing each other up and a bunch of wars started over there in Europe? Over here in the United States, people over here, the ones that are racist, the racist whites that are over here, they can still delude themselves and act as if, well, I'm superior. Really? I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't see it. I don't know why it took us 20 years and we still lost in Vietnam. So, the thing about it is a lot of people, they can deflect. They can make all these arguments and act like race isn't an issue. We all know race is intertwined with gender, and some of the issues we have, all communities, not the black community, not just the white community, not the Hispanic community, but in all communities, we have a bunch of issues that are intertwined with gender and race. This isn't this. See, here's the thing: the people that should have an issue with me speaking in terms on the quote unquote black community, I'm going to tell you who. It should be liberal blacks. So the gentleman that I was on the panel earlier, he has the right to be offended by that. He should be like, you know what? I don't think you should be able to speak on this stuff. Okay, cool. And you know why he has the right? He has the right because he acknowledges the whole concept of race. The extreme right, race doesn't exist. They're quote unquote colorblind. So in their eyes, it's a deflection tactic and it's gaslighting that racism doesn't exist. So, and let me follow that up in terms of this debate. If racism doesn't exist, according to a lot of you guys that jumped on the panel, if racism doesn't exist, what that also means is the concept of race doesn't exist. So, how are you going to sit there and get upset by me talking about these issues that we're happy to talk about a little bit on the black community, but we delved into other parts of other races? How are you going to sit there and get offended when you don't even believe that race exists? Because that's what you think. A lot of people, that's just what you claim to think. Do you think that? I don't know. But from what I hear from black conservatives, according to a lot of you guys, racism doesn't exist. I would, my thing is, I would just flat out say, you know what, I don't really care. Because I have a bunch of friends, black male friends, conservative and liberal. We have these discussions all the time. And you know what's really interesting about all this? When something very major happens in this society, whether it's Mr. Floyd getting killed, because he got murdered, that's what happened, or any other incidents that have a racial background to it and it deals with blacks, they always come to me first. They come to me for my opinion. And the reason they do is because they know I have a bunch of knowledge on the concept of race. And that's, it is what it is. This isn't about keeping score. This isn't about taking sides. This isn't about one-upping each other. It's for the seeking of truth. And the people in this chat, the people in this space, that's what made the manosphere so great. We sought the truth as good as we could. We sat there and we vetted Mr. Samuels. He made it to where he made it. And, a lot of people, to me, it's just, it's more so than anything, it's like a sad thing. The whole space should be proud of him that he made it to where he made it. And, that knowledge, because he seeked the truth from the best knowledge that he had from the best content creators, from the best chat members. And that's all it's about. It's not about opinions. It's about the facts, the truth.
All right, we going to my brother Supreme. He said he only wants 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So I will grant
Stop it,
his
Megatron.
request.
What's your real plan?
I will grant his request, of course.
Yeah.
Brother Supreme, you got it.
My brother got it.
King.
Oh yeah, sure. I think it was an interesting conversation because I've never put anything on the micro to him. I didn't, say anything about that whole idea of some type of micro conversation on race. Concerning the whole thing about race in general, and when he stated that in order for you to say that racism doesn't truly exist, and you're stating that race doesn't exist, well, if you want to use the macro example, actually the United Nations states and has stated in its charter 5 times so far that race is just a social construct, that it does not exist, that due to what we have found in through DNA and the Human Genome Project, that there are no differences between human beings. So that's the macro. If you want to go with the actual macro, concerning these other things, I just thought it was a bit weird to hear a guy sit up and try to tell grown men on a panel what their life experiences are, as if he can tell what the general group, even just to throw a little bit of math in it. What is there, 22, 23 million black people in America? He could not have met 100,000, and yet he states what they think. And then he did that with white people, which are in the hundreds of millions. And then he states with confidence oh yeah, this is what they think and this is how they do and such and such and such and such. Again, a lot of these conversations are based upon assumptions. He stated that he assumed in his personal life when it came to his internship what these white people were thinking, and then he stated that he was doing the same thing, assuming when it came to the macro. So I mean, if you want to just have conversations based upon assumptions, go ahead.
All right. So we go back to, I guess we're going back to 5 minutes. Do you wish to respond, Brother JR, or do I go to the next person?
Let me respond to what he said, because he said something really
Okay,
important.
Hold on. Let me get the clock set up, because your ass on the clock too. Hold on. God damn it. All right, go ahead. You got it.
He is correct that race is socially constructed. Who invented the concept? Well, race is whites. Because prior to 500 years ago, the concept that what we understand to be race didn't exist. They used it to inflict what we've seen today. Iraq War, Vietnam, all this stuff that we were talking about. So I agree with them on that. What I was saying, I myself, you got to remember what I was up here to say. I myself, I believe, I think, I acknowledge that racism does exist. Whether it was socially constructed, because some people don't believe that, whatever people want to believe, whether they believe it or not, I acknowledge it, I understand it, and I have done stuff to counter it. What I was saying, I was speaking to the guys, whoever came up here. See that they're going to come up here and deflect. Whoever came up here as a conservative Republican, if you do not believe racism exists, then how are you going to get upset because I'm over here talking about race? That's my argument. So I'm having a hard time understanding that, because my thing is it's like the guy down the road, right? There's a guy down the road. He sells lemon cars. It has nothing to do with me. I don't care. He's selling the lemon cars to some other dude, and they're the ones that are going to get hustled. So my thing is, like, I only debate the issues that I actually care about. So I'm having a hard time understanding this whole, how if you don't think racism exists and you don't think that race is actually an issue, then how are you going to have a problem with a guy, myself in this situation, talking about race? I just don't get it. I'm having the math isn't mathing. So, it isn't about speaking on behalf of black people. It isn't about speaking to black people. It's not about, okay, this is how you should feel. That's not the point of this conversation. The point was to get to a point where we're seeking out the facts, the truth, as best as we understand it. That should be the goal when we have these conversations, because that's exactly what produced, like I was saying earlier, that's exactly what produced Kevin Samuels. He would smoke all these females because we perfected the talking points to such a great degree that they didn't have any hope when they got up there. And now, anytime I saw the show, and the entire time I ever seen the show, I don't think I maybe saw it 2 or 3 times where a female had any hope to compete with them. But all the rest of them, they had no hope. And the reason they didn't have any hope, because over the span of a long period of time in this space, on YouTube and off YouTube, because of the work of a bunch of people, the points were cultivated, they were refined, they were debated, and they got to the point where they were finalized to such an elite level that they didn't have any hope. And that's why I came up here to do. I just came up here to have a conversation. It isn't about increasing any tension in the space. When I had this discussion with Bernard Riley, I think we had a fruitful conversation, and I think it's been a good discussion as well up here. There'll be some back and forth on certain things, some debate on the voting rights and that type of stuff. But I think we got a little bit more understanding, and that's just from the perspective that I came from. A lot of people have wanted to come up here to talk about this for a long period of time. They chose not to come up here. I understand. My thing is, I reached out to T.P.O.T because I know from what I've seen that he runs a neutral platform as much as he can. I've just kind of have an issue because there's a lot of guys, a lot of content creators. They're always trying to call out people. They're always trying to get all these people to go up on their platform. So if they're getting smoked, they're going to mute them. They're going to cut them off. They're going to drop them. They're going to troll them. There's this, and I'm not going to say her name because I know she's listening. I'm not going to give her any clout. I'm not going to give her any subs. But there's this Latina that kind of runs around. She was trying to do that to me yesterday. She, in her mind, she thinks racism doesn't exist. And I told her, you know what? Show up over here. I told her to show up over here and let's see if you can actually debate. And like the clown that she is, she didn't show up. She didn't show up because once she heard me speak and she heard the argument, she knew she couldn't hold her own. So I have a lot of respect for all the men that came up here. We had a good little debate, and hopefully the audience enjoyed it. And we got a little entertainment, a little bit of knowledge, and a little bit of a debate back and forth. So I'll pass the time.
All right. So I guess we going to Brother Clue, then we're going to Brother Nick Taylor, then back
I
to
thought it was me.
Brother.
Me. BMT
Oh
still
yeah. Damn, I can't see you behind the banner. No, we gotta
No,
go
I'm
to
back
Brother
then.
Clue.
No, it's my turn.
What? How the
My
hell
turn.
is it your turn?
It was,
I
but I'm
thought
at
it
I'm the
was
next.
Brother
BMT.
I'm the
Clue
next
turn.
man on the panel.
Okay,
I
my
thought it
bad.
was.
Go ahead.
I thought
You know
it
what?
was
You know
Brother
what? It's my
Clue.
bro, Clue. Clue, you got this, bro. I ain't even
Yeah,
worried.
we got to go to Brother Clue. But before we do that, let me acknowledge, our sponsors. Shout out. Damn clock, shut up. Shout out to Brother Sage Highwayman with the 4.99 super chat. He says, "Good evening, Sir X. Evening chat. Sounds like I'm late to another barn burner." Well, this isn't really a barn burner. It's more like a shed burner, Brother Sage. More like a shed, more like an outhouse burner. But I appreciate that 4.99 super chat, Brother Sage. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. All right, Brother Clue, you got it, man. Pull the trigger.
All right. JR, you never answered my question quite. You never answered my question, which was, how is it harder to vote because my skin is dark skin, because I'm, black? You never answered that question. You never answered the question of, are there any race-based laws, or are there anything race-based in the mandates that sets me behind anybody else? You never answered that, JR. And see, here's my stance on all this race shit. There is no race. There's no such thing as race. Race doesn't exist. There's no such thing as race. That's my whole stance on this whole thing. Because if we got rid of race, we could get along with each other. As Americans, we could get along with each other. It's the constant Democratic side, the Democratic decree of bringing up race on every fucking story. Everything. Ask yourself, was Kyle Rittenhouse, was that a racial story? Ask yourself that question. They made it a racial story because they demanded that you be emotional about what Kyle did, because it was attached to some Black Lives Matter shit over there in Minnesota. Oh, Wisconsin, sorry. Race. There is no race. There's no black. There's no white. There's none of that shit. That shit doesn't exist. Those two concepts of black and white should have died in the 50s, in my opinion. Because all of us are Americans. We are one. We are Americans. And if we had come together as Americans, we wouldn't have this race problem. It's the Democrats. The Democrats that if you see anything on CNN or MSNBC, notice they always have to pump. They always have to pump a racial aspect to it. Race. They have to keep you thinking about race all the time. Why? Because if you don't think about race, you won't vote in any Democrats. Democratic Party will die without race. And JR, you didn't tell me you didn't tell me anything that convinced me that people of a different race, a darker skin tone, was held back from voting. You have not done that, JR. You have not done that at all. You have not told me that. You have not convinced me that just because I have a darker skin tone, that I have a harder time voting than a white person. You have not done that. And I'm thinking that you are an agent. You're an agent. You are on the Democratic side, and you have been told to keep this race narrative alive. Oh, they can't vote because they're disenfranchised, whatever the fuck that means. They can't vote because they're black. They can't get voter ID. Voter ID? Really? They can't. Really? You can buy drinks with ID. You can't vote. It's a government. It's a government right to vote. You can't vote with ID. ID is voter suppression. Really? Get out of here, man. Really? Get out of here. Get out of here. You just going along with the Democratic Party.
Brother JR, do you wish to respond?
Please don't.
Oh, shit. He dropped off.
Oh,
God damn it.
I got that kind of effect on the brother.
Oh, shit.
No. I want you to ask me. I want you to ask me.
Brother JR has been vanquished by Brother Clue. He has been vanquished.
Oh, Clue.
I never done that before. I never done that before, X. Really? I did that shit?
Clue, why did you have to vanquish him before the white man had a chance?
I didn't know I had that effect. I was just speaking my mind, Ragnar.
You not understand
I was just speaking my mind.
Don't understand black man. What the hell? Well, maybe his phone. Maybe his phone went out. His phone probably went out or something. Because I know he had the. Because I know he was inside and he was having like a bad signal, and then he
the white man clipped. The white man clipped his phone. What, he on Struggle Wireless? Struggle Wireless.
Obviously,
he on Struggle Wireless. The evil white man clipped the signal.
Help me understand this whole voter suppression thing.
Hold on.
Help me understand this shit.
I'm just joking.
Help me
I'm just
understand
joking.
Hold on.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Hold on, Q.
Hold up, Big J, because it's not your damn turn. Hold up. I think we going to who was next?
BMT.
I think it was Brother BMT, and then my man Nick Taylor, and then we go to my man Perfect Black, then to you, brother Big J, and then we go to Ragnarok. Brother BMT, you got it, man.
Nigga smash! Oh! I just wanted to say that. Oh man, this is my first time ever hearing a nigga whisperer on our panel. So we got to see that in rare form because we never heard a nigga whisperer, but we got to learn the new valuable lesson, y'all. I find it interesting, a Latino talking about that white supremacy and that the blacks don't know no better. Y'all remember that commercial where they went to the white liberals and said, do black people know how to vote? Of course, you know these niggas don't know how to vote.
I put that link in. It's in the back.
So it's amazing. You have a liberal telling black people you're too dumb to read the signs to go vote. You don't know how to use the internet. And also you don't have the education to comprehend that of the American system. That this is interesting. A liberal is telling us that, though, that he's using social media to dictate that of what black people are. That's interesting because that's the lens of how a lot of them perceive the Negro. And so this is funny because we're asking, because if he's 35, and I'm having my math, then that means his parents had to come here around what, the 80s. I mean, he's American born, so he was born here. So you have to go do the math. His parents came here around the 70s, 80s. Well, how the hell did they flourish? How does anybody on the panel can tell me that? How did two non-Americans survive the white man and was able to raise and produce a child? Mind you, his mom didn't go with Planned Parenthood. That's the liberal agenda. Or his father didn't leave the home. So everything he's talking about, well, you black folks, y'all don't know no better. Why did that a Latino? I would want to ask him, so y'all Latinos, is your woman talking about divesting and doing X, Y, and Z now? Are y'all having goddamn y'all women twerking for the pole? What supremacy are y'all living under right now? I love to hear, but when we ask him about what policy, this dude started talking about Afghanistan. I'm like, what the hell? When we asked him about what law, this dude started talking about, well, y'all niggas can't read, so it ain't like y'all know better. You can't make this. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. And nigga Conda, I'm pretty sure he's gonna tell us about goddamn Jason Polk or some shit, whatever. But then I would ask him, did white supremacy cause the Uvalde shooting? Was that white supremacy? With the little Mexican boy that went around playing Call of Duty in the school? Was that white supremacy? See, when you got
but actually it was.
It was white
supremacy. Hold on, because Brother JR is back. Let Brother BMT finish, and then you can go ahead and respond.
I want to ask him, because he said he went to a job and saw a representative that is in management position of his job that looked like him from his same background. Why would white supremacy put him in a position of authority to allow him to work there? Why would white supremacy do that? You gotta. I find this very interesting. He's telling black people, you don't know where to go vote. But then again, it was the Democrats that were allowing non-American citizens the right to vote. And literally, you didn't have to prove if you was a citizen of that district. I need to know from JR, what policy of family had the Democrats or the black? Oh, no. Let's ask him. Let me keep it smart. I'm gonna keep it macro for the manosphere, since he's the manosphere, whatever he is. What policy of the manosphere that you're representing, or you're with, or that you speak for, was speaking on that of the intact black family, and that y'all are pushing for to fund? I would like to know. And how has it been helping y'all as of late within the 7 years? So I need to know what policy, and also I need to know what agenda of racism has hindered you, because you're a well-to-do man that your parents brought you over here, well, born you in this racist country, but you're telling us about the woes of racism. I need to know. I resign my moments. Go ahead. White power. Come on, y'all.
All right, Brother JR, you got it. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
You got it.
Well, I addressed the immigration policy that has racial motives to it when they're sitting there trying to, and I understand, I get it up to a certain point. I don't want to get too deep into it because that's complicated as well. But when you sit there and you go out of your way to put kids in a cage, I mean, there's just nothing to talk about. It's just beyond ridiculous. Those kids are going to be traumatized.
Obama did that.
No, that was Trump. That was Trump that did that. Trump did that with the kids from Central America. That wasn't Obama.
I won't interrupt you, but that's
Obama. No. Let him go. No interruption.
If that was me, though, I would have been booted.
Yeah, if you start screaming and shit, yes. But go ahead.
That was Obama. Obama did that. Yes, he did.
What Obama did do is he upped the deportation of criminals that were illegally here. Yes, that's true. He was really vicious about doing that, to the point where he was at higher levels than Bush. See, the thing is, that's not going to be a policy that a lot of people they don't want to touch it. It's just like Social Security. It's the third rail of politics. They know that they can't really win. The business conservatives, they care about wanting and getting cheap labor. So, and then the racial ones, the racist ones at the far right, they want to reduce immigration. But there's always, like, the whole point of this whole conversation is a lot of these policies have a racial element to it, and voting rights does as well. But like the other guy earlier said, I mean, it's just a lot of people want to have disingenuous arguments when it comes to the voting. There's a long history, a long racist history of whites trying to suppress the vote. We all know what it is, and I can't believe you guys are so stuck on that point. The KKK, they would sit there and they would intimidate black men after the Civil War and try to get them to the point where they were so scared to go vote. When it comes with respect to black women, because we're discussing black issues, they didn't get the right to vote during the 1930s the way white women did. They couldn't safely do it until the 1960s, 1970s. So it's just like there's just a long history behind it. Because when someone said something earlier, I can legitimately, I it was offensive to me, because for you to sit there, for whoever it was, because I don't remember, there's been like 15 people up here, for someone to say that we shouldn't have an issue with that. Like, it's just like he was talking about the whole emotional aspect of it. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. As a liberal Democrat, we see the world different than a Republican, and that's okay. If you really care about yourself, like I've been making this whole argument throughout the whole debate, because it's a good argument, and I thought about it for a real long period of time, because I don't come up to these panels to troll. These well, a lot of people don't really believe it, but these panels, there's a bunch of people in the clouds all throughout this space that have a bunch of influence, whether they're high level executives at Fortune 500 companies, whether they're rappers, because Ti used a word the other day that a lot of people just in the general public have no idea what it means. So he was talking about how he thinks that it's gotten to the point where a lot of women are, they operate from the standpoint of being a misandry. So, the thing about Ti, he knew about the manosphere way before Kevin Samuels popped off. On his IG, he posted the image of this book called Men on Strike by Dr. Helen Smith. So, this whole idea that these conversations don't matter, and we're just up here to ha 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 and all that stuff. I mean, to me, that's not what I come up here to do. That's not why I'm in the chat. There's a bunch of people that come to get this knowledge, whether it's on quote unquote female nature. Obsidian doesn't like the phrase. I mean, I love it. I don't know why he doesn't like it, but he doesn't like the phrase. So it's just like, this isn't about just having endless babble conversations. It's about trying to get somewhere. It's trying to get some understanding, trying to get somewhere. It's not about trying to tell anyone what to do or what not to do. That's not what I came up here to do. And the thing about it is, like I've said a lot of times, I don't have any issues. I'm a moderator on Pablo's channel, and I tell them all the time, I don't care. All you guys, if any of you guys wanted to ask me, hey, how do I go to go find some authentic Mexican women in Mexico, I'd be more than happy to give you the information. I've traveled all over the country, and it's just something that I don't have an issue with it. So, I come to the space out of respect. I come out of here to try to add as much to the conversation, and maybe I can pass on a little bit of nugget of wisdom in the chat when it comes to women or whatever, and maybe someone can use it. That's all I come for. I don't come from a perspective of anything negative. So yeah, that's what I got to say on that. I don't have anything to say on the voting rights. I mean, we already talked about it.
All right, we are going to Nick Taylor now.
No,
Taylor,
go ahead. This is Rich. I'll save mine to the end, brother. Go ahead.
All right. I guess we're jumping to Brother Perfect Black. Then, Brother Perfect Black, you got it, man. Pull the trigger.
Okay. This is it's been as he said, just a rich conversation. I try not to get into conversations about the race being a social construct, racism doesn't exist, those type of things, because I in years past I would, but I don't anymore, because those are time wasting conversations, because there have been enough books written, studies have already been done, symposiums, whatever you want to call, that type of stuff have already been written and have already been peer reviewed and everything else. The stuff exists. And if you don't want it, if you don't want to believe that it exists, then that's on you. So I try not to even get off into those conversations. You know, when it comes to voter suppression, voter suppression has been going back ever since Black men have been able to vote. And again, that's also has been well documented, almost as well as redlining and everything else in this thing. So again, this is one of those conversations I was trying to get involved in. To me, anybody that wants to get into those conversations to make you quote unquote prove those conversations, to me, in and of itself proves intellectual dishonesty, because this stuff has already been documented, well documented. And so I challenge anyone who want to get into those conversations. To me, when there have been already books, articles, whatever you want to call it, has been well documented. This stuff has been well documented to affect one population. That's why I don't like to get into this whole people of color and all. I don't like to get into that either. See, when you start getting into those conversations about the racial construct, it always Black Americans, in particular Black men, tend to be the ones to pay for this whole quote unquote racial construct thing. We're the ones paying for that whole type of thing. Now, I think someone's mentioned property tax. Now, this is where the conservative in me comes out, because I really don't have because I'm a homeowner myself, and I see the good application of that, because you limit the dishonorables or the certain populations of people within your own community you don't want within a certain population. Even here in the South Side of Chicago, I don't get a lot of riffraffs here, and that's because most people here are homeowners, and that's the bottom line. And people that are homeowners, they pay more taxes. So I don't really have a problem with that. And so I would advocate for higher taxes, for higher property taxes. I most certainly would. And a lot of people may not, like that, but that's just the way it is. But, getting back to some of this other stuff that we've been talking about, I just don't like to argue that, because it's a fruitless argument, because these are arguments that they're a waste of time. These are time-wasting arguments. There have been enough books, there have been enough studies that have already showed this stuff happens, that white supremacy exists, racism exists. The Black community is in the position that it's in because of past instances of laws that were passed, not just from individual instances of racism. No, these were systemic state and federal policies of racism that put the Black community where it is. Now, I know a lot of conservatives don't like to say that. They don't like to admit that. They would rather want to believe that. Okay, well, again, you ain't got to take my word for it. Like I said, there have been many books written. People have already done the studies. You ain't got to take my word for it. And I'm not going to sit here and go over the whole mantra of evidence that's already been put out there. If you don't want to go through that, if you don't want to dig in it through yourself, then that's your problem, not mine. It's already been put out there. Now, our problem within the Black community, our problem is how we have handled that, is our response to that. Because white America is not going to do anything about it. They're going to continue with the benefits of it. You can't expect them.
Response to what exactly?
You know what, Brother X?
Response to what exactly?
I'm going to shut up right here, and then I'll come back.
Response to what exactly?
All right.
Hold on,
brother.
You're being sold something.
Hold on, Brother Clue. Do you wish to respond or interject, Brother JR?
I'll pass the mic to the person I was interjecting to him. Let him talk.
All right. Well, we jump down to Brother Big J. Brother Big J, you got 5 minutes, brother. Go ahead. Pull the trigger.
He needs 17 minutes.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
Go ahead, Brother Big J.
This disrespecting shit. Here's the thing. everybody want to talk about immigration, right? Okay, then if you so concerned about here's the racism in immigration policy. You have a plane full of Irish people, Northern Europeans overstaying their visas in the United States, but they're not as picked up as much as those coming from south of the border. That's one thing y'all don't talk about when it comes in this part. Dang it! And here's another thing. If you conservatives so concerned about immigration policies and these people coming from south of the border, then stop sending the CIA and NSA into south of the border. Most likely what happened in Venezuela and Nicaragua over the past 25, 30 years. That's where most of the caravan that went up during Trump's era came from was from Guatemala and Venezuela, because we sent our CIA and NSA down there. And let's talk about the property tax since Supreme King Coon is talking about he support higher property tax. If that's the truth, then how come his Republican conservatives in the state of Austin are now trying to change that because they notice in places like San Antonio, Austin, in the outskirts, they're having housing issues, and the housing market is being affected by the Texas property tax because it's so damn high. That's one thing SKC won't talk about. Here is another thing SKC said, right? He said though he want to question why a Latino is speaking about black issues and talking in the position of black people or black men, but then you SKC, you brought in a white bitch named the good mother putting herself in this space. Now explain that part. And here's another thing, SKC. While we're having this conversation, you sit there quiet. You sit there and you talk about, and you try to speak on black women, but then though you're not dating a black woman. And let's talk about male balance. Right? Quiet. I'm talking.
Oh, smash.
We going to talk about voting, right? Well, guess what? 2012, during Obama's second term, how come the state of South Carolina, Florida, and Texas sued in these to have because there was because the officials was trying to close voting lines because the voting lines to extend voting lines during that election of not just in 2012, also in 2010, and yes, in 2014 as well. Here is another thing, and this to you, Cool. I got this other one. I'm reading all of this down. Hold on, Cool.
I'm listening.
Then you said though there's no such thing as racism.
No such thing. No such thing.
Now, as somebody who lives in Texas, can you please explain to me about the Apazusa defense that Eaton couch was let go because he was a privileged white boy while the same judge did the opposite to a poor black kid who came from a single parent household, and the white boy did a lot worse crime than that of that nigga, that little bit niglet who went ahead though and did his crime. Oh, here's another thing though, Clue. What about Menendez versus Texas?
Let him go.
Hold on. I know it hurts. That's why that's why I'm better than y'all. Here's the thing.
Okay. That's cool.
You and I address Menendez v. Texas, which is a Supreme Court case about voting rights in Texas. And yet, though you talk about there's no such thing as racism. When all these, what I told you,
no such thing as racism.
About racism. Thank you.
Nope. No such thing as racism. No. Big J.
Are you done?
Seriously.
Are you done, brother Big J?
Yeah, I'm done.
There's no such thing as racism.
Can I get 1 minute before
hold up. No. Hold up. There's no such thing as racism, Big J. Let's address that.
Hold on. Because we got somebody else on the panel, so we got somebody else. Brother Ragnarok is here. Well, first let me go back to JR because he is the guest. Do you wish to interject or respond, Brother JR, before I go to the next
I just need 1 minute. I need 1 minute to add on to what Big J said, and then SKC can respond to him. Okay. So, the thing about immigration policy, I know.
Hold on. Let me get the Let me get the clock right. I'm old, goddamn it. I'm moving slow.
You ain't old, nigga. You ain't old.
I'm moving slow, goddamn it. I move slow.
No, you don't.
All right, go ahead, brother JR. You got it.
See, when it comes to immigration policy, Mexico is always going to be our neighbor. Let's say something pops off with Russia. The first thing that we would do is our Secretary of State or Harris would go down there to Mexico and shore up our relations and make sure everything is good. So when a lot of people have these issues about, oh, well, let's send them all back to Mexico or Central America or Brazil or whatever, it sounds pretty. It really sounds good. It really does. But if you sit there and you think about it from a logical perspective, you got to get along with your neighbor. You got to get along with Mexico. You got to get along with Canada. And it's really just that simple. And a lot of people are always going to get in their feelings about it. But, think about, it's funny because we're over here talking about race, but historically immigration has always had a bunch of racial elements to it. In the 1930s, because the immigrants were coming from Southern and Eastern Europe, and they had more color, more white color. They were darker whites. Racist whites from Western Europe, they reduced the number of immigrants that would come from Eastern Europe because they were darker whites.
Race. There's no such thing as race,
right.
JR.
All right. Well, we are going to
in the
Ragnarok now.
Documents. What you talking about, Clue?
Hold on, brother Big J. Hold on, brother Big J. You had your 5, man, like everybody else. We're going to Ragnarok now, then we're going back around. Brother Ragnarok, you got it. 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead. Pull the trigger.
So, JR, I wanted to address a few things you said today, and yes, I am white. A lot of the policies you mentioned, like, oh, white people do this, white people are the richest. You also brought up how the KKK would hunt blacks trying to get into politics back in the day, in Reconstruction, right? Don't interrupt me. They were trying to vote Republican. Do you know that? Who was back in the KKK? The Democrats. Keep that in mind. I don't give a damn about your switch mythology. So when it comes to you thinking, oh, it's a white racist policy, and Big J, when you're talking about that one plane of Irish people coming in, but dude, that's one plane, not hundreds of thousands. Okay? And they went back. No, let me finish.
You didn't comprehend well.
No interrupting. No interrupting, Big J.
Just stop. So I'm just addressing, since you're defending JR, that's why I addressed you as well. And JR, bro, come on, man.
Shut up, JX.
I'll fucking get another minute if you interrupt me again. And a lot of things you said is like, oh, whites have these racist policies, this, that, and the third. Sure, in the past, who passed Jim Crow? Democrats. Who passed the Black Codes? Democrats. Who did all the fucking Democrats? Who ran the South? Democrats. Okay? So when you want to go up against a black conservative man, just fucking remember it's the anti-slavery white man who was like, yo, maybe this black dude should have his own community and be allowed. We're all American. Fuck it. And you know what? Canadian-American relations are fine, bro. We literally go fuck up Hajis every other day together. Okay, your Air Force loves rolling with our infantry in Canada. We got different rules of engagement. We don't wait till you get shot at. We're that hardcore. And the point is, if you want to talk about racist immigration policies, in South Africa, some people want to deny it, but their governments over there in South Africa openly said they want to kill white farmers and take their land and redistribute it to blacks. Guess what happened? A lot of those whites who were facing persecution for their fucking skin color, their hue, guess who denied them entry? America. Okay? What else is racist? Not let the disproportionate fact that almost all 90% of migration is like not even white at all. Oh, it can't be balanced. Come on, that's one thing. That's it's a bit of a chauvinistic argument. The point is, and also when it comes to assimilation, you brought up earlier, because I've been listening for hours. You come here, you assimilate, or get the fuck out, and it is Western European ideas. Okay. That little constitution you have, that comes from English culture all the way back almost 1,000 years, Magna Carta. Okay, you wouldn't have that unless it was some English dude being like, yo, we should rise up against the king. That was the OG rebellion. King didn't listen to Magna Carta, though, unfortunately. And the other thing, every time somebody talks about whites, especially you tonight, you've had nothing good to say. And you also did the fallacy of whites think this way or blacks think this way. Motherfucker, please. And you know what? My last and final point. So I had an interesting conversation with a Mexican native, like he's First Nations from Mexico. He told me when it came to gangs in America as a culture, in the 20s, it was the Chicanos who moved in. You want to know who formed up to go against that? The Bloods and the Crips weren't Bloods and Crips before that. They were Neighborhood Watch. Dead ass. And then they started bringing in their crack, started bringing in their coke. Oh, no. And then shit went out of fucking control. And if you're going to blame the white man for trying to up property taxes to keep goddamn motherfuckers from ruining their fucking neighborhoods, I don't care what you look like. As long as you're trying to raise a family and pay your damn bills. There's no difference. And you know what? I'm unabashedly proud to be white. That doesn't mean it's a race. No, I like my culture. My culture has contributed a lot, and I don't care if I'm sharing that culture with other people. These concepts of freedom, these concepts of institutions we have, where you're like, the institutions are racist. I don't give a fuck. Everybody's allowed to get up there. There's no law right now stopping you to get in the books. None. And if you're going to say there is, bro, you can choke on it. And you know what?
Wow.
I will not stand here and say I know how Latinas feel or how black women feel, even if they choke on my goddamn unit.
Talk your shit, Ragnarok.
Okay, but first of all, can I respond to his white dude?
No, you can't.
Oh yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Okay,
Actually,
first of all, your comprehension skills bad. I said though.
Hold on, brother Big J. I gotta go to JR. This is JR against the world, not Big J against the world.
Yeah, but he said my name though. He said my name.
Yes, hold on. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond.
You can stand with him after. How about that?
This is brother JR's challenge. All right? His name is in the fucking title, for Christ's sakes. Brother JR, do you wish to respond?
Yes, and can I please get all 5 minutes?
Absolutely. Go ahead. You got it. Pull it.
It's going to be good. Come to the Viking. Come on, give it to me. Joke yourself. Hit me.
Go ahead. Let him go. Let him go. Hold on. Let him go. Go ahead, brother JR.
Quiet Ragnarok.
All right, so here's the thing. You see, he just proved everything we just talked about. A central concept of, and it's anyone can look it up, anyone in the chat. I'm not in front of a computer, but if you type in Dr. Peggy McIntosh, white privilege, unpacking the invisible knapsack, it's just, you can't make this stuff up. One of the 50 items, and look for it, because there's some that have the 50, the full list, versus one that's 20 or 30. I mean, can I speak uninterrupted? I mean, can I speak?
Don't interrupt. Let him go.
So when it comes to this, one of the 50 is racist whites, not all whites, but the ones that are racist. They have this idea that they created this whole world. That in itself is a racist idea, because blacks, they put some of the railroads in that throughout that went through the entire country. The Chinese did as well. Blacks, from what I understand, maybe I'm ignorant, I don't know what I'm talking about, but they helped build the White House. So when you got all these different minorities that help build this country, when you have someone that says something racist like, oh, well, we're the only ones that established this country. No, actually you didn't, because historically, like in Vietnam War, which is one of the main reasons that got us to where we are today, a lot of the people that were going over there were disproportionately minorities. So a lot of minorities, they're like, well, why are we going over here to fight in Vietnam when we don't even have rights in our own country? Like, how does that make any sense? So a lot of liberal whites, they got together and like, nah, we're not allowing this anymore. Jane Elliott, all these different liberal whites that they paid a very steep price fighting for the rights of minorities. And I can't believe it. We made it to this point and it took us 4 hours. And I knew someone was going to bring up this trash, But let's go ahead and talk about it. The whole idea of Republican, Democrat, which one was the racist party? The Democrat Party of the past is not the same one of today. So if you look at a map of a long time ago, it's all painted blue. That's correct. The South is all painted blue for Democrats. But the Democrats of the past are now the racist Republicans of today. So now the whole map on the southern part of the United States, the deep South, is all red. It's Republican. So it's just comical. And the thing about it is the values of the parties changed. And you never really know what's going to happen in the future. And let me bring this up because this is something no one talks about. My friend in Panama, I was debating this with him. He was saying, how can you sit there and be a manosphere guy and be a liberal at the same time? I was like, okay, well, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, they're all about feminism over there in the Democrats and the liberals. So how are you going to sit there and be a manosphere guy? And this is what I told him. See, the Republican Party, there's a difference between fighting against feminism versus advocating for men's rights. In theory, they should be doing it and they would be doing it, but that's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. That's not what they've done for a long period of time. So my main argument, let's focus on what I think might happen. Is it likely to happen? Probably not. But if the argument is that the Democrats, that they're all about equal rights for everyone, that applies to men as well. So it might get to the point where the Democrats and the liberals like, whoa, this has gone too far. Now we got to start advocating for the boys and the men. They're over there having all these mental issues. They're over there shooting up schools because they feel disconnected from society. All these different things.
Let them go.
That's something that could realistically happen because the Republican Party is missing that opportunity. Like this stuff, like we talk about this in the manosphere. Like this stuff is just beyond comedy. You have these women, they'll sit there and they'll look you straight in the face. They're like, well, you guys are chasing women out of your league. Like, what are you talking about? You have 3 kids by 9 men. What are you talking about? I don't have kids. Why should I have to get with baby mama number 9 from Seattle? Like, it makes no sense. So it's just like, it's one of those things where you have, there's no way to predict. There's no way to predict what a party's going to do. So, that's what I had to say on that. He knows very well.
Is he transracial?
He knows very well that the Democrat Party of the past isn't the same one of today. And he knows that the Republican Party of the past isn't the Republican Party of today. The values that the parties advocated for, the policies that the parties advocated for changed over time. We all know that the 1960s and beyond, the Democrats fought racism, and it got us to where we are today. That's
so you like
let him go. Let him go. Hold on. Let him go. Hold on.
Hold up, JR.
It's time for BJ to respond. I'll pass the mic to BJ. I mean, if he gets to respond to him.
Yeah.
Can I, Big J Triple X, can I say one sentence before it's passed on? Just one sentence.
No.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Being that Big J is up here defending Brother JR, I guess, I will, if hold on, before everybody starts fucking laughing. I tried to say it without it being fucking.
You failed.
He's up here defending Brother JR. So I am going to allow Brother Big J to go ahead and say something, but after Big J, I'm going back to Clue. All right, because this is how we're doing it. I'm letting people say what they want to say to Brother JR. I'm allowing JR to respond, and then we're moving on to the next person, because of time restraints and the amount of people who are on the panel. All right.
So respectively,
we're gonna let Big J go. We're letting Big J go. Big J is going.
I'm not stopping that. I'm not stopping. I'm just asking. Is this a team battle now? Is this? I'm trying to figure out.
It is.
No, it's. Well, they are on the same plane
now, X.
Because Brother JR said it out of his own mouth. He wants to give it to Brother Big J. So I'm gonna let Big J go, and then we moving down the line. We going back to Clue, then BMT, then Brother Taylor, then Brother Perfect Black, and I think my Brother Supreme is back on here. I don't know how I'm gonna figure him back into the goddamn rotation, but we're gonna do something. So that's what we're doing, Brother Big J. But this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this like this. being that brother JR is handing you the mic, I'm giving you 2 minutes and 30 seconds, brother Big J. All right?
Go ahead.
I'll give you 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, when we come back down to you, to your turn, then I will give you 5. But being that you're getting it handed from brother JR, you're only getting 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
All right?
I'm ready.
All right. Hold on, because that's how I got to do it, because there's too many Negroes up here. So I got to try to do some organization so my damn head don't explode.
Does that mean I got my end card?
I'm trying to do it. There's too many Negroes. Well, you don't claim white anyway, Ragnarok. You don't claim
That's
white.
true. That one stream with all the crazy white criminals.
You can't go back on it now. You can't say I'm white now.
Hey, T.P.O.T, the white liberals who Malcolm X warned about is why I don't claim white anymore.
You separated yourself from white folk on this channel, so whenever you on this damn channel, you are separated from white folk.
Sit down, Starscream.
Brother Big J, go ahead. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well,
go ahead, brother Big J.
Right. So I heard somebody say something about the makeup of the country was based upon white European. Yeah, you're right. But here's the thing, though. The Integrate tribe influenced Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson in the presidential system. We have 2 houses of Congress. A president that came from the Integrate tribe. They learned that
the Iroquois.
Yeah, no, let him go.
I'm agreeing with him.
It's brother Big J's time.
Hold on. Yeah, that came from the Integrate tribe, so you can miss me with that one. Here is also another thing. You got poor comprehension skills, because I'm talking about people from Ireland and Northern Europe overstaying their visas, and they're much as illegals as those who came from south of the border. You ignored that part. You never want to dress quiet. You don't want to dress. You don't want to dress white Europeans who overstayed their visas in Boston and even in the upper Midwest states. You don't want to dress that. Shut up. And another thing, how come you don't want to dress the Amazuna, the Afasuna defense that Ethan Couch did in north part of Texas when that judge let him go free? You don't want to talk about that. And also you also don't want to talk about. You also don't want to talk about all these Supreme Court cases where they have to have people vote when extend voting because of long lines. You don't want to address that too. You also don't want to address though how property tax, how the Republicans want to change the property tax because it's causing housing problems and decreased family building. And another thing, while we're having this conversation, you will not address the education system budgeting between education and criminal justice, or the spending levels. You won't talk about that. You also
let
him go.
You also don't want to talk about is the whole zip code in Louisiana where you have the richest and the poorest zip codes next together. I'm done.
All right. But before anybody goes, I got to acknowledge my sponsors. Shout out to my Chi-Town brother with the $5 super chat. He says, I take the opinions of whites on black issues with a large grain of salt, and I encourage all other blacks on the panel and chat to do the same. I appreciate that, brother Perfect Black. You drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Also, brother Perfect Black with another $5 super chat, showing out with his money tonight. He said, false black slave men built this nation. All others came after the infrastructure was built. Shout out again to Brother Perfect Black with the $5 super chat. You know, when you drop coins in this platform, my brother, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, my brother Perfect Black. So now we are going to Brother Clue. Brother Clue, 5 minutes on the clock, my brother. Pull the trigger. Hold on, let me get the clock right, because you know I'm old. So it's all right. You got it, Brother Clue. Pull the trigger.
JR. Let's stop with the bullshit, okay? What are you representing here? Black? Are you representing black? Or are you representing the Democratic Party?
Speak up. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can hear you fine.
Yep.
Can JR hear me?
Yes, right now I can. Go ahead.
Okay, you still haven't answered my question, though. You still haven't answered my question. JR. Voting. How are black people held back from voting? That's my question. And you have yet to answer that question. Is it because of voter ID? Anybody can get a voter. Anybody can get ID. Anybody. So it's not a question of ID, it's a question of something else. What is it? What is it, JR? What's the question, JR? JR, I'm asking you, what's
I'm letting you speak uninterrupted. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. What's the problem? What is voter supremacy? What is voter oppression?
Suppression.
Suppression. Yeah. What is that actually?
See, my thing is, I can get up here and not be disingenuous because the people that want to come up here and be disingenuous, it's like it's just a waste of time. So let me get off on that particular point. At the federal level, when it comes to Congress, when that comes up to renew the voting rights bills, the ones that actually hold teeth, which is the ones from the 1960s, it's generally one of those bills that there's no debate. It's automatic. Senators and U.S. House reps, they know if they vote against it, they're putting their political careers at risk. Anyone could look it up in the chat right now. Usually it's above 90, way above 90. And that's hard to accomplish in the Senate and the House. It's always partisan. When it comes to the voting rights bill, it's just generally understood. It's just like, okay, we're going to go through the motions. We're going to vote for it in a yes, positive manner. And there's just nothing to talk about. The problem is it's more so at the state level. I'm answering your question. At the state level, when it comes to the states that have historically had more racism, Alabama and Texas as well, a lot of the states.
What do you mean racism? What do you mean by racism?
Well, I'm trying to answer
wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you mean by racism? You said racism.
We've been talking about that the whole show. Yeah, if they sit there and they draw the districts in a way to dilute the power of minorities of their vote, that's racist.
Minorities. What do you mean by minorities?
So if you plug and chug them in a certain way in certain districts to reduce the number of minorities, knowing full well that they're going to vote Democrat. So
what do you mean by minorities?
We all know what minorities are, racial minorities.
What? No, I don't. So explain to me. Who are minorities? What do you mean by minorities?
Hispanics, blacks, Asians, Native Americans. And then we have
anybody that's not white, right? Anybody that's not white.
Well, that gets a little complicated as well because I'm trying to answer
right
the
or
question.
Wrong? Anybody that's not white, right? That's minority, quote unquote.
It depends on the state. it depends on the state, because in Texas, I mean, Hispanics are pretty much, they overtook whites in terms of the population.
So what's being suppressed here?
I mean, we already talked about the voting rights thing. I mean, the thing is, y'all just don't like the answer to it. It's really what it comes down to. Like the other guy said, I mean, y'all just don't really want to discuss it because y'all know it's just, y'all want to be disingenuous and y'all don't really want to acknowledge what we all know to be true. What usually happens, the states, they pass some racist, they invoke some racist.
What do you mean racist?
Policy.
You said racist.
And then,
what do you mean racist?
And then it goes up to the circuit level. It gets challenged in
the
courts.
But hold on. I started off this conversation by telling you there's no such thing as race.
And that's okay. You can.
There's no race. I don't believe in race. There's no such thing as race.
All right, brother JR, do you wish to have another 5 minutes?
No.
All right. Well, we going to my brother Nick Taylor. Brother Nick,
you don't even have to start the timer. I probably ain't even gonna take 2 minutes. Look, voting is easy. Voting is easy. Either you're here legally and you're legal to vote, or you're not. I put the state statutes and everything in the comment section already. If you don't read it or you don't know, that's fine. I don't care. I do, but I don't. But when it's provided and you don't know and you try to bump your gums to me, shut the fuck up. I ain't listening to you. Okay? You don't like the law? Tough. Sucks to be you. Property tax, it is what it is. And guess what? If you don't own the property, you don't pay property tax. If you're renting a property, you don't pay property tax. If you don't own the land and the mineral rights and water rights, like I do, you don't pay property tax. If you get back a check from the government at the end of the year after filling out a damn paper, you don't pay income tax. The people like me that write 4 checks a year to the federal government, we pay income tax. Racism exists, but the title of the thing says is race. Race is our biggest problem. And my answer to that is no. It's so many things ahead. Race is so far down. Racism and race is so far down on the list for me, I can't even fucking see it. But I'm prepared for it, and I know how to act if it ever decides to rear its head. I'm good, X. Thank you.
All right. Brother JR, do you wish to respond?
I don't have a rebuttal. Next person. I don't have anything to say.
All right. Brother Perfect
Black. Of course
Black.
you don't. Of course you don't, JR. Of course you don't.
You are up, sir.
Why don't you have any kind of response to what Nick Taylor just said?
Because there's nothing to talk about when it comes to
why not?
Make him respond. We can't make him respond. He doesn't want to respond.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is, why doesn't JR have a response to what Nick Taylor just said?
Because he didn't have any good arguments worth responding to. Other people have made them. He wasn't one of them.
There it is, right there. There it is.
All right, Brother Perfect Black. My Chi-Town brother, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger.
What's going on, man? Look, I had to jump off and jump back on because I couldn't hear everything was being said. So I didn't hear everything that Nick Taylor said. So please forgive me on that. I'm only going to have to go on what I've been hearing so far. Like I said, I do have my leanings on both sides. While I do believe that there's racism that do exist, our response to it has been really lackluster. We really haven't responded to it well. Say it again. You know what? Go ahead, man.
Let him go. Let him go, Brother Clue. No, you got it. Go ahead, Brother Perfect Black. It's your time. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I do my best not to interrupt anyone. I just do. I try my best to interrupt, even for people I disagree with or agree with. I try my best not to interrupt anyone. But I do have my leanings on both sides because racism do exist.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, racism do exist, and Jen, why don't you just say it when you get your turn, man? How about that? Racism does exist. There's been enough studies have been done on this. Like I said, the books have been written on this. I'm not going to argue the obvious anymore. And I think anyone that want to argue the obvious, they're just wasting time, and they're just being dishonest. And I pose it to anyone. I don't give a damn who it is. If you want to argue that type of stuff that has already been proven that the sky is blue, then you're not interested in any type of intellectual debate, and you're definitely not looking for any type of solutions because because you are so tied up in your own goddamn dogma, you can't even see your own fucking hand in front of your face. And that's how I believe. You are so tied into your own goddamn dogma, you can't even be reasoned with, even with logical and research data. Even in the face of data, you don't even want to do it. You like a lot of these delusional black women in the face of proof, you would still argue with it. Don't even want to argue. Don't even want to put forth any type of cogent or coherent type of debate at all. You just go just on what you believe. No, it doesn't. And for me, that's childish. That's what it is. You expose yourself as being silly. In any event, Brother X, and I'm gonna seek the rest of my time. Brother, look, thanks for having me on. I had some technical
no such thing
difficulties.
as racism.
Okay.
By the way, I just want to let y'all know.
So, yeah, man, it's good to have you back up, Brother Perfect Black. We ain't rapped in a while, man. I got to jump on that phone, man, and chop it up with you, man.
Absolutely, man. Like I said, I've been busy. That's my wife. She's literally within a few weeks. She's within a few weeks, bro. So
you're building the family quite rapidly, my brother. Congratulations. You're rapid, man. You're doing it in a rapid pace, my brother.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Congratulations.
We're about to do our second child. We're doing the home birth and everything.
Yeah, because the your first baby is what like one now, right?
She's about 16 months.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're building it rapidly, man.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations, my brother.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm a believer in family. So I'm a believer in that. And
I don't have a problem with a man keeping his wife barefoot and pregnant. I don't have a problem with that shit at all. I just don't. You know, I mean, I come from a family where the biggest gap is between me and my older brothers, about 8 years. But all the rest of them, because there's 9 of us, the 7 people before me, they were like a year apart. So I know all about it. I know all about it. They call it stutter step kids. You know, everybody
we wanted our kids to kind of be able to relate to one another and be pretty much close within age.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
We do that. I'm going to ignore what the racist background stuff. I don't know what that's all about.
Such thing as racism.
Wait, hey, Clue. So are you saying that I'm supposed to racist?
Racism doesn't. Race does not exist. That's
what does that have to do with what me and what Brother S was talking about?
Okay. Race does not exist at all. There's no such thing as race.
Okay, so why do you, if that's what you believe, then why do you have to keep reiterating it as if you're going to convince me on that?
Because you won't understand me unless I keep repeating myself.
No, I fully understand you. I just don't agree with you. Okay, so why can't we just move on from there? I don't agree with you.
Why don't you agree with me?
I don't agree with you. Why do I need to explain that? I don't agree with you on that.
Explain to me why you don't agree with me. Why don't you agree with me? Race does not exist. There's no such thing as race.
Okay, so if race don't exist, dude, then why do the people classify as Black Americans, ADOS, foundational Black, however you want to describe Black Americans?
There's no such thing as ADOS. There's no such thing as ADOS outside of YouTube.
They did that to themselves.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up for a second.
This is what I'm talking about. We have to argue
let me say this. Let me say this.
Let me say this. Prove the ridiculous. This is what I'm talking about.
Let me say this.
See, this is
let me say this. I have to say this.
I'm done.
I have to say this.
If you want to be off into this,
let me say this.
Time wasting argument,
Brother X. Let me say this one sentence. I just want to say one sentence. There is no such thing. Okay, yeah, okay. There is no such thing as ADOS outside of YouTube.
Okay, fine. There's no such thing as it. So, okay, you and I disagree on that. Why must you try to bring me to your side on that? Why is that important to you?
It's not important to me.
Then why do you keep asking me about it? I told you I disagree with you on that. And you know what? I'm fine with that. So why must you try to convince me or force me to agree with you on that?
I'm not forcing you to do anything,
yes, you
sir.
are. You are forcing an argument that I do not want. I told you I don't want this argument because it's bullshit. I feel it's bullshit,
I didn't
and
force anything on you.
I am okay with you feeling the way that you are. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. Then why are you trying to convince me otherwise?
I did not force anything on you, sir.
Yes, you. Then
no,
why do you? Okay, then why do you? Yes, you did. You continue to try to engage me on this. I am good with you on this.
Did not.
So
okay.
Then why are we even talking about this?
We're gonna go ahead and move on. We're gonna go ahead and move on
because we already at the. I'm done with this, man.
We already at the. Hold on, because we already at like the 4 hours something mark, and I don't want to go over 5 hours. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go to well first. Let me acknowledge my brother because I've been missing some of these super chats. I ain't been paying attention to this shit. Taylor. My bad, brothers, that I've been doing that. I don't have
in the land.
I also don't have my glasses on because I like to leave them off because I like to sit here and look cool even though I'm all by my fucking self. But yeah. So but shout out to my brother Nick Taylor with the $10 super chat. He said either you're here legally or you're not. If you're not, you can't vote and you should be deported by force at the barrel of a gun. If the black Dems ran spots have the worst and policing. I appreciate that. Brother Nick Taylor, that $10 super chat. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
Clue.
Anybody, any other brothers super chats that I missed, man, I apologize. I did not do it on purpose. God damn it, I'm old and sometimes
you ain't
shit
old.
Slip by.
You are not old.
No, I just was asking Clue what kind of microphone he has. I was just asking Clue what kind of microphone he has.
It sounds good.
I have the Shure SM58.
They got the Shure.
That's what I'm talking about. The classic.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
It's only it is $90. It's not expensive.
I got 3 of them.
It's only $90.
I got one I've had since I was a teenager.
Yeah, sounds good. Definitely sounds.
This is the mic. Hold up. This is the mic that stand-up comics use, so they can
and
filter out the audience.
Live concerts. Yeah.
This is the shit. I love it.
For decades.
I'll never switch to any other mic other than the Shure SM58.
It sounds good, bro. Sounds real good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna go to Ragnarok. Ragnarok, do you have something else that you want to put up to Brother JR?
I do.
Actually, can we do it this way? So can we have my 5 minutes after JR? But it's to bring in a topic, and it's simply this. JR, I'll give you my 5 minutes. I'll go after you. It kind of as a response because you keep moving. He keeps moving the goalposts and keeps going into Vietnam, this, that, and the third, whole different topics. And I kept asking him the question as to why he feels like he lives in this super evil white supremacist system and that he has to be all about the collective and forget about himself.
Okay, we'll go back to Brother JR. Brother JR, do you wish to engage?
I do. So let's
All
talk.
right.
Let's keep it recently then.
Let's go.
Yeah, I need all 5 minutes. Okay.
Please don't
So
go into tangents on random shit.
Hold on, let
I
him
mean, I
go.
don't
You
think
said let him. You said you want him to have the 5. Let him go. Let him go. Go ahead, brother
No,
JR.
I'm not. You asked me. You actually asked me a real question. See, the thing is, if some of these other guys, when they don't ask me a real question, then I go off to tangents because they didn't ask me a genuine question. They come from a disingenuous standpoint. In reference to what you're saying, see, when you're sitting there on a presidential stage and you're surrounded by a bunch of really elite politicians, like Ted Cruz, who has debated against the Supreme Court. He made it to the Supreme Court where he was the person that would debate in front of the Supreme Court. When you got someone like him, when you got Marco Rubio, and I don't like the dude, I'll just tell you straight up, I don't like the dude. When you got a guy that came from a working class background and he made it to U.S. Senator, the point is, when you have a real elite number of politicians on the stage with Donald Trump, and yet that dude makes it to the presidency, it just tells you everything you need to know about how race is seen from the perspective of white conservatives, because they're the ones that put him in office. They put him in office, and the reality is Donald Trump was a backlash to the first black president and Obama. Like I said, I met Obama in 2007. I
It's
shook
not
his
that
hand.
simple.
I shook his hand, and he was the first. He was out of all the major presidential candidates, he was the earliest that anyone's ever got Secret Service protection. So, the thing about Trump, all these people talk about, well, he knew Mike Tyson and he put him in my casino. Well, let's think about that. So, yeah, you're going to put one of the top tier boxing guys ever in the history of the sport. Of course, he's going to be friendly with him. He's going to make money off him. So, yeah, oh, Mike Tyson, oh, buddy, come over here to
Dude,
Atlantic City. I'll put you in the ring, yada, yada,
I
yada.
don't mean to interrupt, but we're going on to topics that are not even related to the question.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
That
but
Trump's a
it's his
racist
5 minutes.
racists
Let him
voted
go.
for him.
Let him go.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
no. Actually, we are, because
How's he
Trump's
a
a racist,
racist?
and
How's he
racists
a
voted for him. They
racist?
put him in
Clue,
No,
office.
no, no.
clue.
Let him go. Let
Hang
him
back.
go. Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah.
Go
Hang
ahead,
back,
brother
clue.
JR.
So yeah, the other example that I said earlier, maybe you didn't catch it. When we go to Iraq and we murder, we don't sit there and remnants of war. No, no. Like I said, we go there and murder. We murder 500,000 Iraqis for a war that wasn't justified. See, the thing is, the reason that's racist is because it's like an afterthought. Who cares? Whatever. We killed 500,000 civilians. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, but wait a minute. Over here in our little pretty ticker on CNN, okay, another American died. I get it. We're American first. Our veterans matter first. But when you sit there and you disregard other human life, you got to start asking some questions to that
No, I
point, to that
don't.
level. Yeah, of course you do. You got to start asking questions
I said
because
I don't disregard.
well, that's the thing. Other people do see it from the perspective of a racial perspective because they're like, well, we better go over there and murk those dudes because they're gonna come over here and murk us first. I don't know. I don't sit here and worry about the gentlemen that are Muslim in the Middle East. I'm not afraid of them. I don't worry about them. And like for you guys that are Republicans, because I know a lot of you guys are actually Republicans. It's a real simple clip. All you got to do is get on YouTube and you can watch a clip for 2 minutes.
You never
It
asked
was
the right
Rudy
question.
Giuliani versus the U.S. House Rep Ron Paul. So Ron Paul, what he said, well, you know what? You know why they come over here and attack us at the Twin Towers and all that stuff? Because we go over there and we meddle in their affairs. We go over there and deal with a bunch of stuff. We have our nose over there in the Middle East and different places that we shouldn't be over there. So the point is that's a form of racism because this country, you go to all these different parts of the world, you have all these aggressions for no reason. It's like you sit there and you think about it, like what are you sending people over there for? It just makes no sense to me. We're gonna go over there and spend billions of dollars to create all these conflicts that aren't even there. And that, like I said, see, the thing is, when you have someone like George W. Bush, like I said, and I'm going to say it again because you want the modern macro examples of what's going on. The guy he was a C student at Yale. He got into Harvard Business School through daddy. The guy rose through the ranks of politics and he became a president. And if it was a minority, if it was someone by the
JR,
name of
you
Barack
never answered
Obama,
my
he would
question.
have never made it. Yeah, I answered your question. You wanted the macro. I mean, what else do you want me to tell you? I told you the Iraq war. I told you about Barack Obama. I told you about Donald Trump, who was unqualified to become president. He was up the whole entire stage, an elite. You had like 10, 12, 8,
So
7 elite politicians, and he made it to the White House because
how do
some whites,
blacks?
white conservatives
How,
are racist.
how's the blacks have a harder time voting than
Clue, hang back.
non-blacks?
Clue, just hang back, bro. Please hang back.
I have nothing to get
He
to say
never
on the vote.
answered the
I have
question.
I know, but I'm about to.
He never answered the question.
Hold on.
He never answered my
everybody.
question.
Clue,
Hold
I know.
on.
He
Why
didn't
do I
even
have
answer
a
mine
harder
either.
time voting because I'm dark skinned than
Clue,
people
that was
who are
like an
not
hour
dark
ago.
skinned?
Okay, come on.
Well, you're up next, brother Clue. Because
okay.
Actually, T.P.O.T, I asked that. It comes back
Yes.
to me after JR. You don't mind?
Yes, I know. Yes, I know.
Thank
I'm
you.
talking about next. You're up now, brother Clue is up next.
All right. So before you hit that timer,
hold on. God damn it, hold on.
Ragnarok
First and foremost,
silence.
God damn it, Negroes, hit the goddamn like button. All right,
Hit the
let's
goddamn
get that
like button.
Let's get that going. I need to see the likes rising. Because I know some people sitting in this damn chat room that have not hit it as of yet. Hit that goddamn like button, and I mean hit it now. Because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams.
I have a problem with that.
And I really
brother X, brother X, I have a problem with that because my mother. Hold up.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people do.
Hold up. My mama has called me on my cell phone saying, "Baby, can you please just hit the like button so I can get some damn sleep?"
That's the key.
I'm tired of this YouTube nigga haunting me.
That's why I do it. This is why I do it.
So hit the like button so my mama can get some sleep, please.
Go hit that goddamn like button, boy. Get this Negro out of here floating over my damn bed. Go hit that like button
Who
now.
is this dude? She doesn't even know what a YouTube is. What is a YouTube? She's like, I can't sleep. Hit the like button, nigga.
I mean it, Negroes. I'm serious. Ask mom. I'll be floating over that bed tonight. But go ahead, brother Ragnarok, pull the trigger, man.
I have one little thing. So I want to ask JR one quick yes or no question. So you shook Obama's hand and you're against the Iraq war, yes or no? Just say yes or no.
I didn't hear the question. What is it?
You shook Obama's hand and you're against the Iraq war. You see it as racist, yes or no?
I shook Obama's hand in 2007, and yes, I was against the Iraq war.
Don't go ahead. Okay, so I got 2 yeses. Right, I'm about to drop a proverbial WMD on you. 1, Trump was against the Iraq war, spoke up against it multiple times for years on end. Guess what? Obama was the one who committed the most drone strikes in that region of the world. You didn't know that, did you?
Yeah, I did know that.
So you shook the hand of the man who literally has drone striked American citizens too, who were over there just randomly, okay?
That's correct.
Just because they were Muslim, and he was 16. So on another note, now I'm done asking you questions. Trump, you may see, like when I ask you the question, how do you perceive do you live in a white racist society? A white supremacist society, right? You didn't answer. You said Marco Rubio this, that, and the third. You talked about that other fucker from Texas. I don't care, bro. I talked about you. You have a problem with thinking. I've been watching for hours. You are always the collective. Fuck the collective. Do you know why? The collective don't care about the individual. Never did, never will, and it fucking won't start now. So this is what I'm about to say to you. If you're going to go on this tangent that America's racist, guess what? The Bush Republicans were in on those wars. The Obama Democrats were in on those wars. And this was horrific fucking war crimes that has ever been done in the goddamn Middle East. And guess what? Guess who was against them? And guess who tried to stop one man? Who was against them? And those two Bush reps and Obama Dems tried to stop Trump. What's up? I'm a fucking Canadian and I know this. I'm not fucking retarded. Okay? I'm not going to look at things from just one side of the aisle or this side of the aisle, because I know damn well there's establishment on both sides, and I do not like them. Okay? You know what? I can respect a goddamn gun salesman. I don't give a fuck how high he is in there, okay? But deliberately causing fucking chaos, I think we could both agree that's wrong. And here's my point. You were like, oh, the Secret Service were the first to, like, get it to Obama the fastest. Do you know why? They had to be assigned. Nobody wanted to be there. When Trump got on, over 37,000 Marines signed up to be on his Secret Service detail within a minute of his election. Did you know that? No, you didn't. Okay? So you fucking tell me what you see after knowing that. Okay? Do you really think you live in a racist society? Okay? I'm a white boy. I went through a school that told me I have white privilege and I should be ashamed. I should be guilty. I should hate myself. Guess what? I did none of the above and spat in their fucking face. Beat every motherfucker who suggested I was a white devil, and I wore that white devil with pride. I don't speak on black topics. I don't speak on Latino topics. It's not my fucking place. But you here tonight spoke on how white people think all fucking night and how black people think all fucking night. So you know what? I do got smoke. And then you're going to shake the hand of the man who did more drone strikes than any other person on the goddamn face of history? Fucking Genghis Khan is smiling at you, bro. Come on, man. You want to stand on this pedestal of virtue and say, I'm a liberal and I understand? No, you don't. Okay? Some of these days, I don't even call myself a conservative anymore. Because some conservatives are just, they don't look at the real picture. It's just another political game on one side of the aisle, which they fucking own. We're playing chess with our lives. I'm me. I'm fucking Ragnarok. Okay? And anybody who wants to bring down tyranny on my head, they can suck my unit. Deadass. Every single day. They can just come up, get on their knees, suck my unit. I don't care about white privilege. I don't care about that shit. If you as an individual of whatever hue you are, ebony black, ivory white, or in the middle red or brown, I don't care. If you pull yourself by your bootstraps and you're for freedom, you're my brother. And if you're against freedom, get the fuck out.
Brother JR, do you wish to respond?
Yes, I do.
All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger. Then we go on to Brother Nick Taylor.
I mean, first of all, I don't understand why the guy has to be breathing on the mic.
I'm smoking. You mind? It's a big fat
I mean, I
fucking
do a little
cigar.
bit. I mean, how hard is it to speak clearly for 5 minutes? I don't get it. But
well, when I'm
let's go
smoking
ahead
a
and
Cuban
address that
cigar,
stuff.
come on,
So
man.
yes, it's true. It's true that Obama did the most drone strikes, and I said that earlier. I don't know where you were. I did say that earlier. And you know, the thing is, this is what Obama did when he got into office. When he was walking into the White House, what he did is he went to Home Depot. Follow me on this. He went to Home Depot and he collected every single fire extinguisher in the entire Home Depot. So he took on the Iraq War, which wasn't his problem, and he fixed it. He fixed it to the best of his ability, and he didn't do too bad of a job on it. The thing with Afghanistan, he had a little bit more problems with it. And what happened is one time the advisors, they brought him all these options, and he said, "I don't like your options. Go back to the drawing board." And he was taking a long period of time to make the final decision. At the end of the day, he took out bin Laden. He didn't make any major mistakes. In reference to Donald Trump as well, he didn't make any major foreign policy mistakes. So rather than sitting there crying about I'm
alienated all
about
his
to lose,
allies.
crying about oh, they stole the election from me, like wah. What I mean, well, he should be over there flaunting his accomplishments in foreign policy. But the guy is a crybaby. I mean, this stuff is just like Comedyville. It's a form of white privilege when you can sit there and act however you want, the way Donald Trump did, being disrespectful, not having any manners, not having any decorum. When see that the reason that's a form of white racism and white privilege, because other people, other minorities couldn't do that. That's what it means. Like when you have when you're a white male and you think it's okay, and when you're over here demanding that black males cross the street, because we all know that's a real famous historical example. So for the people out there in the world that aren't familiar with it, can I speak? Can I speak without being can I talk without you interrupting me? I mean, it's not my fault. I'm smoking you, and that's just it isn't. I'm the one that has the knowledge. So when you're
smoking me, buddy.
when can I speak, T.P.O.T, without him interrupting me? So the
Let him
thing
go.
about it
Let him
is,
go.
so when it's a historical example, a real famous example. So basically the way it would happen in the Deep South is if a white man was walking towards you. I'm a black man for right now. Okay. So if a white man was walking towards you on the sidewalk, he expected you to cross over on the other side of the street. Because if you walked on the same sidewalk towards him, you were basically disrespecting him. It was a form of racism, is really what it was. So when you got a gentleman by the name of Donald Trump, when he acts however he wants, he's basically saying, well, I'm a white male. I can act however I want in this society because I have all the power. So all you other chumps, all you other Hispanics, all you blacks, you can't do anything about it because I'm the white male that can act however I want.
You never
And
said
that's where,
that.
well, but that's what his behavior implies. I mean, let's be real. Can a black man, can a Hispanic man act like that dude? I mean, he's over here. Yeah, no, he can't. No, it's a bunch of bullshit, and you know it. It's a bunch of bullshit, and you know it. I just educated you on the concept of white privilege. You don't know
You
what it
couldn't
means.
educate me if you had a degree.
Earlier you said that whites built this whole country. No, that's not true, because you know
I
what?
said
If
Western
minorities are
European
disproportionately white,
culture
Hold
if
on. Let him go.
minorities are
Let him go.
country.
Let him go. Let him
if
go.
minorities are
Ragnarok.
disproportionately poor, that's true now, and it was true then who are the people that were really building this country from the standpoint of working class, from using your hands to brick by brick, putting the railroads down? You know who that was? That was
White
disproportionately minorities.
pioneers.
That's who
White
it was. No,
pioneers were the majority, actually.
they were the majority, and that's the thing about it. I mean, you see,
What,
you
you
got to
think they
think
were
about
all in
it.
a mansion?
Can I speak?
Come
Can I
on.
speak? Don't get mad
Let
because
him
I'm
go.
smoking
Let
you.
him go.
It's not my fault I'm smoking you. See, the thing is, you got to think about this from a real logical perspective. If you yourself, if you think you're so superior, then why do you got to discriminate against other races? It makes no sense to me. Let me say that again for all our buddies over there in the back. If you think as a white person that you're so superior, you're naturally, biologically superior to other races, then why do you got to be discriminating against other races? I don't understand that. It makes no sense to me. But you know what? You know why? You know, the thing about it is whites aren't actually superior, naturally, biologically, innately superior to
Never
other
said we
races.
were.
And that's why they have to discriminate. That's why they created the whole concept of race more, round about 500 years ago, like we
So
were
you believe
talking about
whites are
earlier.
inherently racist?
That's no, not all whites are,
You
but
just explained their thesis.
you have demonstrated a whole concept of white privilege. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Someone pull up in the chat, look it up. Dr. Peggy McIntosh,
Fuck
white
Peggy
privilege, unpacking the
McIntosh.
invincible. Yeah, she's one of the most elite scholars when it comes to race. And yeah, I am gonna reference her because she is an elite scholar.
All right. We are going to my brother, Nick Taylor. Brother Nick. Is he there? Brother Taylor. Yes, sir.
All I gotta say, and you can, whoever want my time can have it. All I'm gonna say,
Nick, nuke him. Just nuke him, Nick.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm nuking sand. I mean, it has no value. This is a target that has no value. So I'm just gonna say that I'll as a three-time combat vet, some targets have value, some don't. This one doesn't. All I'm gonna say is on my immigration, like I said, on my immigration thing, I think if it was up to me, everybody that's here illegally, I don't give a shit what your hue is or where you came from, you will be issued out. You will be given a deadline to vamoose with alacrity. And after that, you will be rounded up by the barrel of a gun. Because, hey, guess what will happen to these brothers here? I'm actually black. So here's the thing. Guess what will happen to me and the other black men on this panel if we showed up in any of these other countries south of the border or in Eastern Europe illegally, waving signs saying that you hate me and I want housing and you're treating me bad? If south of the border, your ass is going to disappear. Okay, you're gone. Okay, they're gonna be like, Nick, who? Tall guy, yeah. Real dark skin, yeah. 6'5", yeah. Talk a lot of shit, yeah. Never heard of him. That's pretty much how that's gonna go. But anyway, X, I'm out. I appreciate all of y'all. After at a certain point, like I said, at a certain point, there's no need of me setting off nuclear weapons in underground facilities anymore. I know the bomb works.
Well,
I know it works.
Before you go, Brother Taylor, we getting together next week, right?
Yes, sir. Friday. Yes, Friday at 8:00. That's where we're at right now for our Blue Collar Man live stream on my channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put it on my calendar, and I guess any of you blue collar Negroes out there that want to come by and watch, make sure you do that.
God dang it, X. I know I ain't in my 5 minutes, but hold on.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
And yeah, get some. That's all I got. Get some. Y'all be good.
I want that damn sound effect, Brother Taylor.
Which one you want?
The one with the guns. The one with the guns. I want it.
You would. Oh, I got a better. Yeah. Oh, I got a better gun one. Dig this.
Is there any way?
That was a drive-by.
That was a drive-by.
Is there any way I can have both of them? Is there any way?
You can have them all. Peace, y'all. Y'all be good and be safe.
Brother Taylor, if I don't talk to you no more, I will see you Friday, my brother.
Yes, sir.
All right. Peace.
Peace. Hey, I'll be listening. I'm just going to be working, though.
All right. I guess we jump into my Chi-Town brother. Brother Perfect Black is back. Brother Perfect Black, what's good with it, man? What you got?
Oh, what's up, man?
Perfect Black.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. You got it. Yeah, you got it. Pull the trigger.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm kind of going back and forth with people in the chat, man. It's with some white folks in the chat because I'm kind of curious as to why white folks would even want to be in these spaces here. I understand why you have them here. Because you have an open invitation to everybody, which is understandable. But I really do want to know why do white folks want to be in these spaces?
I can answer you.
Okay, well, can I finish?
No, you can't, Ragnarok, because you disowned white people on this. When you're on this channel, you're not white. You did it. Now I can play it. You disowned white folk. I heard you do it on this channel. So when you're here, you are not white. You are clear. You are no color. You are bland. He did. He disowned white folks right on this channel. I can play it. So
well, I mean, that question. Okay, well that's fine. I mean, that's fine. I mean, he can disown whoever he wants. But still, I've always been curious as to why white folks are in these spaces. I mean, because hey, after all, they've conquered the world, they've done all these other things. Why do you give a damn about what black folks think? So, and I've been kind of going back and forth. And I've been curious as to that. Why even be here? Why do you care? Who cares? Why do you care what black folks, these measly black people think? You've conquered the world, you've done everything in the world, you regulate money and all those type of stuff. Why do you care? The fact that you're here actually speaks a lot, but I'm not going to go into that. But again, look, and I wasn't here for a good portion of the first part of the conversation. But for what I did here, I'm going to speak on what I did here, and in terms of systemic racism, white supremacy, and all of that stuff does exist. It just do. And anyone who wants to argue that, for me, in and of itself they expose themselves to being dishonest, because there's already been enough out there to show exactly that this stuff does exist, that Black America, not people of color, not Black and brown, not all these other goddamn people who come to this nation voluntarily, They stepped over their goddamn relatives to get over here, who have suffered the injustice of this nation, and still suffer the residual effects of the initial injustice of this nation. I'm not going to argue that, and I encourage anyone else to stop arguing those type of things because it's already been proven, right? For me, I think that and I'm not going to say Black Americans, because you say anything else, people get triggered on that too. So now we're getting triggered on semantics. Black Americans, I don't think we should even debate that shit no more because it's already been proven. We should not even respond to this stuff, at least not like that. I think our response to it has been lackluster because we want to argue and try to convince people, and we want to try to convince people of the negative, and it's already been proven. So I'm ready to go to bed because I'm tired as fuck. But
All right.
thanks, brother,
I'm
for letting
glad.
me in.
I'm glad you came through tonight, though, brother.
Yeah,
Man. I
yeah,
always,
man.
always enjoy when you come through, man. I'm glad, man, that you came through, man, because it's been a while. But I know you got your family and your career and all that kind of stuff. So
Oh,
but
absolutely, man.
it's always
Absolutely.
good when you come through, man. You're my Chi-Town brother, man. I always appreciate your input, brother.
Absolutely, and I want to see, Mr. Who was it? Mr. Roscoe said, he said that black wife will save. What did he say here? Oh yeah, he said Europeans save black folks from injustices. Their African brothers. I, I, I can't. It's hard for me to even get into that type of asinine comment, but thanks for having me up, brother X, and
Absolutely.
I'll do my best to try to be up more. But as you know,
Yeah,
my
I
wife,
know you got
my
I know you got a lot going on. I usually
yes,
would call you. I was thinking
yeah.
about calling you the other day because my damn computer was fucking up, but I figured it out, and now it's working the way it's supposed to. So I think
Oh
about you
yeah,
when
man.
my computer start fucking up. I'm like, God damn, I gotta call Purple Black. But I figured it out. So
Oh yeah, I got a couple bills
it's
I'm
good.
doing. I got a couple bills I'm doing here. So and hey man, you can give me a call anytime you want, man. Just anytime.
Absolutely,
I'm about to
absolutely.
go. I'm about to go. I'm about to go on paternity leave, so you can definitely give me a call anytime you want, man.
All right, man. We'll do, my brother, man. I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
Can
Peace.
can
Go ahead.
can I do a
Go ahead,
closing
brother
statement?
JR.
Okay,
Absolutely.
yeah. Let
Go
me.
ahead.
o- Okay, well, the thing is, I've been wanting to come to your platform for a real long period of time. I really appreciate you allowing me to come to your platform. Like I've been saying all over the space for a long period of time. I think a lot of people really and truly don't want to have these debates. Neutral platform, because that's what you have. You cut in an appropriate way. You're respectful and you allowed everyone to say their piece. So, to me, my thing is like a lot of people, they want people to come to their platform so they can mute them, they can cut them off, they can drop them if they're getting smoked. And I don't have respect for that because it's almost like what people do in other parts of the world, where they don't really have democracy. So when you're over here in the United States of America and a major pillar of democracy is the freedom of speech, like I can't respect that when they could easily come to your platform to have these debates. So I mean, I already understood and I already knew where I was coming. I was coming to a majority black platform as a Hispanic liberal. And I came to debate and I held my own and we had a good discussion for the benefit of everyone. So, like I said earlier, and I'm sure she's listening, there's a bummy Latina in the space. She's not really in the space, but she's on the peripheral. I told her, hey, come up here. You want it? Because according to her, she's one of those people that thinks racism doesn't exist. So I told her, you want to debate? Come over here to the neutral platform. T.P.O.T isn't my uncle. He's not my father. He's not gonna side with me. I told her, come over here and debate me, and you won't be able to mute me or knock me off your panel. And that's the thing about it. To me, it's unfortunate. Here's the thing, and then I'll close it out and drop off. A lot of people, they're just not serious about having legitimate debates, and that goes for male, females, manosphere, non-manosphere, and they always want to have the advantage. And that's something that I can't just really respect because there's a lot of people in the clouds, whether it's this platform or anywhere else. They need this information. They want to hear this information. They want to hear fair debates, and they don't want, endless buffoonery where people are over talking and dropping people from the panel and all that stuff. I mean, because it hurts the quality of the stream. So I really respect the fact that you allowed me to come up here, and you were fair in allowing everyone to speak and not cut each other off. So yeah, that's all I have to say for the end of the closing statement.
Absolutely. I mean, that's kind of how we do it over here. I mean, this is also a debate channel. I mean, I've done like, I don't know, 185 debates on this channel since like 2019. I got like 180 something debates, man, underneath my belt. So debating over here isn't a new thing. And I believe in people going one on one. Over here, notice I'm not going to let 3 and 4 and 5 people jump on you. That's stupid. All right. But you said you wanted to challenge people, so I made sure it was one on one, mano y mano, not you against 6 other people on the goddamn stream. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it gets a little out of hand here and there, but we try to keep it, we try hard over here to keep it as orderly as possible. But you get 9 Negroes on one stream and it can kind of get out of hand. But I think it actually went pretty well tonight. It actually went well. It could have went a lot worse, but I think it went well. So I'm glad you showed up, and like I told you, you would come here, you'd be allowed to lay down your premise, and brothers would come up and challenge you, and we would see where it go. And I hope people got something out of it. Uh, like I said, I'm glad you decided to come over here with it, man, and you welcome back, brother. You're welcome back anytime. Hit me up. That's what people do when they want to debate over here. They hit me up, and we make it happen. It's pretty simple.
He
Pretty
doesn't have a
simple.
little more time.
Uh-oh. My brother, hold on, God damn it. Nobody say anything for 10 seconds. Don't say a goddamn word. None of you Negroes. Don't say a damn word, because see, I have to introduce my brothers properly when I got this shit. You heard the voice. The voice. You know the name. The name. You've waited long enough. Little Big Nate. Big has arrived. And it's on. Let's go.
That was beautiful.
My,
That was
my
beautiful.
man. Brother Big Nate. You got it, brother.
Well, no, I mean, I'm getting here late. The UFC fight just wrapped up. So if you have the time, I mean, if you've got to go, I understand, sir. We could arrange it for some other time, but I'm coming in late, so I haven't heard what really is transpired. From what I understand, is the issue, is racism a problem in America? Is that the issue?
Well, brother JR thinks that racism is one of our major problems. Let me set it up for you, like I
Sure.
did at the beginning. He is a self-proclaimed, and I know you're gonna love this.
Mm-hmm.
He's a self-proclaimed liberal Democrat.
Oh,
Your favorite people.
favorite
Brother
kind
Big
of
Mac.
folks. Absolutely.
Hey, and brothers, I never I never had a chance to answer that question. But go ahead, little Big Nate. Go ahead.
Nah, if Perfect Blackness wants to go, nah, my bad. I didn't mean to
Uh, go
intrude.
go right it. Go ahead. I don't know how much time brother JR has. I mean, but I was gonna let it rock till like 5, so another 10 minutes or so. We can
Can we
rock
do the
out. But
rapid fire thing where there's no uninterruption with the 5 minutes and all that? Just rapid fire. I mean, he can show me respect.
who who do you who do you want
Little
to do
Big Nate.
rapid fire? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
Little Big Nate, and then we can wrap it up. So we've been here
I
4 hours
know.
and 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know. But brother Perfect Black wanted to respond to something, right?
Right. I never, answered that question. That's a term in terms of the, racism being the most important or the biggest problem within Black America. Um, while I believe that racism is a big problem within Black America, I don't think it's the biggest problem within Black America. I just don't. I don't think that's the biggest problem. I think if we solve, which is an impossibility, but if we solved racism in America, Black America would still have problems. We would still have problems. Now, will a lot of those problems have anything to do with or have its roots in systemic racism? Yeah, but systemic racism isn't our problem per se isn't our main problem to that, because if we solve that, we would still have problems. We would definitely still. That's all I want to say on that. That we would. I wanted to answer that. That I got caught up in a lot of other stuff. But systemic racism and stuff is not our biggest problem. I'm not going to say that. It's not. That's all I want to say on that, brother.
You got it, brother. So are you willing to do a rapid fire round, brother Big Nate?
I'll do whatever he'll accept. Absolutely.
Yeah, we
All
can do
right,
that.
here we go. Rapid fire. Hold on, god damn it. I know I'm old. I gotta go through my shit. Let me see. Oh, there it is. All right, let's go. 5 minutes on the clock. Rapid fire. Pull the trigger.
So I'll allow him to, lay out his arguments or whatever questions he asks. So, I laid my stuff out for 5 hours. So, and then
Well,
he can take
I'm
it.
just curious. Who are you speaking on behalf of that racism is the biggest problem in America? Like, according to who? Who are you representing when you say that? Biggest problem for who exactly?
I think it's a big issue for most minorities in different ways. When the little jab thing, with the virus, a lot of Asian Americans were targeted. Like, oh well, it came from China, so now we're going to target you. So there were the thing is,
How
minorities
were
are
they
targeted.
targeted exactly? How were a
Yeah,
bunch of Asian Americans targeted?
yeah, they were targeted. They were sitting there getting
How? Like, what
harassed, and they were
happened to
getting
them?
a bunch of prejudice, a bunch of
A
discrimination. I'm like,
bunch of
they're not from
prejudice
China.
and discrimination. Do you know that the Asian community is second only to the white community in the creation of jobs in America? They're a very
They have the
small
highest
community.
income. They have the
Yeah,
highest income.
and they
That's
have the
correct.
highest income. How were they exactly targeted? Tell me about all the prejudice that they faced and the trauma that they suffered through because of the coronavirus.
See, the thing is, under the logic of a lot of conservatives on the right, because that is a common talking point, they're like, well, Asians made it to this level. They made it to the top. Why can't you guys make it? The problem
Exactly.
with that is there's a lot of things that are left out. In the late 1800s, there was the Chinese Exclusion Act. So they were targeted. That was an immigration policy because they were Asian. They're like, well, these
And in
guys
spite
are
of that, they are the highest earners in America. Continue.
okay. Okay, I'm going to continue. See, the thing is, I was gracious in helping you with arguments when I didn't have to. Because if you're countering my arguments, that should be the stuff that comes out of your own brain,
Whoa. No,
not stuff that's
I'm proving that your points are moot. That's what I'm
Oh
doing.
no, I'm going to talk about it. No, let me
Go
talk
right
about it.
ahead. Go right ahead.
See, all right, so the thing about Asians, a lot of them, they immigrate to this country. The upper middle class, the upper class Asians from a lot of countries in Asia, they come over here under those type of visas that's targeted towards them, technology or whatever the case may be, and then their children go to college or they do different things. In other words, it isn't like Hispanics or blacks that are working class and that have been more the direct if you want to use the word victims. I really didn't want to use that word, but whatever, let's use it.
But
The
where
more
are the millions of Asians taken to the street complaining about discrimination and abuse? I've seen small, tiny little enclaves of leftist Asians put before microphones to talk about all this traumatic things that they're experiencing because of being quote unquote targeted. But your rank and file Asian in America is doing extremely well and isn't out there complaining. So you're
okay,
speaking for a bunch of hand-picked Asians that the left has put before a microphone. You're not speaking for the Asian people. I can almost assure you they want no part of anything you're talking about. They're too busy starting big businesses, building legacies, and being successful in America.
it isn't about speaking for anyone. As a liberal, I see the society the way I see it, and then
Well, okay.
people
Well, let me ask
can
you
vote for
this.
Democrats or
Let
not.
me ask you this, Jr. How do you feel about the Democrat Party promoting pedophilia and childhood sexual mutilation through the trans kids movement? How do you feel about that?
I don't believe in that stuff. Just like I don't think Republicans really believe that everyone should have an AK-47 and
Your
grenades
whole
and landmines.
party is promoting putting children in the presence of convicted pedophiles.
What I will say is that the Skittles community, they have a bunch of clout in the Democrat Party, way more than they should. But you know what?
They're
Here's a question that I
running the
live.
Democrat Party.
No, but I conceded the point. No, but I conceded the point. So now let me ask you a question. See, the thing is that kind of the issue that I have with the Republicans, there's a difference between fighting feminism and advocating for men's rights. Those two aren't the same. And the thing, in theory, they would be the same, but they're not. You don't really see Republicans really going to bat and going for men's rights. If they did, I would really seriously consider getting closer to voting for them.
No,
And
I'll be honest with you. They're not. They're not.
Okay, there you go.
Whoa. Let me finish. Most establishment Republicans are in favor of a lot of the nonsense that we see going on with feminism. But your rank and file Republicans, we do with feminists what we did with Tomi Lahren. As soon as she got out of pocket, she got her head lopped off, and the very next day had to come out and apologize. Whereas the Democrat Party takes misandry and gives them positions of leadership. There's a big difference between the way the party handles radical feminism.
Okay, let's talk about that. We can add more time to it. We can add more time to it.
Well, it's up to the
hold on. Okay, this is what I'm willing to do, because God damn it, it's been 5 hours. I will give you one more 5-minute rapid fire round, and then guess what? We're gonna start doing closing statements round.
Understood.
Right?
I'm sorry, I'm late, bro. I'm sorry.
One more rapid fire round. 5 minutes on the clock. Well, I'll be generous. We'll do 6. I'll be generous. We'll do 6. Goddamn.
Thank you. And thank you too, JR. Thank you.
I got a question for JR though.
But hold on.
Is that who's that?
That's Brother Clue.
Oh, Clue. What's up, Clue? How you doing?
What's up?
All right.
Big Nate.
6 minutes on the clock. Rapid fire. Pull the trigger.
All right. So, see, here's the thing about white women. Their commitment to maintaining white privilege and white power is way higher than their commitment to feminism, because the way they see it, they're like, well, if we help maintain the power structure for white males, well, we're going to benefit from it because we're going to marry them. We're going to get access to their wealth and all that different money. So they're like, this doesn't make any sense. Why am I going to sit there? When push comes to shove, they sat there and they're like, okay, Donald Trump, he said some sexist stuff against women. Whatever, let's vote for him. And that's what ended up happening. So a lot of, like Hillary Clinton, when it was election night, she's like, oh, well, I'm going to win automatically. And then what she did, supposedly, she threw chairs and ruined the whole hotel room because she couldn't believe that she lost. So, yeah, the thing about it is, we got to get to a point where it has to, the talking points need to start moving towards advocating for men's rights. I get all this other stuff about liberals. Some of the policies did fail. I get it. And all the different stuff, the Skittles community, I get that stuff. We need to shift the conversation for advocating towards men's rights.
I'll be honest with you, JR. Not only did she throw chairs and get upset, that demonic war criminal wench didn't even come and address her supporters the night of the election. That's how little respect she had for you and all the millions of her supporters. She wouldn't even come out and speak to you the evening of the election. She is a hateful, self-absorbed, devil leftist liberal, like all white liberals are, devils. And JR, I don't want you to take any of this personally, bro, but the Democrat Party is over. It's done. 71% of Americans want to replace Joe Biden. That's not a majority. In politics, that's a super majority. There are people all over the country that voted for Biden that are now regretful and want Trump back. I saw a guy interviewing people in New York that voted, that one of the few states that actually did vote against Trump legitimately, and they want Donald Trump back. We have the absolute lowest consumer confidence numbers since the report started being compiled in the 1950s. You bring up Donald Trump's egomaniacism. I could care less that he's an egomaniac. I could care less that his personality is not perfect, that he's not perfect in front of the camera. He doesn't know how to deal with reporters in a diplomatic way. I love the fact that he's brash and in your face, and I know what he thinks. Even if I disagree with him, at least he's one of the few quote unquote politicians that I know what he thinks. Do you honestly think that we're better off under Joe Biden than we were under Donald Trump, JR? I'd like you to answer that.
We were better under Obama than Donald Trump.
I didn't say Obama.
No.
I didn't say Obama. I said
Yeah.
Biden. Are we better under Joe Biden, 40-year highs in inflation, double of gas prices? I personally am paying more than 40% more at the grocery store. All Americans' pockets are hurting. Our 401ks are plummeting into the toilet. Was America better under Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
They're equal for different reasons. The economy is not good under Biden, but COVID wasn't handled very well by Trump.
No, it wasn't. And I wouldn't expect anybody to handle COVID in a magnificent way. But how could Harvard and Yale did studies, JR, of the content produced by MSNBC and CNN. MSNBC, 96% of their reporting on the Trump administration was negative. You know that's damn near impossible. To have not, in a time of unfettered economic progress, lowest unemployment rate for minorities, we're creeping ever closer to energy independence, and 96% of your reporting is negative. For CNN, it was 93% of their reporting was negative on Donald Trump.
Okay, let me address.
Do you see a problem with this?
Because this is very, very important. This never gets talked about, what you just said. See, the thing is, there's a reason freedom of speech is the first in the First Amendment. This whole idea that in this country we can say whatever we want, for the most part. Obviously, there's certain things that you can't, like, hey, there's fire in the building and trying to incite violence, that type of stuff. But for the most part, we have freedom of speech. In other words, in the beginning stages of our country, it was a radical idea for people to be writing pamphlets to fight for the cause against the British. And that in itself was a liberal idea. In other words, journalism, and that is journalism, right? MSNBC and CNN in the form of videos and speaking and all that type of stuff. That's just a more liberal type idea. In other words, yes, it's predominated by liberals. But then you start
there
moving
was a
into other
time
side.
when liberalism was something to be respected. During the 50s and 60s, liberals were the ones who were in favor of free expression for everybody. Now liberals cut everybody off when they say something they don't like. Liberals ban conservatives from social media platforms because they destroy their arguments with ease.
Okay, well, let's talk about
I
that.
respect classical liberals. I don't respect the liberals of today. They're horrible Marxists. They hate anyone who comes to an argument with a better argument.
All right. We are closing out for real this time. Yeah, we're doing it for real. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody coming on. God damn it. Give me your closing statements. And I think I'm gonna put you Negroes on a clock on that. Yeah.
Let me address
I think
JR.
we're going to do 2 minutes closing
No,
statements.
go right ahead, man. Go right ahead.
We're going to do 2 minutes on the closing statements. God damn it. All right, whoever wants to go can go.
Let me go first, please.
I'll go.
Can I go first? Because so let me just say.
Okay, go ahead. Closing statements, 2 minutes.
Well, no, this is what I would say. I have respect for people that stand down on their principles and they really talk about what they really believe. And obviously, Little Big Nate and I are on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of politics. But I know for sure that what he preaches is what he actually believes. And I know with a lot of guys in the manosphere, in the audience, they kind of have an issue when content creators kind of are going with the wind and that type of stuff. I mean, the only thing I would say is, at some point, the audience kind of senses. They sense that you're not really saying stuff. You're not really preaching what you actually believe. And my thing is, now more than ever, there's a digital footprint and people can see what you actually believe. They just click on your channel and they go into the background in the archives and they really find out what you actually believe. Because, the thing about it is, when it comes to this stuff, when people come up here to have disingenuous arguments, like we disingenuous conversations, we can't get anywhere. I conceded some points to Little Big Nate. He conceded a point or two in my direction, and we got somewhere a little bit more fruitful, because that's one of those things that no one's really talking about. At the end of the day, see, my thing is, I don't really care what party does it. I mean, quite honestly, I really don't. Whatever party is the one that really starts advocating for men's rights not battling feminism, because that's not the same thing, but actually start advocating for men's rights and putting their political careers on the line, because the first ones that really and truly do it, doesn't really matter who does it, but the first time, the second time a major politician from either party puts themselves on the line and really pushes that message, I mean, for the most part, there's a good chance he's done. And then the next generation, the next guy or two, they're the ones that are going to actually get in office with that message. So, all this stuff is, at the end of the day, all this stuff is intertwined: gender, race, and all the different things, class. And all we can do is to have these discussions and try to move the ball forward. And I appreciate you allowing me to come on your platform once more. T.P.O.T, I appreciate it. And that's it.
Absolutely. Maybe you and our brother Big Nate can, just do like a debate at some point, whenever you guys, just hit me up. Let me know if you're interested in same, brother Big Nate, you know what it is. You let me know if you're interested too. So, but I appreciate you coming through, man. And I appreciate you coming here, man, and squaring off, because you squared off with like 8 different people, man.
It takes balls, man. It takes balls.
Yeah, he squared off with like 8 different people,
balls.
So,
Absolutely.
I mean, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you coming here and being on here for 5 hours, man. So hit me up if you ever want to. Yeah, he's been here for 5 hours. Hit me up if you ever want to do something else, brother JR.
Of course. Yes, of course.
All right, my brother. Peace. Anyone else? Is there anyone else?
Yes, me.
All right.
Me.
Hold on, let me. 2 minutes on the clock. Closing statements. Go ahead.
Me. Yes, JR's full of shit, He's full of shit. Because let me tell you something. He never answered my question. He never addressed about voter suppression. He never told me exactly what was keeping black men or people of darker skin from voting. He never said that. I think that JR's full of shit. He's full of shit. He came on here to troll. That's what I think. Because people like him, you see, people like him, they get on here and they push this victim narrative. I can't vote this way. I'm being suppressed this way. He just told y'all that he's from Texas, but he would never give out his county or his city. It's people like him that perpetuate this victim narrative. There's no such thing as race. There's no such thing as black. There's no such thing as white. There's no such thing as race. It's all just skin color. That's all it is. It's the color of your skin. Just like it's the color of your eyes. Just like it's the color of your toenails. It's all the same thing to me. I know my time is up. And shout out to Brother X. Shout out to Lil Big Nate. I'm out.
Big close.
All right. Next up, whoever wants to go.
All right, go on. Let me go, brother.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brother Perfect Black. You got it.
All right. Look, this is where I totally agree with Lil Big Nate on this, because the Democrat Party, the liberals, they have been wholly and totally they have not been useful for Black Americans. They just haven't. And I don't think Black Americans, I don't think we have weaponized our vote enough. We've wedded ourselves to one party so much to the point to where almost it's just in blindness, almost like a bunch of lemons over the cliff. And we've given our vote to one party for nothing. And they have done nothing with our vote. And they have promised us nothing. They have told us that they're not going to promise us anything. They have told us in strategy back rooms that they're to specifically not promise us nothing. And we've given them our votes. And you know what? I don't give a damn. I don't give a fuck if they reverse Roe v. Wade, since what they have already done. They are poised to take back every goddamn constitutional right in terms of voting. I don't give a shit. Take it all the goddamn way, as far as I'm concerned. Take it all away. Not that I would necessarily want that, but Black Americans, we need to start weaponizing our vote and stop giving our vote for one party or another. And stop flagging our vote. Let everybody know we're giving our vote to this party here, and that's it. And this is what we get. This is what we get for our loyalty for one party. So we have gotten every goddamn thing that we have wished for, and what has it gotten us? So far as I'm concerned, we need to start strategically voting for one party or the other, and I don't give a damn if they wear a hood or not. If we're gonna get whatever the fuck we want, whatever the hell we need to get that party our vote, so long as we get what the fuck we want and what we need, regardless of who it is. That's where I'm at.
Damn.
And that's all I got, Brother X.
Once again, my brother Perfect Black, man. I'll hit you up, man, in a few, I guess. Oh, damn, he already jumped off. Last but definitely not least, my brother Big Nate. Ah, man, you would have been good tonight, man, because like I said, one of your favorite, because he's a self-proclaimed, when he hit me up, he's a self-proclaimed liberal Democrat. That's how
And gentlemen,
the email.
None of the liberals showed up last week. None of them that were on Art and Styles channel popping nonsense. None of them showed up. So we do have to give credit to a guy that shows up from that side, man. I mean, even if
he wrote me. He wrote me and said he wanted to come up here and do it. I was like, come on up. Come on up.
I can't do nothing but respect it, man. I can't do nothing but respect. Now, his political positions, I can't say I have a lot of respect for, but him and coming up and walking through the gauntlet, we got to respect that. Well, I have to. I can't tell grown men what.
And he took on everybody tonight. I mean, everybody that came up, because it was like 10 people who came through. Well, everybody except Brother Big J. Brother Big J actually came up here and defended him. But everybody else, he took on one-on-one. You, Perfect Black, Brother Supreme, Brother Clue, Brother Trey, Brother Nick Taylor, Ragnarok, TVA,
There's some monsters up here.
BMT. Yeah, he took them all on one-on-one. He took them all
deal,
on.
man. Hey, he'll only be better for it.
Absolutely.
His sword will get that much sharper. So yeah,
I respect that shit, man. He took on every single one. The only help he had was Brother Big J. Brother Big J actually came up here to fight with him and shit.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Everybody else, he stood toe to toe with him, man. I mean, you talk about TVA, BMT, you, Ragnarok, Nick Taylor, Trey, Clue, Supreme, Perfect Blackness. I mean, that's a lot, man. I know he got to be tired.
That's
tired
a full
for
docket.
him.
No, that's a full docket, Jack.
I am tired for him. I'm tired for him. But go ahead, Brother Big Nate, man.
Sure, I appreciate it, X. Again, salute JR. Couple of things, JR. You cannot fight for men's rights from a party that is the umbrella and cover for radical leftist feminism. You have aligned yourself with the Luciferian left. One of their primary mottos is death to patriarchy. How are you fighting for men's rights from a party where many of the women and the men say death to patriarchy? How are you fighting for men's rights from a party that can't even define what a man is anymore? Matt Walsh proved that liberals can't define what a woman is. Now, according to the chat, you talked about voter suppression. There is no voter suppression. If requiring Black people to have a picture ID is voter suppression, what you're suggesting is racism. in suggesting that Black people don't have the intellectual capacity to go get a picture ID. We're too stupid to go get a picture ID in time enough for an election. That's racism. There is nothing for the Black man of America, the thinking, competent, productive, family-oriented Black man of America, that you will find in the Democrat Party. It is a walking, living, breathing contradiction to be for men's rights and vote Democrat. The party is against everything. They invented the term toxic masculinity, for God's sakes. There's nothing toxic about masculinity. You go to the mall and there's 60 different stores for you to shop in. That's masculinity. You go to a dealership and you got 20 different cars to choose from. Masculinity produced that. The guns you used to, oh my God, I'm on side of town. So.
Well, it's you. Did you get a special courtesy because you know the owner? So go ahead, continue, finish the statement, brother.
Masculinity built all of our luxuries in life that we enjoy, all of us. Masculinity gives us this limitless number of choices. When we go to stores, you go to the movie theater, there are 10 different movies at a Metroplex where you can get drinks from the bar and put your feet up in a recliner. Masculinity and men built all of this. And the left and Democrats will do nothing but tear that down. You can't even act like a man around Democrats without them running up in your face and trying to insult and scream you down. God forbid you say a man and woman is not equal. A man is supposed to be in leadership over his woman, his children, and his household. You take those ideas over there to the left, they'll string you up or they'll toss you off the tallest building that's closest to them. That's what the Democrat Party has become. I have not once told Black men to go become Republicans from this space, but you're going to have to look at the two platforms of the parties and see which one most closely coincides with your belief system and the things we talk about in this space. As far as I know, there's only one party really where those things coincide. There is no future for us on the left. There just isn't. And as far as the issue of racism, you know, from a group of people that have dealt with it more than anyone in this country, it's not a major concern today. It's just not. Much more of a concern is the fact that, and I played this video on Brother Xavier's channel last weekend, that an 11-year-old boy who says he's a girl was stripping at a bar while gay and pedophile men watched him while they drank beer.
That was insanity.
I played that video for Brother Xavier. Yeah. This is what's going on in America, and this is what's being promoted by the Luciferian left, y'all. Racism, dog, I could care less about it right now. They're trying to destroy our country. I did my show tonight on the BET Awards, Brother Xavier. Do you know that in 2013, there's a trans man who thinks he's a woman named B. Scott, right? And in 2013, B. Scott was dressed up like a woman on the red carpet. BET told him, get off the red carpet. We don't want you here dressed like that. B. Scott sued them, and they settled out of court in 2015. Do you know in 2021, they're going to give that same mentally ill man who says he's a woman executive producer abilities over a couple of different shows on BET?
Absolutely, they are.
Of course. And did you also know that the BET Awards, the pre-show, there's a pre-show that they do outside right in front of the venue. The pre-show act was a mentally ill man who's a homosexual named Saucy Santana. He had raptor claws, those cartoon eyelashes, lipstick. He's morbidly obese in this skimpy outfit twerking. That's the pre-show at the 2022 BET Awards. And then the very first act in the show is a person by the name of, God, what's his name? Shit, I forgot his name. What's the, I cannot, but, well, anyway, it's a black man. He has a white boyfriend. He's lived with HIV for the past 14 years. He was the opening act. He was in a full gown, a dress with high heels, singing with a bunch of gay black men dancing behind him. That's the opening act at the BET Awards now.
Man.
Where
Well,
just a few years ago, they wouldn't even let a transformer be on the red carpet.
Well, it is BET Black Exploitation television.
Billy Porter. Thank you, Stove. Are you familiar with Billy Porter?
Yeah, I know. He's the guy who wore the dress on
Yeah,
on
a few years ago to the Grammys, had a tuxedo dress. Yes.
Yes.
So, but Brother Xavier, BET speaks for Black America. When all these other communities and races of people look at BET, BET is speaking for men like you and men like me and men like the men in the chat. At least that's what BET would want them to think.
Oh, yeah.
And the whole show is dominated by trans and homosexuals. Wow.
Because
awesome.
Black folk are easily exploited. I mean, if they're not exploiting them in one way, they exploit them in another. Because for some reason, Black people, we're all in. We're like goddamn weather vanes. We're down for any goddamn thing. And guess what? Now that there's this whole rainbow coalition being infused into Blackness, they're gonna ride this goddamn horse all the way till it dies in the field. I'm telling you. I mean, that's and we're going to accept it. The
Where
Black
we draw the
folks are going
line?
to accept it.
Brother Xavier, there's going to come a time. I think I said this on your show last week because a brother said this on Mr. Fantastics. He said there's going to come a time you're going to be walking down the street with your lady and your 7-year-old daughter or son, and a 38-year-old man's going to come up and sexually proposition your child
and get shot to death.
And as he should get shot to death, but then you're going to jail because you just killed a protected class.
Yeah.
A pedophile, or if we let the Democrats have what they want, pedophiles will be a protected class. They've already changed the name of pedophiles to minor attracted persons, y'all.
Yeah. That's the politically correct description of them. Well, you know what they did in California. I mean, you're not even considered a sex offender as long as there's 10 years or less, between you.
SB 145 in California gave grown men the right to have sex with teenage boys.
10 years or less. It's not even, you don't even have to register as a sex offender. Isn't that something?
This is insane, bro. See, this is not about me trying to get votes for the Republican Party. I don't give a shit about the Republican establishment. I like Republican voters. They're cream of the crop type people usually. They keep this country running. But the establishment is trash. And so I'm not trying to get votes for Republicans. I'm trying to get Black people away from a political party that has thoroughly decimated us. There is no group in America more committed to the Democrat Party and their policies than the woman that we constantly talk about in this space, the Black American female. Do you think it's a coincidence that Black women vote 96% Democrat and Black women are the least desirable women in the country? You think there's a coincidence? It's not a coincidence, it's causation. That's what it is. And they completely buy in. For that Saucy Santana pre-show at the BET Awards, you know who was out there yelling and cheering and screaming for Saucy Santana, Brother X?
We all know.
Bunch of Black females laughing and clapping as a Black man with longer nails on than them, a Black man that has slurped more sausage than them, is twerking and dancing on stage with several gay black men. This is fucking insane, dog.
Yes, it is,
Insane.
man. And they get led by the nose, man. And these people know that if they can penetrate the mind of these black holes, they know they got a foothold in. Because guess what, man? If you get your hands on black women, what's next? Black children. See, they know it's hard to get at black men. I mean, because most black men have kind of we have a lot of conservative points of view, when it comes
Absolutely.
to many
And
things. But
it's coming out more and more, X.
absolutely. So what do? They get their hands on the women, and what's next? The children.
But X,
And
X,
that's the real tragedy.
X, whoa, it's not getting their hands on the children. They already got them. If you go to boyscanbeprincesses2.com, half the boys on the website are black. Half of them. Black little boys make up like 2 or 3% of the population, but they're half of the boys can be princesses too. Bruh, you go to that website, there's all these little black boys in dresses and lipstick. And they're standing there with white and black women dressed similar to them.
Oh,
Boys
absolutely.
can
But
be princesses too.
well, these old mamas encourage this shit.
Yes.
They are part of the problem. They encourage this shit. You think any fucking man with the half a brain is behind
Oh my,
his
no,
son
dude.
being
No
a
man would do
fucking
this.
princess, man? Come on.
Disgusting, dude. This is
They
sick.
encourage this shit, man. I'm telling you, they encourage it, and they're part of the fucking problem. They're most of the problem because they have control over the children. So whatever bullshit influences coming to the heads of these women, man, they fuck around and it leaks over to the children and fucks them up too.
So,
It
bruh,
just does.
if a black woman isn't talking traditional values, if she's not talking conservative beliefs, if she's not talking traditional family values, man, you gotta toss that bitch. You gotta throw that bitch away, dog. She is worthless. If she's on
Yep.
this, my body, my choice, and bruh, for the past 2 years, every other thing you heard on the BET Awards was Black Lives Matter. They even brought those criminal witch BLM slobs on to last year's BET Awards. So for the last 2 years, it's all Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. But this year, it's I'm angry because I can't kill my black child in all 50 states. So fuck the Supreme Court. How does that make any sense, Brother X? For 2 years, you're screaming about Black Lives Matter. Now you're mad because you can't kill more black babies? This is how black women think politically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Telling you, man.
It's in ruin,
Crazy,
man.
bro. And I don't want to keep you no more, dog. I know you're
It
tired.
it is in ruin. But you see what's on the screen, right, brother JR, man? I think that's a challenge, brother Nate. I think that's a challenge. It's up there.
Sure. Oh, I would love to. Yeah, we'll set up next couple of weeks, bro. You let me know.
Yeah. Just hit me up, brother Nate, and brother JR. If you are still out there, hit me up and we'll set something up. Don't worry about it. But as always, man, I appreciate you coming through, brother Nate.
Oh, absolutely, man. You take care, brother Xavier. And
Yeah,
again,
my brother.
salute, gentlemen in the chat, man. Good to see y'all.
Peace, my brother. Yeah, y'all, we gonna go ahead and wrap it up, boy. It's been a long one. Good shit tonight, though, man. I mean, goddamn, brother JR took on a lot of people. I gotta respect that shit, man. He took on a lot of people tonight, man. And he didn't take on no softies either. I mean, goddamn, brother Nick Taylor was up in here. Brother Supreme was up in here. Shit, brother BMT was up in here. Big Nate was up in here. Brother Clue was up in here. Shit, brother Trey here. I mean, he took on quite a few people, man. I respect it, and And I'm looking forward to him and freaking brother Big Nate squaring off. You know, that ought to be good, a one-on-one. But yeah, man, like I said, man, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. My black ass is tired. I know you Negroes are too. I don't have anything planned for next week, folk, but you know, that can always change. Y'all know how we do it here. Um, but yeah, man, once again, man, I appreciate Brother JR coming through, man. He hit me up. He said he's gonna come through and take on everybody. And that's what he did, man. I have to respect that, man. I really have to respect that. But what I do know is this coming Friday, you can catch me over on my brother Nick Taylor's show. I will be over there Friday talking my shit. Yeah, I'll be there talking my shit. And we're going to be talking about blue collar work. I suggest you blue collar Negroes come over there, man, and check it out. You know, it's always a good time over there on Brother Nick Taylor's, man. That's my brother right there. So you know when he asked me to come, I'm going to show up when he put that bat signal up. So check me out over there Friday night. I believe it's 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, which will be 9 p.m. if you're on the East Coast. You'll see OX over there on Friday. I don't know what I'm doing this week, y'all. I don't have anything planned. I haven't put anything together. So just look out for the thumbnails. Y'all know it's always something going on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You Negroes know. But I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man, as always. I appreciate the cash apps and the super chats. But most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation more than anything else. You could have spent your Saturday night any goddamn where, and you decided to spend it here with us. And it is appreciated. I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. Shout out to all the brothers that came up here tonight, man. Shout out to my brother Big Nate, brother BMT, brother TVA, brother Ragnarok, brother Nick Taylor, brother Trey, brother Clue, my man, brother Supreme, my Chi-Town brother, brother Perfect Blackness, and brother Big J for coming through tonight and taking on brother JR, man. Shout out to brother JR, man. He stood stiff, man, and took on everybody, man. Mano y mano, man. I respect it, man. I respect it. Good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. I mean, he went against everybody, man, and he stayed here the whole time. So shout out, man, to brother JR, man, and shout out to you good folks, man, for being here tonight, man. And you know, I appreciate y'all. Keep your eyes open for what we got going on next week. You know, something will always be amiss here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You Negroes know. So with that, and make sure you have your ass down at brother Nick's Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, because you know what I'll do if you don't. So with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words you know, like I always do. Open your minds. Open your minds.
Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro. what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up a paper or read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Factory Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Van Daniel Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.